Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Reward and Punishment, 2, ***. Chapter 51, Reward and Punishment, 2, ***. Hello, and nice to meet you, I am Principal Nizu. Looking at the hologram floating above the letter placed on the table, Niji couldn't help but feel pleased. As you've learned from reading the letter already, you have not only passed the exam, but you've also got first place in it. This is certainly a big achievement, so you should feel proud. You have shown great strength that it helped the hero society grow in the future and... The hologram started to give a long-ass speech that bored Niji to death, but he nonetheless listened to it all the way. Acing a competition, game, or exam never failed to make him feel delighted. So he didn't skip the flowery words he was getting, even if they were boring and useless, because they were also a part of his achievement. Next day. Wake up. Super idol de Shao. Aha. I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the tug in my shirt. Light music was playing in the background. Who is it so early? As my blurry vision corrected itself, I blinked. What? You're up. A frown crept on my face as I looked at my older sister, Nijer, who was on top of me with my shirt in her hand that she seemingly took off just now. Nijer. She tapped to my forehead with her fingers. It's Nijer ne, you brat. Okay, sure. I rolled my eyes. But why am I chest naked? She pouted at this. Because you weren't waking up. I was busy playing with my quirk last night. I learned something new, anyway, that's not the point. It still doesn't make sense. Why am I chest naked? And, why are you wearing this? As light music was playing on the side, with Nijer pouting, I looked down at her body. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt. My t-shirt. It was made by Mom for me, or for the future me since it's oversized. Why you wearing my t-shirt? Her pout disappeared as she giggled. I heard men like when their partners wear their clothes. She's not wrong. But that's exactly the problem. Teasing me like this in the morning. Just then, Nijer lowered her gaze to my abdomen, her lips slowly curling up. Ah, I can feel heat reaching my stomach from that thing. I smirked. Well, that's a lot of development. She doesn't stutter before teasing anymore. It seems her months of researching is helping her, don't ask why I know this. I put my arms around her waist and pulled her to my chest, her butt falling on my abdomen. Then may I know why my queen has summoned me so early? She pouted and wrapped her hands around my neck. I am hungry. I deadpanned. What? Does she think she's really some queen? I wanted to say, why wake me up so early just because you're hungry, but I stopped as I realized something. Ah fuck, she's doing wordplay. To think I have fallen so low that it took me 5 seconds to realize it, tch, shame on me. I smiled at her and laid on my back leisurely. Hungry? Don't you see this? I pointed at myself. For your information, I am a milk factory. Nijer blinked, a little dazed, but soon a smug smile appeared on her face. Oh my, what a stroke of luck. I was in fact looking for milk. Chapter 52, Reward and Punishment, 3. Chapter 52, Reward and Punishment, 3. It wasn't that hard for another day to pass as it was finally my first day at UA High. Niji. While I was getting ready, putting on the UA school uniform, Nijer hugged me from behind. She is taller than her canon self, so her face could reach above my shoulder from where she peeked at the mirror in front of me. Her hug tightened just as her gaze landed on the reflection of my blue eyes. Be careful of other girls. She muttered in a weirdly quiet but suggestive voice. If you mess with them too much, they might go stabbing crazy on you. Girls are weird like that. I froze briefly, feeling a sudden cold on my back. Was that a warning? Holy shit, it really was. Oh fuck. I chuckled nervously at this. So this was the punishment of last night's reward. I should be careful with Momo. I know Nijer and Momo are kinda close, but in no way hell she'd be fine with me bringing her in the harem. Momo and Ryukyu are two different cases for Nijer, after all. Contemplating on an action, I simply turned around and brought her lips to my mouth, kissing her for around half a minute before releasing her. But of course, I would make sure to be careful. Nijer smiled at this as she tidied my tie slowly. You two lovebirds, it was then when Kimmy called us from the outside. It's getting late, come here quickly. I didn't have to use my quirk to realize that she was jealous. I guess even a voyeur can feel jealous, huh? At this, I simply twisted my finger, causing my earring to vibrate, as she flew to my arms too. Don't act like it, Sundara, that's Kurai's job. Kimmy blushed softly, a look of hesitation appearing on her face as she glanced at Nijer, before parting her lips softly, asking me to do what I did to Nijer. Ha, good girl. Pleased, I kissed her on the lips. Nijer was fine with this. I had to use observe to be 100% sure, though. What are you guys doing? Suddenly all of us froze as the squeaky voice of a certain black cat entered our ears. We turned to the door simultaneously as I almost cursed out loud seeing the little Kurai looking at me innocently. Where is my kiss? Oh Lord. It wasn't that bad, honestly. I just had to lie a little, and since the other culprits were beside him, they easily convinced Kurai that all of this was normal. At last, all three of us had to leave a kiss on her forehead and that was enough to keep her calm, fortunately. Now, Niji and Nijer were parting ways inside the UA compound. Bye, Niji. Don't forget our earlier talk. Nijer waved her hand while I did the same. She turned her back to me and walked a few steps before turning to me and waving again. This whole thing continued for around 5 minutes before I made a rush for the first-year campus the moment she turned around. Now, first, second, and third year all have different campuses, so we wouldn't see each other at school, unfortunately, not even at the cafeteria as one of us had to run a bit to reach another, which Nijer didn't mind doing for me, but I don't want her to do that. It's fine if she's eating with her friends. It's not as if we don't live under the same roof, bleh. The hero course is on the 3rd floor, so I had to climb the stairs, which I did with my echolocation on. I got the image of the teachers who were having a meeting in a room that I deduced as the principal's office, and I could also notice a super skinny dude among them as well, proving that All Might still decided to come to UA, which hasn't come out on the news yet. I guess that'd be tomorrow's headline, huh? Though I am not sure if he'd teach the first year or not. I don't see any reason for him to do so since Mirio is in the 3rd year, unless in canon, he taught all year classes as well, and not just his successor's class. Maybe he taught all 1A, 2A, and 3A. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me at all. While drifting in my useless thoughts, I found myself in front of the door that had the nameplate, Class 1A, hung on top of the door. I shrugged and went inside. The first thing that my eyes landed on was the ash-blonde-haired kid sitting on a seat at the far right corner with his legs on top of the desk. Katsuki Bakugo, huh? His gaze met with mine as a frown crept up on his face. I just shrugged my shoulders and turned my face around to the other seats. He seemed to have taken this as a sign of me backing off from whatever game of stare he was playing as he scoffed with a smirk. Hey, kids. Just then, as my head was turned to the left corner of the room, I found a familiar face. It's you, Niji. Ochako Uraraka jumped at me and grabbed my hands with her hand, causing me to smile and greet her with a good morning, to which she replied ecstatically. I looked around only to find the whole classroom empty mostly. I decided to leave early, and it seems only Deku's wife and Uraraka are here. Uraraka guided me to my seat, the protagonist seat, yay. After sitting there, ignoring Bakugo, we started talking amongst ourselves. You're early. Well. I didn't want to be late on my first day at such a prestigious school, so. Uraraka scratched the back of her head and smiled awkwardly. Cute. Oh no, calm down now, remember the words of your sister. I don't want a Yandere on my back. I cleared my throat, wanting to change the subject. So, I was really excited to talk to you when I got the confirmation letter, but then I realized we never exchanged numbers. Uraraka jerked her head at this. It's the same for me. I was really eager to contact you too. We should dash. She stopped, her face freezing first becoming a red hue taking over it. Ah, innocent girls, so nice. I decided to lead the conversation. You brought your phone. I took out mine as I said this. We can share our number right now. She nodded quickly and took out her, wait, is that a flip phone? What's this, 2005? Bruh. I shrugged and exchanged our numbers nonetheless. All the messaging apps support the phone since it has been 200 years since 2005, so yeah, doesn't matter. Just as we finished exchanging our numbers, another dude entered the classroom. Jet black hair, sharp shoulders, Tenya Ida examined the room before shouting, nice to meet you. I am Tenya Ida. He bowed. I hope we'll get along. Geez, why are you so excited bro? Tenya Ida, Tier 3. He's Tier 3. One step higher than Uraraka. Oh yeah, Katsuki is Tier 3 too, ha. Though I am sure there is a wide gap between Ida and Bakugo, so I can't judge them by tiers. Oh hi, I am Ochako Uraraka. While Uraraka introduced herself, I waved my hand at Ida giving him a shrug and saying hi. Soon, more and more kids, such as Mina, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Siro, Aoyama, Tsuyu came to the class. Finally, the person I was waiting for came in too, Momo Yaoyorozu. Yamamo. I waved my hand at her just as she entered through the door. Her already smiling face glittered with recognition as she ran to me as I raised my hand for a high five, to which she responded like any good friend. Ah. Ochako looked a little lost before I introduced Momo to her. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, my best friend. She can be a little stupid sometimes, but she is a fairly decent girl. Hey. Momo punched my shoulder, which I ignored, watching Uraraka stutter, looking at Ochako. Hi. My name is Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Ugh, too much stuttering. Momo immediately recognized that name since I did tell her about Uraraka just after coming back from the exam. Oh, you're that girl who Niji carried. Of course, Uraraka wasn't used to the term carry, and she most likely recalled the time when I carried her like a princess based on the blush on her face. I sighed and told Momo to sit on her seat, which was in front of me. Basically, I am in the second last seat, Ochako is behind me and Momo is in front of me. And apparently, luck plays a role. Ahem. Things started changing from this point forward. Inasa Yurashi. A guy with a broad and tall figure. A student who was supposed to go to Shiketsu, not UA. Ah fuck. Sigh, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's okay. Some changes are unavoidable. But. Hi everyone. I don't think I'd get used to this. I am Inasa. The first at the recommendation exam. I hope we can become strong heroes together. He's kinda like Ida, or maybe not, they're not similar at all. He's the guy talked about. Momo suddenly whispered to me. The guy who started fighting Endeavor's son in the recommendation exam. Oh yeah, Momo told me that before. Another problem was, Todoroki and he wouldn't get along. This class. Knock. And speaking of the devil, Shoto Todoroki knocked on the door with one of his legs inside the room. Step aside. His chilling voice ran through the room, causing Inasa to freeze and turn to him slowly with a frown on his head. Everyone in the class gaze was fixed at them, but Bakugo glared at both of them too. It seems Inasa's talk about coming out first attracted his attention. Inasa glared at Todoroki, who simply stared back at him. And unlike how I was wishing things to unfold, Inasa bowed, hit their head literally hitting the ground. Classmate Todoroki. I am sorry for what I did at the recommendation exam. I was looking forward to a dramatic fight. Sad. I felt a poke at my elbow at this, causing me to look at Momo confused. What do you want? I mumbled. Who do you think is stronger? That Inasa guy or you? Oh. Funny. I looked at Inasa and Todoroki. Inasa Yurashi, Tier 3. Shoto Todoroki, Tier 3. Both of them are Tier 3. They have real strong quirks, but if a post-potion Kimi could beat them, do I have to worry about them? I simply chuckled. And looked at her. They're weak. Momo stared at me briefly before turning her head forward, to the scene where Todoroki replied with a simple, whatever, and walked to his seat. Inasa didn't look so happy at it, but he still forced a smile and then looked for his seat. At this point, the class was almost filled. It was then when more people who I wasn't expecting also started entering the class. Kendo, Ibara, Setsuna, 3 girls from Canon 1B were now in 1A, damn, so many new people because of the new exam. Soon, Jiro, Kaminari, and Toru also entered. Of course, I didn't have all their names memorized, but with the else observe, it wasn't hard to know. Okay, so 19 people are filled, who would be the last lucky person to enter? The room was filled with chattering, people were known to each other. I stayed on the side with Momo and Ochako and only talked to Tsuyu, who was on the seat beside our row. Just when I was getting comfortable though, someone I was actually expecting entered the room. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps caused everyone to turn to the door, wanting to meet their new classmate, and while everyone else didn't react much, Katsuki Bakugo and, even I, who's been expecting this guy, had wide eyes. Hello everyone, the green-headed pretty boy with a dazzling smile on his face, introduced himself. The name is Izuku Midoriya, feel honored to have me here. I could immediately hear Bakugo's palms exploding at his words. He probably got pissed at his feel honored words, or there is a piece of the puzzle I am missing. What exactly did I do for things to change like his? At that moment, I had no idea. Chapter 53, Unexpected Development, 1. Chapter 53, Unexpected Development, 1. I could hear some, from my new classmates at the words of the greenhead. Izuku didn't have much change in appearance, truthfully, he just had a more well-defined body and was a bit more stylish than Kanon. Though this was still enough to make him look like a completely different person. Izuku Midoriya, what exactly happened to him for him too? Izuku Midoriya, protagonist, Tier 4. Reach Tier 4. The protagonist title after his name glowed golden, I guess that's one of the reasons why he is here. System, any explanation? The system luckily replied immediately. As you know, Master, the Omniverse possesses a will. That's the same with worlds as well. Each planet has a will, of course not the same as humans, but they're aware enough to make sure their existence is safe. That's why, in every era, they choose an avatar who they nurture and protect to fend off an evil that would threaten the world's existence in the near future. These chosen ones are the protagonist. She continued. In every era, after the previous protagonist dies, or at least when the world calculates the current protagonist to not be strong enough for the next threat, a new one is picked, such as in this case, My Hero Academia. This world's previous protagonist was Toshinori Yagi, but when the world realized that this man who's been weakened greatly won't be able to fend off the next incoming threats, it chose Izuku Midoriya as its next protector. God damn it. That explains a lot. It's like One Piece, kinda, like how Gold Roger was basically the protagonist before Luffy's birth. Many things are making sense now from different anime, but that's not the point here. The point is, Izuku Midoriya is protected by the world itself. That's why now he has a quirk, that's why he is now standing inside Class 1A. But why though? I used an observe on him to see his quirk. Quirks. 1. Attraction repulsion, can attract and repel anything below the weight of 9 ton. 2. Astral projection, the ability to voluntarily project the astral body, consciousness, being associated with out-of-body experience, in which the astral body becomes separate from the physical body. First of all, 2 quirks, fucking all for 1 is involved, and next, even then, why? These 2 abilities aren't that strong. Why did the world choose him as the protagonist? Shouldn't Mirio be the protagonist? I am not counting myself since I am a life from an outer world, so that might disqualify me, but I don't see the reason why Mirio isn't the protagonist. Meaning, 1. The will of the world picked Izuku just when he was born, or when All Might got injured, and now it can't change him at a whim for whatever reason. 2. The plans the will of the world makes aren't absolute, as I was able to change them unknowingly, causing Deku to not get OFA. Meaning, it doesn't matter if Izuku Midoriya is a bit stronger than the others here, he is no threat to me, or wait, fuck. Astral projection. Fuck. Izuku Midoriya stood in front of the whole class with a magnificent grin on his face. His eyes drifted by his classmates, people who he believed to be below him in the grand scheme of things. His eyes fell on the short brunette-haired girl at the rightmost corner of the class, he didn't have any reactions. She was bland. Though he could locate some exceptional faces, like that black-haired girl sitting in front of the silver-haired boy, she looked to be someone from high class, along with the boy also. But, nobody can compare to him, of course. He, Izuku Midoriya, was just that great. His eyes drifted further, at the half-hot half-cold kid on the middle row of the class. He could feel that this guy was a bit different than others present here, a bit better, but soon, he again dismissed Shoto just as his eyes drifted at the leftmost corner. This was the moment when he felt the world take a spin. Kaken. Looking at the blonde kid at the leftmost seat of the class, he almost jumped in delight. He saw him before, but he didn't expect him to be in the same class as him. It was Katsuki Bakugo, his only friend. Right, he was his friend. The only person in the world other than his mother and master, who accepted him, right? His past memories were a bit foggy, but how could he forget how kind Kaken was to him? As his eyes met with the blonde's fierce gaze, he couldn't feel superior to him. How could he? Friends are equal, after all. His superior grin vanished as he smiled softly. Kaken, that's you right. Do you remember me? You might not since it's been a while. How have you been? He asked casually as he walked to Kaken. He couldn't see any empty seats beside his old friend, unfortunately, but he could at least have some small talks before the class started. Where the hell do you think you're walking to, Deku? Unexpectedly, his old friend seemed to have a temper as he blasted his hands after standing up from his seat. Can't you see that there is no empty seat here? Stop looking at me as if we're close. Deku felt a little pain in his heart, but it was fine. He knew his friend was a little bad at conveying his feeling, like at Sundara, and he was fine with it. Deku still tried to walk to him but just then. Yawn. What's up with the commission? A dead, tired, and sleepy voice entered his ears. Turning back, he found a man standing by the door with a cocoon covering his body. All the other students also turned to the man, Aizawa, who simply stared at them. His eyes drifted at Katsuki's figure who had smoke coming out of his palm, then he looked at Izuku who was frowning and glaring at him. HM. He tilted his head at the green head. Why are you standing there? Can't you see your homeroom teacher is here? Homeroom teacher. The kids seemed shocked at this. How can this hobo-looking guy be a teacher, more so their homeroom teacher? Of course, Shota Aizawa was fine with their reactions as this was nothing new. All this time, he didn't move his gaze from Izuku who clicked his tongue and went to sit on an empty seat in the middle row, at the front seat beside Kirishima who tried to introduce himself, but he just slapped his hand. At this Aizawa stared at Izuku for 3 more seconds. Looks like he spotted a problem child. Just when he was about to sigh, he heard a small chuckle from the end of the left row. He turned to see a silver-haired boy staring at Izuku's back with unreadable eyes. This time the sigh did leave his lips. Another problem. And this one was strong too. Probably the strongest in the class. This would be fun. I have talked about my fear of astral projection back when I was just born, but if I get scared of fucking Izuku, what the hell am I supposed to do against divine beings? I ignored this subject altogether for now. My high school life would be fun, very fun, at least until I leave to walk on my own path after the first year. Either way, I am looking forward to it. Nice abs, bro. I stilled briefly looking at the redhead, Ejiro Kirishima, who stared at my chest-naked body. We were inside the locker, changing our costumes since Aizawa gave us gym clothes and asked us to gather outside. Damn, they're so well defined. It's as if an artist drew it. That chest, those biceps, and especially those abs. Is your quirk, perfect physique, or something? Ah. I am feeling jealous. He came closer to me and tried to place his hand on my chest, but I raised my hand. Stop, right there, I am not into boys. Huh. It's just touching each other, it's fine. It's not fine, that's gay. Say no homo. What dash? Say it. And no homo. Good. I sighed while Kirishima looked confused. Fuck, stay away from me, don't just randomly touch my chest, dude. I used observe to make sure of his intentions, he's always been sus in the anime. I heaved a relieved sigh seeing his state. Well. I guess he doesn't have any weird ideas, my bad. I sighed at the end and raised my hand for a handshake. It's Neji Hado, nice to meet you. It's Ejiro Kirishima. He accepted my handshake as the mood lightened a little. After that, I wore gym clothes in a rush and reached the ground. I am curious about what type of test Aizawa is going to take this time. I think all the students here attended hero middle schools, so they have already done ball throw, long jumps, and such using their quirks before. Aizawa should already have a record of that, and from what I know of his character, he wouldn't just take the same tests and waste both his and our time. We reached the ground where a soccer field was present. Aizawa, who was standing there, talked first. Welcome to the hero course, everyone. You're 20 seconds late, not very hero-like. A hero should be present at the crime scene even before it happens, we are not police after all. Kaminari suppressed a laugh from my side while Aizawa continued. I don't want to waste more time, so I'll get straight to the point. I know that every one of you is from a hero school other than Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. This made me raise an eyebrow. Bakugo didn't attend a hero middle school. Why? It should have been easy for him to get there with his quirk. Blah, not my problem. Bakugo didn't look happy at the mention of this, but Aizawa continued regardless. I already have the test results of ball throwing, long jump, 50-meter run, and such games. I don't want to repeat it here just because of 2 students and waste time, so I'd instead have an extra class after school ends. I can't let any future heroes slip by. Bakugo and Izuku nodded, Izuku still looking at Aizawa dismissively. I am getting more curious about what exactly happened to him. Either way, I do have some plans for you guys in my mind. Hero Middle School only taught you how to use your quirks better, and make you familiar with them, but in UA we are going to push you and your quirk to its limits. That's why we are here. At Aizawa's pause where he waited for the students to process his words, Momo leaned at me. Pest, what do you think he's going to make us do? Play soccer. I looked at the soccer field behind him along with the multiple balls. Multiple balls. I looked at Momo, I have an idea, how about you tell me yours first? Momo hummed before nodding. Okay then. She then turned to the field. I think he's going to make us play soccer, but 1v1 against each other. If you count, there are exactly 10 balls, enough for 20 students. Heh, smart girl. I put my hand on her head and patted it. Good girl. Hee hee. She nudged closer to me at this. Momo acts like a cute little puppy to me sometimes, really makes me want to pet her more. Noticing Ochako looking this way, I removed my hand from her head, to which Momo dimmed a little but still nonetheless had her smile. I then said, I guess you're right, the thought didn't cross my mind. Not really true, as I had the same idea, but this would make her feel better than she was already, so meh. Doesn't matter. And as expected, Aizawa then started to explain. As you can see, this field has exactly 10 balls. Like some of you deducted, you'd have to play against each other 1v1. The game is simple, the first side to score 5 goals is the winner. This started a chatter between the students while Momo was smiling softly too. Momo's personality is a bit different because of how much I influenced her mental growth this time, but she is still the same Momo Yaoyorozu from canon. Aizawa then looked down on his note. I have tried my best to make the game fair since this allows the use of your quirks. For example, Tsuyu would need to exert great effort to be able to win against Todoroki because of Frog's natural weakness to cold, so I hope to not see any excuse of unfairness from any of you. Both sides would be on equal advantage and disadvantage. And after that, he went to talk about the rules. Long story short, everything is allowed as long as our hands don't touch the balls and we don't hurt our opponents. Then, he announced the first participants. Now, for the first round, Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu, please come forward. Oh my, now this is intriguing. Chapter 54, Unexpected Development, 2. Chapter 54, Unexpected Development, 2. Izuku Midoriya vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Who would win? I turned to Izuku, the protagonist with tier 4, and then I turned to Momo, my girl who blinked thrice realizing she has to fight first. Creation. This quirk allows the user to create any non-living object or material as long as they know the molecular structure of whatever they are making. This is her quirk, and you know how powerful is this, exactly. Well, Momo can create a TNT and blow this school up, and in that case even the tier 4 Deku would die. So does that mean she is stronger than Izuku? Before answering that, let me talk about her weird power system. I have said before, at first, I wanted her to be with me because of her quirk, and this has a lot to do with that statement. She is surely not at the level of Ryukyu but Momo Yaoyorozu, tier 5. She is still tier 5. I am not surprised. In fact, when we first met in middle school, her tier was 4. Her quirk grew more dangerous, or versatile, whatever you call it, as she gained more knowledge on how to make things. Back to the previous question, is she stronger than Izuku? The answer is, well, no. Obviously, even Ochako would be able to beat Momo if given the chance, let alone this new Izuku. Momo might have greater destructive power considering whatever she decides to make, but for the sake of truth, her tier 5 is just for show inside a battle, as long as her enemy doesn't decide to finish her as soon as possible, which is the case here, in this game. She might not be stronger than Izuku per se, but she can indeed defeat him, at least in a game such as this. Looking at Momo's concentrated face as she stared at the battlefield, mostly coming up with a plan, I patted her head again. Scared. She turned to me and stared at my eyes with well-hidden worry present in her gaze. What makes you think so? He's strong. Momo didn't respond to this. She wouldn't have taken any of the hero course students lightly anyway, but my words seemed to have concerned her. Momo knows, or at least suspects, that I have some kind of scan ability that lets me know the power level of someone. That's why her face darkened a little. Momo is a nice girl, but she has some twisted things about her too, which I guess is normal for rich kids to have. Among the many things there is, the most prominent thing is, she doesn't like to lose. No, she doesn't want to lose. Not in exams, not in games, not in anything. If she does lose, she enters a state of a reality check and, for some reason, accepts the person who she lost to as someone superior to her. That's what happened when I beat her at all the video games she threw at me. She started to think I am a god of games who she can never beat, which is not false considering all my gaming proficiencies. Anyway, the point is, I am telling her that Izuku is strong, not to make her discouraged, but to make her take this seriously because I don't want her to believe someone else other than me is superior to her. Fuck, I am acting like Era again. Anyway. I gotta make sure my girl wins, but also to not make her feel like she is using underhanded tactics. She hates that. I have an idea dash. I started but Momo stopped me. It's fine. She turned to the soccer field with thinned lips. I want my first match with another future hero to be fair and fun. Okay, sure. Yaoyorozu Momo knew her best friend didn't want her to lose, that's why he said those words, but she didn't want to rely on his plan. She already has her own plan, after all. I don't know what quirk he has. Looking at Izuku Midoriya, she realized her disadvantage. But the opposite is also true. Her plan is simple. She knew it'd work in most cases, and so she nodded just when Aizawa called. Both contestants come inside the field. At Aizawa's words, both Izuku and Momo walked inside the field, both occupying either side of the arena. Izuku slowly took out his left hand from his pockets while staring at her indifferently. His green eyes were dim, looking bored and a bit arrogant. Opposite to him stood Momo with a determined look on her face and a busy mind, prepared to change her initial plan at any given time. In front of both of them, at the exact center of the field, the football stood. Momo prepared to use her quirk as soon as Aizawa declared. The game starts now. She quickly spawned a gun in her hands that would shoot a sticky arrow with a rope bound to it. Using this she'd be able to bring the ball from the middle point without any problem. Bang. She immediately fired the gun as the bullet/arrow accurately hit the ball, causing it to get stuck, seeing which an immediate smile appeared on Momo's face as she pulled the trigger again, causing the ball to jump to her and landed on her leg. She immediately ran for the goalpost behind Izuku, but just as she was about to pass Izuku, who was surprisingly standing casually, the ball that she was about to kick simply disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, it moved so fast that it seemed like it disappeared. Izuku Midoriya has scored 1. At Aizawa's announcement, she abruptly turned her head to her goalpost and found the same football bounding inside. What? Shocked, Momo turned to Izuku, who was standing with his left hand raised straight horizontally, with his palm facing the goalpost that had green light dancing on its rods, as an indication of the goal. This would be easy. He muttered simply with a smirk that made a cold sweat run down Momo's back. Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya went back to their spots. Well, Momo did. Izuku never moved from his spot in the first place. The ball was also back in its place, but Momo wasn't prepared yet. The ball didn't teleport. She thought, frowning. The ball moved so fast that she didn't even see it, so she assumed the ball simply teleported, but from the way Izuku had his hand raised, and the way she felt a pulling sensation. Telekinesis. She thinned her lips. She wasn't sure, but that most likely was the case. She decided to change her plan then. With such a quirk, trying to keep catching the ball using sticky arrow wouldn't work anymore. So she came up with another idea. Round 2, start. At Aizawa's declaration, she again created a gun, but this time, instead of shooting sticky arrows, she shot a small and round black orb that rushed at the football. All the while Izuku didn't intervene. This would be too easy and boring if he didn't let the girl use some of her tricks. Bam. The round ball she shot hit the football, passing all its velocity on the football, causing the football to blast forward instantly, passing under Izuku's legs, as Momo smiled again. However, the ball stopped right before entering the goal post just as Izuku raised his palm towards it. Momo stilled as the ball jumped at Izuku's palm as if it was an iron attracted towards a magnet. This was when Momo had her moment. Then the ball left Izuku's palm and entered Momo's goalpost, and just as Aizawa announced Izuku's second score, Yaoyorozu Momo figured out his quirk. Magnet and iron, but it can't be magnetism since the ball isn't made of metal. It also can't be telekinesis based on how it just stopped and jumped in a singular direction, is it? Attraction and repulsion. Telekinesis would have been hard to counter in this game, but this on the other hand, even if similar to telekinesis, can be cheated. Okay, you got this, Momo. She breathed out. Until now she was throwing the rock randomly, but now she could see her target, albeit the target was far to reach. But this could work. She noticed how Izuku doesn't bother to act before she does. That can help her. She just has to catch him off guard. Round 3, start. The mumbling of the student stopped just as she created another gun, this time a bigger one with a large mouth, and fired a soft net with small magnetic cubes attached to the different ends of it towards the football. The net encircled the ball like a bug, the magnets clinging together. By that time, Momo was in front of the ball and kicked the ball with all her strength towards the post. Bang. All this happened almost too fast for Izuku to react, the key word being almost because immediately Deku raised his palm at the flying ball as it stopped in midair. The ball then rushed back to his hand, but before it could touch his palm thus rendering it a foul, Izuku redirected it at Momo's post. However, the ball stopped in midair again before it could enter the post, causing the audience to gasp. Phew. Shocked, Izuku turned to the side as his eyes widened. Momo had a huge U-shaped magnet in her hand, pointing at the ball. Izuku realized what the net was, no, what the cubes attached to the net was. Magnets. Small magnets were being controlled by the large ones. Izuku grit his teeth and tried to push the ball further. He could attract up to 9 tons after all, this much was nothing. He was deliberately using less power because if used his full on a mere football it would just burst. However, before it could heed his command, the ball had already rushed to Momo, and by the time he could point his arm at the football again, thus locking target, the ball had entered his post. Momo Yaoyorozu has scored 1. Yes. His opponent jumped up in ecstasy, to which Izuku clenched his jaws. He should have seen through this. He assumed the girl's ability was something like gun creation, which let her create different kinds of guns based on her previous creations, but it seems her quirk is more versatile than that. Ha, ha ha. He chuckled softly as his bored gaze turned sharp. Momo knew the same tactic wouldn't work, more so since Aizawa removed the net from the ball before the next round, and even her opponent seemed to be in his guard. But she had more than one way. Round 3, start. Midoriya raised his hand the moment he heard this, however, before he could bring the ball to his hand, Momo shot another bullet. But this bullet just stabbed inside the ground. Izuku grinned, she has missed. Flash. Before Izuku could celebrate, the bullet flashed like a stunt bomb, creating light that blinded him, causing him to draw back his palm and instead cover his eyes. And by the time he opened his eyes, Momo Yaoyorozu has scored 2. This time the girl didn't yell. Momo Yaoyorozu, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, the thing that seemed to have protected her from the light, had curled up lips. She simply went back to her position. Izuku finally decided to give this his undivided attention. He took his right hand out of his pockets. In the next match, round 4, Izuku won. Since Momo knew Izuku would be on guard for any of her weird tactics, she instead decided to just run and kick the ball normally, which was her mistake as Izuku simply pulled the ball to him and redirected it to Momo's post, thus gaining 3 points. At round 5, Momo created a baseball bat using which she hit the football thrown by Deku, who could only throw his projections at a single path, causing the ball to enter his post and gaining her 3 points too. The cat-mouse game continued for 2 more rounds and both of the players now had 4 points. This time, in round 8, Izuku also had a plan. He rarely plans anything after the changes he went through, but he was still a nerd once. He could make plans that could even catch certain heroes off guard. He stared at Momo with sharp eyes, waiting for Aizawa to start the match. Round 8, start. Just as he said this, Izuku threw the ball at Momo's post. That was his plan, being as quick and direct as possible. However, surprising him, Momo aggressively blocked the ball with her body. Deku tried to push beyond, however, surprising him even more, Momo opened her shirt's chain and closed it immediately, thus locking the ball inside her shirt. Izuku frowned and turned to Aizawa. "Sensei, isn't this breaking the rules?" Aizawa shook his head. "Her hands haven't touched the ball yet." Izuku groaned and turned to Momo as his frown deepened. Drop, drop, drop. Now, multiple footballs were bouncing on the ground. There was no football inside Momo's shirt either. TCH. Izuku clicked his tongue. He shouldn't have turned his head against an opponent like Momo. It seems she created more footballs. It was when Aizawa explained, as you know, when the football enters the post would glow green. That'd only happen when the real ball enters because of the sensor inside the football, and only then would it count as a score. Izuku nodded at it. This wasn't bad either. Until now, he was facing difficulties targeting the single ball, but now that there are multiple balls on the ground, he can just release a wide and spread a repulse, and all the balls would naturally enter the post. Which is exactly what he did. He crouched down and clapped the ground with his hands, causing a repulsive shock to leap forward and hit the balls, resulting in all the balls entering the post, making Izuku grin. He turned to Aizawa for the last declaration. However, Aizawa's eyes were focused on someone else. Realization hit Izuku. He turned to the post and confirmed that it didn't glow green. Then turning his head abruptly, Izuku saw Momo running past him, and on her back, under her shirt, a round lump was present. Izuku easily understood what the lump was, but since he couldn't see it, he couldn't focus on his quirk on it either, so he instead focused on Momo trying to stop her from entering the post, but his quirk didn't work. Why? Like I said, using quirks on the opponent is forbidden. Turning back, he could see Aizawa's glowing red eyes and floating hair. This was when Izuku finally recognized who his homeroom teacher was. Beep. Just then Izuku's goal post made a sound and glowed green. Aizawa released Deku's quirk and declared, "Yaoyorozu Momo has scored 5. The winner of the match is Momo." No way. Izuku felt gravity pushing him down as he almost fell on his face. What happened? He, the great Izuku Midoriya, lost. Was his master lying? No, never. He immediately shook his head. His master would never lie. So he instead tried to decipher what Momo did, exactly. First Momo captured the ball inside her shirt, then when he turned to Aizawa, she created more footballs which filled the ground. That part was clear. But how did she move the ball on her back from her stomach without using her hand? That should be impossible, at least in such a short time. Izuku and Aizawa at most talked for 5 seconds, and Aizawa had his eyes on Momo the whole time, too, so she couldn't be cheating, then. Izuku clenched his jaws. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Damn it. Of course, Izuku didn't know that Momo could uncreate things too, albeit only small things like the football. Momo uses her calories to create different things, but after Niji gave her some ideas that she never thought were possible, she was able to come up with this technique. She calls it antimatter. Here, instead of turning her calorie into matter, she makes matter into calories, instead, but not by consuming them by her mouth, like food, and instead absorbing them using her body, her skin. What she did was, she absorbed the football into calories from inside her shirt, then without mixing the calorie inside her body, she simply guided it behind her and popped it out of her back, causing it to get stuck between her back and shirt. In this scene, the football was the same, not a new one. That's why the goalpost still recognized it and glowed green. Ha! Momo heaved a sigh as a smile bloomed on her face. UA High looked promising because she had won. Chapter 55, UA High, 1. Chapter 55, UA High, 1. Momo walked back to Niji, almost hugging him in ecstasy, though she did stop before that could happen. She didn't want to give others weird ideas. They weren't dating, after all. Only when she stood beside him did he murmur congrats. She curled her lips up as he started to compliment her. Midway to his compliments, some girls approached them. "I am Mina, nice to meet you." "And I am Itsuka Kendo, I was going to say how great you did in the match. I was at the edge of the seat the whole time." I for one am very scared since my quirk is hand-related, and in this game, using hands is forbidden. Momo smiled awkwardly and gave Niji a look from the corner of her eyes. Niji just shrugged and waved her off, taking a walk to the boys and standing beside Denki Kaminari, instead. He didn't want to restrict Momo from making friends just because of him. Well, at least as long as the friends aren't weird. It was when Aizawa declared the next match. Hanta Siro vs Tsuyu Azui. Niji was starting to see why Aizawa said there won't be any unfairness. For example, in this new match, Hanta has a useful quirk that can restrain anyone, but in this case, since using quirks on the opponent is banned, he'd instead use it on the football. However, along with Tsuyu's frog reflexes and her long tongue, she would be able to counter this easily. It wasn't perfect, of course, but it was as perfect as it could be based on the context of the characters. While Siro and Tsuyu walked to the field, Niji heard a pest calling him. Turning to his left, he met Kaminari, who looked at him with a smile. "Hey man, is that Yayaro's a girl, your girlfriend?" Niji almost raised an eyebrow before shrugging and focusing on the match. "We are close, but we haven't started dating yet." They weren't dating. There was a reason for that. A very concerning one. Before Kaminari could have any weird ideas, Niji cleared. "Don't try pursuing her though." He gave him a small smile. "Accidents are normal, after all." Oh okay. Kaminari couldn't tell what he meant by this, but he had a bad feeling, so he just swiftly turned his gaze forward. Even without Niji saying it, Kaminari could see they were very close, so he wasn't going to pursue her anyway. Kaminari liked girls, but he wasn't into stealing others' girls. Well, all of this is considering he could even come close to stealing someone who Niji was going after. The next matches went smoothly. Todoroki went against Bakugo. Shit was weird, but it ended with Bakugo winning. Todoroki had obstructed his goalpost with ice, but Bakugo easily broke it with his explosions. Todoroki was able to score 3 goals, by the time Bakugo did 5. Mr. Icy Hot could have done better, truthfully, but from what I understood he never played such games before. Poor cunt. Also, some people were exempt from the no hands rule. For example, Uraraka couldn't start her quirk without using her hands, and Itsuka Kendo's quirk is basically her hands. It truly seems Aizawa has done his research. He's a good teacher. Oh, and unlike how people would think the others would call it unfair, they were completely chill with it. After all, even if they were teens, they were at the top of this country, they were more mature than most. Anyway, this was the 19th match, Toru Hagakure vs Ochako Uraraka. Another perfect match. I mumbled while wearing sunglasses, 4 reasons. Uraraka can goal super easily just after touching the ball once, since a light kick can throw the gravity-less ball to space. Yet, she couldn't just carelessly kick it either, since she has no idea where her opponent is. For all she knew, Toru might be standing right in front of the ball, thus if she throws the ball there, it'd be blocked by her. This was an interesting match for me, not because of the premise, but because of what I was seeing with Eyes of the Lord. I looked forward as Toru ran with the ball on her legs, kicking it slowly with a sweaty face. Her small perky boobs jumped up and down as my eyes followed their movement fixedly. A trail of sweat dripped down between her cleavage until it fell inside her navel. Yes, I could see the invisible girl. Image here. Apparently, she looks like Chika Fujiwara. Goddammit, their personalities match too. Though who knew Eyes of the Lord was this useful? I guess since it's supposed to see every movement, it can't just ignore a movement just because it is invisible, can it? Very good feature, 5 star. Hey man, you okay? Suddenly Kirishima's voice interrupted my view, causing me to frown under my sunglasses. Why are you wearing sunglasses? I sighed and turned off EL and lowered my glasses at him, my new cosmic blue eyes meeting his. You see, as beautiful as my eyes are, they are sometimes too sensitive to light. I turned back to the match with EL on, nodding to Kirishima's concerned words. I have no excuse for the octogram in my eyes, so it's better to hide it. The winner of the 19th match is Ochako Uraraka. Hagakure scored 3 goals, but Uraraka still won in the end. They were getting along regardless of the loss though. Now is the time for the 20th match, meaning Niji's match. He eyed his inevitable enemy, who was instead busy with Todoroki. Gay. He shrugged. It was when Aizawa called. For match 20, Neji Hado and Inasa Yarashi, please come and stand inside. At the same time, Momo ran to Niji and whispered, hee hee, time to prove your arrogant words back then. Niji stared at her for a second. They're weak, he said. She seemed to be looking forward to seeing him prove his words. At this, Niji made a sad face. To think my girl would test me, hiya. He didn't mind it, not when he knew Momo. She was just a bit curious. He aced all the quirk-related tests in middle school. However, he rarely used minimal effort. Everything ended even before things started. So Momo was curious about his limits. though it was foolish of her to think a hero course student would be able to push him to his limits. Knowing this, the least he could do was show off in her honor. Niji walked inside the field and stood opposite Inesa, who had a stupid smile on his face. "There is no shame in losing, however, I hope we'll get along after this," he said, sounding so genuine. "He's a nice dude, but he's arrogant." Well, not like Niji could complain. Never mind, Niji just didn't like him looking down on him, that's all. He could hear the whisper in the audience, asking how many points he and Inesa had gotten in the entrance exam. Momo informed them about Inesa being a recommended student, so he didn't have to take the normal exam, and as for Niji, she refused to answer. However, the people present in the people who saw Niji in action, didn't bother with it, not at all. They knew who the Silverhead was, what his powers were and how his personality was. This caused Niji to smile at Inesa too. The game starts now. At Aizawa's announcement, Niji's smile became a grin just as he raised a finger at the football. The ball immediately jumped in his direction as it was pulled by his earring of authority. However, midair, it stopped. Phew. Wind encircled around the ball. Inesa had his head higher with his hand raised and his palm facing upwards. Ho! Niji muttered just as Inesa did the same. Telekinesis. Inesa inquired as the ball started to move towards him, but as Niji gripped the ball with more force, the ball stopped right there. At the exact middle of the field, at the air, the ball floated, moving behind once, then moving forward, continuing the motion. The crowd was dead silent, seeing the game of control happen for exactly 10 seconds before a laugh left the Silverhead's mouth. Such control. Wind is a very strong element if used right, and it does seem you can use it that way. Niji acknowledged. His telekinesis might not be strong enough to tear apart a building, or pick up even 9 tons like Izuku, but when it comes to smaller objects, his control is matchless. Yet Inesa could match it. Truly formidable. However, Inesa didn't like being talked like this. No, the Silverhead did compliment him, but it was as if an adult was praising a child for being able to walk properly. Why did he sound like he was superior to him? If Niji could hear his thoughts, his answer would have been, because I am, but luckily he couldn't or he would have a weirdo after him. Inesa gave the last blast of his power on the ball, causing it to flip upwards instead of forwards because of the pressure from both sides. As it rolled in the air and Inesa decided to grab it again, however, his eyes were instead fixed on the figure of the Silverhead, who kicked the ground with blasting shockwaves and jumped in the air. As his opponent's figure leapt into the air, in front of the ball, he flipped in the air just as his waist bent and his right leg slammed on the ball, creating a sonic boom in the air just as the ball surged inside the goalpost. Silence fell on the ground except for Niji's feet landing on it. From the crowd, Momo was shocked at first before her lips curled up. Inesa on the other hand had a hard time processing things before a large frown appeared on his face. Niji simply smiled. There is no shame in losing. Even Aizawa was a little surprised. While he was in the air, Aizawa's eyes could barely follow him. Neji Hado has scored 1. He nonetheless announced. A magnificent cheers of "whoa" left the crowd, which Niji basked on while Inesa took a better position. This was easy. Showing off is fun. But I got a match to end now. Though from the looks of it it'd be a 5-0 match. It's not my fault that he's weak. I stood straight as Aizawa announced, "Start, again." The ball immediately flew forward with a bursting sound and rushed at the goalpost fast. As fast as the wind. It took me a little effort to jump in front of the ball, but I nonetheless stopped it. I blocked it with a shield. A round, golden shield made of solid shockwave. Remember when my quirk became level 5 and I got the ability to manipulate my shockwave's density? By concentrating, I can create a small shield that dissipates in a few dozens of seconds. But this is enough for now. Before the ball could bounce off the solid shield of shockwave, I blasted the shield forward, thus pushing the ball towards the post on the other side at a speed beyond it came forward. However, being super close to the trajectory, Inesa was fast to react, as he jumped in front of the ball just like me, creating a solid square wall of wind. Interesting technique. I just blasted forward with shockwaves, coming just above the ball. I kicked it with my feet, breaking his wind barrier and crashing it into the goal post. There is a difference of power between us, I muttered as I landed on the ground. Telekinesis is just one of my powers, but wind is all Inesa got. However, the current Inesa's wind manipulation is at a bit above basics. He can't do the supernatural things as of yet. So, is it even a question who'd win? Neji Hado has scored 2. Aizawa's words confirmed. Round 3 started. I simply ran towards the ball. Inesa tried to move the ball with his wind, but it kept it still with my telekinesis. He was trying to push, I was trying to push, so we were nullifying each other. After that, it was a match of strength and speed as played normal football. Inesa was a guy bigger than most, bigger than me even. He also had a very well-defined body for a 15-year-old, but it still can't match my 100-plus stats. Instead of using my quirk this time, I simply played with the ball with my legs while Inesa did the same without any choice. He tried to snatch the ball from me, but I kicked it back with my left leg and brought it forward with my right. Then dancing it around my leg, I kicked it inside the goal post again. Niji has scored 3. By this time, the winner of the match was more clear than water. Whoa. Mina gasped while her eyes observed the fight. They glittered seeing the silver-haired kid single-handedly dominating the match. Are you two dating? She asked Momo, turning to her. If not, can you give me his number? Momo smiled awkwardly at her cheerful tone. First of all, she didn't expect him to show off like this. Momo didn't doubt him that he could beat Inesa, but she was just curious after seeing Inesa single-handedly dominate Todoroki, just like how Niji was doing right now. Now she got her answers, but an opened honey jar is bound to attract bees. Well, not like she minded that much. Niji and she were just friends, even if they were a bit closer than normal, he was just a friend. He never talked about dating before, so she also never pushed it, fearful that it'd make him mad, or even worse, ruin their friendship. She could only see 2 reasons why he never talked about dating. 1, he doesn't want to date anyone, or 2, he just sees her as a friend, so he doesn't want to date her specifically. Either way, she wasn't confident enough to take the initiative. She would wait for him to talk about it, and if he doesn't do that in, well, a few months, she'd just move on. It's not like there aren't more boys in the world, in this school. If only Momo knew the reason. If Niji starts dating her, Nijer would surely come to learn about it, and when she would, he knew how mad she'd get. At the same time, Momo would also learn that Nijer and he have a weird relationship, and he had no idea how she would take it in. So taking a misstep here would push him into a cliff, causing multiple possible problems to arise at once. He wasn't willing to do that before he made both girls either accept each other, or make them love him so much that no matter what, they wouldn't mind sharing him. He has yet to decide which one to choose. However, he should indeed act fast, if not, Momo might slip off. Girls are like fish, slimy fish. If you aren't able to grab it when she throws herself at you, she'd be lost in the water. No, we aren't dating, Momo answered with a giggle. Though I can't give you his number, unfortunately. He asked me not to give it to others after I accidentally gave it to a creepy auntie. Sorry. She made an apologetic face, to which Mina sighed. Just then. Round 5, Neji Hado has scored 5. The winner of the 20th round is Neji Hado. Aizawa announced as Momo stuttered. She just missed the last goal. Chapter 56, UA High, 2. Chapter 56, UA High, 2. Inesa couldn't believe he lost. He was strong, very strong. People like Todoroki couldn't beat him, though he did refuse to use his fire, but still, the point was that he is a strong motherfucker. Yet he lost one-sidedly, with a score of 0. A part of him wanted to believe that his opponent just had a more suitable quirk for the game, but another part of him retorted to that. He was no coward. He was strong, prideful even, but cowardliness. That's not him, not even a bit. He clenched his jaws, taking a deep breath. He had lost. Fair and square. He accepted his defeat. Even if a corner of his heart blazed with the feeling of failure, he still stood straight and high. The next second, he bent his waist and lowered his head for a bow. I, Inesa, am very grateful for this match. His voice rang aloud. He could see his opponent's face, but he felt like that guy was listening to him attentively. This has made me open my eyes, made me realize my standing in the greater scale of things. If given the chance again, I hope we'd be able to push each other to the limit. In a proper duel, not a game. He just heard a small chuckle from in front, causing him to peek forward without raising his head. Sure, why not? I am free. Inesa beamed at this. Thank you. He couldn't say this didn't make him feel better. He lost. But he now had a new rival to surpass. A certain trio, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Izuku, watched the scene silently. They were busy staring at me with matching frowns. But I could tell their thoughts were different. And this guy, weirdo. Ugh, kids. I shrugged my shoulders and walked away, going to Momo instead. She gave me a high five just as I spotted a hidden concern on her face. I have intuition. A sub-ability of observe, which is again a sub-ability of eyes of the Lord. Intuition is something that works strangely. Normally it just helps me avoid attacks in a battle without using EL, but sometimes it gives me a lead on a problem I didn't know even existed. This was one of those sometimes. Right now, something was telling me, something was whispering in my ears, something is wrong. I don't know what, of course, but I do know something is wrong, I can feel it. Aizawa scribbled something on his notebook, so taking this chance, I decided to ask Momo head on. Yamamoto, is there anything bothering you? I am her best friend, she is mine too, so I expected her to answer me quickly, but surprisingly she looked hesitant. Her lips thinned as she looked at my eyes with a strange glint in them. It's nothing dash. It was surely something, I knew. So instead of letting her close to the case, I interrupted her. Wanna hang out together after school? This is our first time being in this city, we should get to know it better for any emergency situation in the future. After a minute of consideration, she licked her dry lips and nodded slowly at this. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, cool. I nodded at her just when Aizawa called in his bored voice. Everyone. He eyed each of our faces. There were multiple, and by multiple, I mean dozens of reasons this game was held. However, the main two reasons were, 1, for me to get familiar with your quirks so that I can plan future scenarios for you guys as your homeroom teacher. 2, for you all to understand your limits, get familiar with the others, and get a general understanding of where you stand in the class. He went into depth a little more, but it wasn't that important. He basically said how UA is a place where heroes are made, it's not like the middle schools we attended, how it would prepare us enough to protect the world, and blah blah. I am not here to be a hero. I don't have time for that shit. I might look chill on the outside, but it's mostly me trying to fool my brain into believing it is fine, but in truth nothing is fine. This country would end, this world, this hero society, everything would end. I am neither delusional nor naive enough to play hero right now. There is a reason I am at this school, instead of traveling countries and conquering dungeons. It's because of that. I turned my head to the left, high in the sky, a tower stood. A 10-story tower with large golden texts floating over it. Tower of Utopia, number 1 dungeon. I noticed this the moment I stepped into this ground, but I instead focused on the match back then. But now that I am free, I couldn't help by asking. What the hell? Weren't there supposed to be 10 dungeons? Just a week ago, there were 10 skeleton key signs before, but now. All the other signs disappeared, and only one remained. What exactly happened, system? I just decided to mash the 10 dungeons together, in the grid that the rank 10th dungeon is floor 1, and rank 1 dungeon is floor 10, in the hope to help you a bit. The voice of a teenage girl, as if a mirror of my own but female, neither emotionless nor emotional, sounded in my head. From my calculations, this way you'd need 3x less time than clearing the dungeon separately. I hope you don't mind. Mind? Are you joking? This is incredible. If you can do the same for all the dungeons around the country, or even the globe, I won't need to run around the world. The idea was gorgeous, but the system's next statement caused my face to darken. Unfortunately, I can't do that. My power is dependent on Master's own, and your current existence isn't defined enough for me to use it in such a way. I was only able to mix these 10 because they were all under a kilometer. I am terribly sorry. Well, the thought is what matters. But this is great news either way. Okay, last question, how long do you think it'd take me to clear the tower? This is a progressive dungeon. I don't think you'd be able to clear floor 1 in a week, let alone floor 10 which holds a divine being from another world. So I'd say a year. If you're lucky, of course. Well, luck is everything I got. Though divine being from another world. Like anime worlds. I wonder who it is, and how much EXP they would give me. Anyway, so 1 year at UA. Not that long, and the time won't be wasted either because of the dungeons, I would keep getting stronger. I just need to make a way for me to get close to the tower without anyone stopping me, and that'd be hard since wandering around the campus is forbidden. Okay, it's time to be serious. He didn't get the chance to get serious. His older sister had arrived in the first-year compounds for the lunch break, so he didn't have a choice other than eating in the cafeteria with Nijer and Momo. Just like that, after a few hours, the class ended. Wow, I didn't know one of the big 3 was your sibling. Ochako Uraraka had her fingertips touching together as she walked beside me with a happy smile on her face. You know, winning against a true future hero, it's different from how it was in middle school. I really feel like I am progressing, I am heading somewhere. Niji eyed her face with a smile of his own. It's not really that deep. You might have a goal in mind, but if you don't enjoy the process and only thrive for the end, things won't feel right at the end of the day. Uraraka slowed down at this, but Niji kept walking forward. He waved his hands as his figure drifted in the far, approaching a car. This just made her remember why she wants to become a hero. Money. Maybe it's not that bad if she relaxes a bit. A relieved sigh escaped her as she felt a great weight come off her shoulders. She made a great friend. Though her great friend was going to meet his soon-to-be girlfriend. Chapter 57, Momo Yayorozu, 1. Chapter 57, Momo Yayorozu, 1. The sound of the car engine couldn't distract Izuku's already busy mind. He rested his hand on the window and stared at the drifting scene outside. He didn't think he'd meet that fucking Bakugo today. That piece of trash, that piece of garbage who once told him to kill himself. That goddamn punk. He stopped himself from getting excited now. It'd be quite a bummer if he snapped now of all times after keeping up with his character for a whole day. Yes, he was keeping up with his character, or in other words, he was acting, he was role-playing, as a young master. Ha ha. A chuckle left him as his own reflection laughed at him from the glass window. The roleplay was good. It was perfect. His acting was so perfect, he reckoned, that even his thought process was like a young master. He was so good at it that he was able to lose a battle that he could see through from the start. Why? Astral projection. The ability to voluntarily project the consciousness out of the body. Contrary to general belief, bringing your ghost out of your body isn't the only thing this has going with it. Astral projection can be used in various ways, one just needs to be smart for it, and Izuku was as smart as a person can be. By projecting his consciousness barely out of his head, just enough for the two to be misaligned, thus separating his brain and consciousness, he can haze his own mind. However, instead of losing concentration, the opposite happens. At this stage, he can enter into a character's perspective just by concentrating, and that's what he did. In this state, even lie detection quirks don't work on him, because he himself believes that he is that person that he's playing as. But why was he doing this? Why was he going so far? He had a goal now. He didn't want to become a stupid hero, no, that was stupid. What would he get by saving people? Did anyone stand beside him when he needed them? Why would he stand beside others then? Even All Might, the person he respected the most once, told him he was trash, even the symbol of peace didn't stand beside him. Why the hell would he want to become something that was harsh to him? Ha, he giggled as if a little girl. He had a much simpler goal, well, actually he did have a bigger goal, such as eradicating the entire hero society, but that's a long-term goal. He would concentrate on it later. For now, he was focusing on the short-term goal. Izuku Midoriya wanted both Bakugo and All Might for him. No, he won't kill them, they were too precious for that. He'd keep them chained, in his basement, he would keep them for himself. Kak and All Might. He hummed at the names. They were only his. He didn't want to attend UA at first, but after his master disclosed his plan and Izuku understood that being in UA would be beneficial for both him and his master, he accepted the offer. Now the plan was to catch both All Might and Bakugo off guard, then he'd bring them to his home. After that, it'd be a paradise. It'd be heaven. Ahaha. He laughed again, this time his eyes glaring at the window, his reflection grinning to him like a devil, like a broken doll. His first move would be in USJ. The person who currently had the highest chance to win against Izuku, Niji, was instead busy planning what to do with Momo. He had a few ideas about what happened to her, but he wanted to listen to it from her own mouth. Momo somehow knew a coffee shop nearby, it was supposed to be the shop of her grandfather's friend who retired and is working here for fun. She invited Niji there, asking him to get changed up too. This caused Niji to grumble. How did she expect him to change up without reaching his home? Buy clothes from a nearby shop. Ugh. Luckily he had clothes inside his inventory. So he walked to his Aston Martin where Kimi was supposed to be. But from the looks of it, there was another person. The woman wearing a skin-tight hero costume, her ass sticking outwards, hiding only her actual skin color. Namiri Kayama, aka Midnight, was leaning by the window and chattering with Kimi. What? Niji got curious. Did they know each other? He simply walked closer and raised an eyebrow at Kimi's flashing smile. Hi. At his greetings, they both turned to him, Midnight's eyes suddenly blinking. Oh, it's you. Have we ever met before? At Niji's tilting head and confused tone, Midnight's eyes dimmed visibly. Ah. You forgot. What's there to forget? Our only encounter was that wink at the exam, right? I don't really count that as a meeting. Niji answered. Midnight got back the glint in her eyes. So you do remember. Niji stayed silent. Why was this woman acting like this? This didn't match her anime counterpart. He turned to Kimi, she must have the answers. Kimi? You know each other. She nodded slowly. Well, when I was in my third year in Shiketsu, Namiri-chan was in her first year. Namiri-chan, huh? Niji suddenly saw a pattern here. So who came first, the egg or the chicken? They both looked confused at this. I mean, who affected who? I am sure both of you weren't perverts from the beginning, one of you corrupted the other. Kimi smiled wryly at this while Midnight finally acted like herself. She swiped her finger on his lips while licking her lips at him. Oh my, what makes you think I am a pervert? Niji stared at her lips briefly before looking away, as if he didn't care about her tease at all. She was hot, very hot, so he actually didn't mind her tease, but he knew she acted this way with everyone, every other kid in the school, so he wasn't getting any special treatment right now. Though there was something about it. Before he died in his previous life, he had a list of MILFs to fuck, in the wildest case he reincarnated in an anime world. Such as, Tsunade from Naruto, Lisa from JoJo, and Midnight from BNHA. Of course, the list can continue for hours, but this is the gist of it. While he knew his current life was in danger and he would probably die in a few decades, there was something he said to Uraraka just a few minutes ago: enjoy the process, not the result. So a night or two didn't matter, right? And that's precisely why he was acting indifferent to Midnight's tries. These types of women who are bathed in attention every single second would only be attracted to someone who refuses to give her the said attention, well, at least at the beginning stage. Niji knew one of such kind from his previous life, and that woman got so clingy after a certain stage that his nerves hurt even now. Midnight was about to draw back her finger from his lips, but Niji grabbed her hand and bit on her finger softly. She moaned, startled. Niji let go of her finger before Midnight could say anything and instead turned to Kimi. I'd be a little late, I have something to do, wait here please. Kimi nodded immediately. Nijer said she has extra classes, so we'd have to wait anyway. Don't mind me, just make sure to return before an hour. Finally, curiosity got the better of her. Though where are you going? Niji looked at his phone where Momo had sent the location. At the small coffee shop 2 streets away, just give me a call if I am late. Saying this, giving Midnight a last look, Niji walked away with his last words being, enjoy your time. Hey wait. Midnight called for him, but he just waved off, causing her to click her tongue. Inside the coffee shop, Momo waited at the table. She booked a room inside for secrecy because she had a weird feeling that something special was going to happen today. With her finger playing with the coffee in front of her, she daydreamed of things she was expecting to hear today, just as the door of the room opened. Oh, hi. Her friend walked in. He was wearing black clothes that contrasted his silver hair. He changed his clothes as she said. Now she almost felt like this was a date. He sat opposite her, smiling. Thanks for agreeing to hang out. Momo giggled at this. Stop the nonsense, you idiot. Thanks. She has time for him all day. So did you want to talk about something? She played with her coffee with a spoon, her smile eternal. Or just hang out? Niji stopped at this and frowned. You. His tone was eerie. You want me to keep sitting here and talk while you drink? Sheesh. Blinking, Momo immediately coughed and called the shop owner, ordering another cup. She has been so inconsiderate. Minutes later, the coffee came. It was a bit late because the old man is the only worker, but he makes good stuff. The coffee rested in front of Niji, he didn't move his gaze. Momo stared ahead as Niji had his chin resting on his hand while his mesmerizing blue eyes stared at her from his lowered sunglass. Image here. Were his eyes always this blue? Or is she falling in love? Niji. She cleared her throat. The drink would get cold. It won't, as long as you are in the room. She easily understood what he was implying. He was saying, you're hot enough to keep the drink warm. Ah. But why was he suddenly using cheesy lines? What was he intending? Yamamo. Niji sat back straight, raising the cup to his mouth for a sip. Do you have anything in your mind? Be truthful, please. Hide and seek is only fun as children. Momo was caught up guard by this. So he did have something in his mind. Not quite what she was expecting. He didn't quite come in and propose to her all of a sudden, but this is not that bad either. She couldn't normally have said such things she is going to say right now, but now that he was pushing her, she felt she could say it. Momo put the cup down. Have you ever thought of getting a girlfriend? Niji tilted his head, confused, or at least pretending to be confused. Momo couldn't tell. Girlfriend. Well, no, I never saw the need to. Saw the need to. For some reason, Momo wanted to hear something along this line, I have you, after all, why would I need a girlfriend, after this? I have you, after all, why would I need a girlfriend? And surprising her, as if her mind was read, the exact line left Niji's lips. What? But of course, she didn't know how to reply to that. This made her both feel good and get mad. Get mad because he was using her as a substitution for a girlfriend. Feel good because he was using her as a substitution for a girlfriend. As the thought crossed her mind, she realized how weird it sounded. And Niji. She cleared her throat again. Do you consider me your girlfriend then? No. He shrugged. We aren't dating. I thought you were not interested in dating, truthfully. You never talked about it after all. So I just went along the flow instead of pushing you. Momo almost wanted to curse out at this, curse at her. So he was thinking the exact thing she was thinking. What type of bullshit was that? Seconds escalated in minutes as Momo took a deep breath after a gulp. Then she decided to push it. Wanna go out? Wanna go out? How much I wanted to say, yes, I do, but ugh. I just acted as if I had always assumed she wasn't interested in dating, but that's not right at all. I knew she was interested, even if a bit, but I purposefully played obliviously. If I start dating, Nijer would learn about this for sure, and when that happens, another series of drama would start. I have lived through enough drama, I don't want any more of it. But this has come so far already. I know what'd happen if I reject her. She'd give up on me, most likely. I might be her first friend, but her mind isn't weak enough to fall in deep love with me just based on that. She isn't someone like Hinata Hyuga, after all. She is a strong girl. If a hurdle comes to her path, she'd just walk over it after a moment of thought. I guess I have to roll with it for now. I am sure she'd keep quiet for a few months if I ask, and I believe I'd be able to make things right by then. I breathed out and prepared my answer. Sure, why not? We can start dating dash. I didn't get to finish my line before Momo's lips captured mine. Her eyes closed as she kissed me awkwardly by leaning to the table. By the time I blinked twice, the kiss ended, or so I thought. Momo walked over to me and sat on my lap as she immediately wrapped her hands around mine, her lips again pushing down on mine. I didn't retort and placed my hand on her waist, feeling her curves. Things were going fine, very fine, as she encircled her tongue around mine like a snake. However, before we could end the kiss, the door of the rook sprung open. Hey, Niji, guess who's here dash. Both of us, still kissing, turned to the door as I cursed the world. God, wasn't I supposed to have high luck? Why does this have to happen to me? Niji. Chapter 58, Momo Yaoyorozu, 2. Chapter 58, Momo Yaoyorozu, 2. Like mother like daughter, Nijer never cared about privacy in either timeline, that only grew more in the current one since now she had a brother who she got to actively try her no privacy games on. When she heard Niji left for a coffee shop nearby, she wanted to call him back, as Kimi had suggested. However, curiosity got the best of her, like always. She wanted to see who exactly was the person that had him so busy. There was a chance that it's Momo, but she was skeptical about this because when they had lunch at school, neither Momo nor Niji said anything about hanging out after school. Either they forgot, tried to keep it hidden, or outright it's not Momo at all. With all this raging in her mind, she had opened the door of the room where the shop owner was forced to reveal that Niji was in. She came in cheerfully, as cheerful as she always is. However, just when her eyes landed on the couple making out, her world took a spin. What? Niji. Be careful of other girls. If you mess with them too much, they might go stabbing crazy on you. Girls are weird like that. This was his first thought as he heard Nijire's voice. He and Momo never kissed before. This was the first because they weren't just touching friends now they were a couple, a proper one. Yet just then, there were moments in his life where Niji wanted to jump from a 10-story, this was one of those times. This was a weird feeling for him. He has previously been caught cheating in his last life, but he simply didn't give a fuck about the girls back then, so in the end, one of the girls went home crying. But this was different, he genuinely felt anxious as if his heart took a jump. He doubted his sister would start stabbing him, but he still didn't have a good feeling about this. At this point, he was sure Lady Luck was green-eyed. At first, he just thought the term, Lady Luck's boy toy, was a mere joke for the sake of it. But if someone like Lady Luck did exist, then it's guaranteed she is a jealous bitch. He immediately pulled back from Momo's mouth. Momo on the other hand just blushed and cleared her throat. This didn't hit her as bad as it did to Niji. Nijer was simply her her boyfriend's older sister. It is a little embarrassing being caught like this, but it's nothing big. In fact, she must be happy seeing her brother finally getting a girlfriend, right? She realized how wrong she was the moment Nijer walked to her and landed her palm on Momo's cheeks. What? Momo gulped in disbelief. What just happened? Did Nijer, the cheerful Nijer who never probably hit a mosquito, just slap her? Stop, Nijer, nay. Her boyfriend stood up in front of her. It's not her fault. What was he talking about? Why would it be anybody's fault? Two growing teenagers were making out, what's the problem with that? She asked me to become her boyfriend, and I. He shrugged. Didn't oppose. You know how I am already. He muttered the last part, his tone implying something that Momo couldn't quite understand. Momo looked up as Nijer glared at him, a scary scowl on her face. That's exactly the reason why I slapped her. You think I'd slap you, instead, then? May my hands break before they meet your cheeks. Based on the cringy lines alone, they didn't quite sound like siblings. Kimi was fine, she was there from the start, even before me, so I couldn't ask you to leave her for me, but now. Her voice was breaking with her expression twitching. Momo had a high IQ, but her EQ wasn't the best, however, even she understood what exactly was happening in front of her. These two. She didn't know what to feel, because a part of her didn't want to believe it, however, she spoke up. Niji, please explain what's happening. I am drawing things that I don't want to believe. Her boyfriend stayed silent before sighing. Can we leave this place first? I am skeptical about talking here. Momo nodded slowly, but Nijer seemed unwilling, but she didn't have a choice but to nod too. When Niji returned with two beautiful girls by his side, Kimi didn't celebrate like she usually would. Because one of them was a visibly furious Nijer and the other was a Momo who had a hand mark imprinted on her face, Kimi immediately knew, whatever happened, it went downhill. Fortunately, Midnight had walked away just barely a minute ago, but unfortunately, that didn't make anything better. The three kids were silent for the first 5 minutes inside the car. Kimi didn't like the eerie silence at all. Guys. Niji started with the girls sitting on either side of him. They turned to him just when Kimi also looked at his grim face from the rearview mirror. Her gaze met with his eyes staring at the mirror briefly before he nodded so slightly that Momo and Nijer didn't notice, but Kimi sure did. A great warmth of relief spread through her body because she knew what it meant. Well, I guess nothing to worry about then. At first, when he came to the car, it seemed this situation had caught even him off guard, but from the looks of it, he had already solved the problem inside his head. You are curious about what happened, right? Momo nodded, but Nijer simply grumbled. Starting with Momo, basically, I am fucking my sister. Silence fell in the car as Kimi almost choked at his direct approach. Momo stayed silent too, for the first 5 seconds at least, before she yelled. Niji. This is not a joking matter. I am not joking, Niji replied. Ask Nijer about it. Momo turned to Nijer, who didn't show an ounce of shame on her face. From the looks of it, he was right. Whoa. Momo didn't want to believe the conclusion she reached at the coffee shop, but his statement confirmed it. A brother and a sister, 2 siblings, were in a sexual relationship. What? She didn't know how to feel about this. Normal people would have felt disgusted, but she wasn't normal. She was the princess of a rich high-class family, and she herself knew people with such backgrounds were anything but normal. For how long? She asked, holding a breath. Almost a year. So, he was playing with her body for a year while he was already in a relationship. She didn't want to talk about siblings being in a relationship, no, since she had no real meter to judge it. For example, the royal family of England still practiced incest so that their family quirk, decelerated age, stayed on themselves. That's how Queen Elizabeth II was still alive till this day and age. Since such a famous family did it, she couldn't quite judge it, so, for the sake of argument, she took them as normal couples for now. Going by this, he was living with his girlfriend, under the same roof, for a year now, and possibly doing all things a couple should do, yet he was enjoying herself too in the background. What did he see as her? Some kind of side dish. Momo is a quite hard girl to anger. She could barely recall the last time she got angry. However, right now, Momo Yaoyorozu was furious. No matter what, even if she was anything but prideful, she at least had self-respect. However. Do you love her? Momo asked, doing her best to suppress her anger, and trying to sound as natural as possible. Very. As expected, his answer only caused her fury to spike up. Do you love me too then? Why did you agree to become my boyfriend, if not? And if you love Nijer so much, why were you cheating on her with me? Niji didn't have an answer for that, other than pulling the usual harem MC line. I love you too. I love the both of you. Niji. However, this time, it backfired as Nijer yelled at him. He might have gotten a chance to put things in the right place if he got the chance to talk to them individually, however, with both of them here together at the same time, it was nigh impossible to go forward. He was hanging from a cliff. So you're saying, Momo continued. You love the both of us. It sounded absurd, it sounded like a lie. But all her time with him, her best friend, and now her boyfriend, flashed by her eyes. Even Momo could tell there was not even an ounce of acting present, he really enjoyed his time with her, so was he really lying? Momo decided to take a step further. Does Nijer accept sharing you with other girls? What was Nijer thinking exactly? Niji wanted to answer truthfully, but then he'd need to reveal Kimi. That'd just worsen the situation even more. Luckily, this time, his sister got his back. I don't mind, as long as they are approved by me and, well, another person. Momo was curious about the another person, but she was smart enough to realize they won't say her name, so she purposefully ignored it. The other person was Kimi. Nijer realized talking about Kimi won't do any good either, even if she did accidentally talk about her once in the coffee shop. From his sister's answer, Niji reckoned that they both secretly agreed on something like this after the Ryukyu incident. Nijer did say she didn't mind Ryukyu joining the harem, so she can't be a hypocrite and say she minded girls who Niji or Kimi liked. That'd not be fair. So they decided to talk out any next member for their family, not harem, but family. Well, Kimi barely mattered on this as she was fine with anyone joining the family. Momo went over Nijire's words again, as long as they are approved by me. A question popped up in her mind. So you're saying you don't approve of me? Momo asked directly to Nijer, whose face went through colors of uncertainty. It's not that I don't approve of you. She finally said. It's that I hate Niji making girls fall in love with him who would be unwilling to share him, Nijer commented. If there is a person who Niji says he loves, even if I don't approve of her, I have no power to stop her from coming inside this family. That's how it is, he is the leader here, even if I act otherwise. She didn't want to see Niji sad, both as a sister and a lover. Her weak heart couldn't allow that. More so, she just said she didn't mind people joining their family, so it made even more sense to Nijer. You love him, right? Nijer asked Momo. I am sure you do, you have that glint in your eyes. But, are you willing to accept sharing him with me? His sister. Momo had no answer. Of course, being a girl from a hyper-rich family, Nijer at least had some ideas about how she was taught manners. She won't share her men. The answer is no, right? That's why I am angry. Nijer knew about it. Not only is he falling in love, but he is making girls fall in love, the girls who would never join his so-called harem dash. Momo's voice, filled with a strange thrill, interrupted Nijer. I don't mind. Nijer was forced to stop. She didn't mind. Nijer was confused, however, Momo herself was unsure. Niji was her friend, the greatest friend she ever had, and while she almost assumed she was a side dish, that's clearly not the case considering he was courageous enough to say, I love you too. In front of his other lover. He clearly wasn't just using her for her body, and maybe, even was holding back from dating her only because of Nijer, too. That alone was proof enough how loyal, even if in his own twisted way, Niji was to his girls. And frankly, after a series of considerations, Momo didn't see a problem with that. If it's Niji, I don't mind. Momo blushed. He is more than a friend, and we have already touched each other almost everywhere. It's just sharing, more so with you, if you didn't know, you are my second friend, just after Niji. I don't actually mind sharing him with you. Nijer had many things to say, she wanted to question her logic, she wanted to listen to her words another time, however, she simply parted her lips and stared at Niji. You, tell me you're not using one of your magics on her. I am not. Niji replied, honest as water, his smile told her enough of that. Nijer slumped on her back and covered her face. My God, what's wrong with the girls around you? That included herself too, but she ignored that fact. Then, Momo, final query, she raised her finger at the driver's seat. Mr. Harem protagonist fucks her too. Now this inquired Momo's attention as she frowned. Before things could go out of hand, and since Momo had already accepted her position, Niji simply knocked her out with his fingers. Are you angry? Nijer sighed at the question and clasped his cheeks. I am not, just, don't bring girls who I don't get along with. Momo is a nice girl, not nice enough for me to allow her here, but still nice. More so, this is your harem, not mine, so, well, congrats, I guess. You got a hot one. She was mad. Niji was standing outside the car, an unconscious Momo in his hands, sleeping. The night sky lured above them as Nijer walked back inside the car. Take care of her tonight, do whatever you want, but make sure to get to school on time. Goodbye. Niji was standing outside Momo's mansion as he watched the car drift in the distance. Lady Luck was jealous, but it seems she also couldn't see him in stress. Chapter 59, Momo Yaoyorozu, 3, asterisk. Chapter 59, Momo Yaoyorozu, 3, asterisk. After Nijer left, Niji stood by the gate with Momo in his arms. The security guard immediately recognized Momo and Niji and opened the door, guiding them to the main door. Then I will see myself off. Just as the guard bowed and left, Niji took a breath in and pressed the doorbell. Momo's parents should be home today if he wasn't wrong, so he was a bit weirded out. How is he going to explain the unconscious Momo in his arms? Before he could think this over, the huge mansion door creaked and parted in the middle. From inside. A carbon copy of Momo appeared. The only distinguishable difference was her grown-up body, and her brown hair that was laid down softly over her shoulders. She also had a mole on the right of her lips. The married woman blinked at him with her brown eyes, her cherry-red lips parting into agape. Miku Yaoyorozu her name was, Niji reckoned, though he didn't have to remember it because her name was already floating above her head. Miku Yaoyorozu, Tier 2. She was Tier 2, nothing surprising, as expected from a fashion designer. Her eyes observed the comfortably sleeping Momo on Niji's arms as she hummed and looked at Niji's with an understanding look on her face. You must be Niji-kun, right? She smiled at him. Thanks for bringing Momo home. Did she perhaps lose consciousness because of her quirk overuse? Miku has experienced something similar with her own quirk, cloth creation, when she was young. She assumed UA training, or test, or whatever happened today must have been a great burden on her daughter. Niji didn't even blink at her question. The perfect excuse had presented itself in front of him. Why miss it? He simply nodded. Rather, something similar happened. She was tired from the test our homeroom teacher took, and after school, I invited her for a cup of coffee. In the coffee shop she fell asleep on my shoulder. He made sure to point out what type of relationship they had for them to sit together on the same seat, in case Momo's mother didn't know about it already. Miku blinked twice before curling her lips up into an interpreting smile. Ah, my bad, please come inside, we can talk there. It must be uncomfortable carrying a grown-up girl like that. It's no problem, I can hold her like this for eternity. He still stepped inside though, but his comment did cause Miku to raise an eyebrow that she lowered immediately, smiling wider. An involuntary giggle left her as she simply led Niji inside the mansion. Seeing her daughter's boyfriend sitting on the couch with her sleeping daughter clinging to him, Miku couldn't help but laugh to herself. She had no idea her daughter had a boyfriend. Her daughter isn't the type to hide things, at least most of the time. It's that either they've been dating for a while now and Momo was simply nervous to talk out the relationship before, or that everything happened after the silver-haired body called Momo for a cup of coffee, as he said. She observed the boy with her light brown eyes with great interest. So this is who her daughter chose. Miku wouldn't have minded anyone as long as her daughter liked him. Heck, she wouldn't even have minded an insect-type boy. But this, her daughter had a taste. The boy wore a black outfit and had sunglasses plucked in his pockets. He was tall, but not too tall. He was strong since he could hold Momo easily, but he didn't have overly bulging muscles which she honestly disliked, and finally, that face, that perfect face. Miku knew women in her circle who would kill to have a boy with such a face, both as a son or, she giggled. His face looked as if computer-generated, and not just any computer, a supercomputer. If this was one of the games that she used to play back in the day with her blue-haired friend, this boy must have had max CHA. Speaking of her blue-haired friend, that woman was this boy's mother, too. This was perfect in all ways. Tisk. However, she clicked her tongue. She guessed this game was her loss. She produced Momo, who was surely beautiful, but it seems her best friend produced something that was not just beautiful, but low-key dangerous. Dangerous, because she knew, some certain women might jump at him the moment he enters their sight. She was unfortunate to say she was one of them, back in the day, but fortunately, she was more than happy with her husband, because if not... She stopped thinking this entirely. She didn't feel attracted towards the boy now, but she felt if she continued these thoughts, things might change. Is everything okay? The boy's voice caused her to blink before she realized she had clicked her tongue just now. Ah, what a blunder. She smiled apologetically. I didn't mean to offend, you see, just before you came, I had eaten a lemon, so my tongue was still a bit stingy. She observed the boy nod slowly, clearly having a hard time buying her words, before she continued. From the looks of it, Momo isn't going to get up tonight. How about you freshen up and go to bed, instead? Or if you're willing, I can accompany you with a conversation. She sounded as civilized as a person of her status should sound, but the boy simply shook his head. He was clearly used to this status. There is no need for that, thank you. I think I just need a bath. He sweated a lot today, not in the test taken by Aizawa, but in the drama that unfolded in front of his eyes. A hot bath. He added at the end. Niji had gone to sleep after a satisfying bath, all his stress washing away entirely. Momo's mother had a very useful quirk, she could create clothes, which she did for him so he didn't have to sleep naked. Then why? Then why did he wake up naked? Niji woke up feeling something warm holding his you-know-what. His eyes twitched under the radiant light as he parted them slowly, his gaze landing on his lowered body where his pants were missing, then the girl between his crotch. He didn't sleep naked, but he was certainly naked now. Someone, surely that girl in front of him, had stripped him in his sleep. Normally he would have woken up if someone came too close to him while asleep, however, it seems last day's stress drained all his mental power. Niji's eyes then locked in the front, at the girl. God, what is she doing? Momo. Niji sighed. What's the meaning of this? He asked the girl between his legs whose face was leaning towards his shaft with her hand stroking it slowly. She visibly flinched at his voice, clearly not prepared for it. Niji, you're up. Momo was wearing a red t-shirt that clung to her chest tightly, pronouncing her breasts, along with very short pants that showed more than it covered. Seeing him checking her out, Momo cleared her throat but she didn't remove her hands from my tingling dick though. Bruh. I was just inspecting something. I always wondered how a manhood looked in real life. He wanted to joke and say, you could have made one for yourself, you know, but he stopped. Shit is weird, traps or futas, both gay as fuck, according to Niji. Niji simply sighed. Is your inspection done? No. The girl between his legs, still holding his shaft, blushed. I am looking for a reaction, until now, it's just been hard. Heh. Niji smirked. So innocent. Try wrapping your lips around it, then maybe something will change. He half joked, and half expected her to do it, and in a pleasant surprise, she chose the latter after a brief hesitation. Her mouth widened as her tongue slipped past her lips. Chapter 60, Battle Training, 1. Chapter 60, Battle Training, 1. Knock knock. 2 knocks fell in the door of the room just as a feminine voice flew in. Are you two done? Niji almost coughed in shock. That was Momo's mother, Miku's voice. But what the fuck did she mean by, are you two done? Niji gave Momo a narrowed look who looked confused. What? She muttered as Niji elaborated. Why does your mom know you're in my room? You're supposed to hide that fact. And what does she mean with her words? Oh. I told her about the blowjob before I entered your room. She said, Mommy said it's fine. Niji almost felt blood fleeing his brain, almost losing consciousness. Why would you tell your mother that? Blinking, Momo shrugged. Well, I used to hide our relationship before, but now that we're a couple, it's fine. Right. It was fine, but this was not fine. Niji didn't know how to explain. Tell me, have you heard your parents having sex before? Momo tilted her head. Yeah, a lot of times. Mom sometimes even walks naked around the mansion, why? Isn't that normal? This was the moment for Niji. Now he understood why Momo was an exhibitionist and many more things. It was all her parents' fault. Mom, we are not done. It's still hard. And just before Niji could say something, Momo yelled to the door causing him to deadpan. Foo-foo, sure. Don't spend too much time on it, or breakfast would go cold. The giggle trailed away as Niji sighed. Alright. Niji almost got a flashback of his previous mother. She was this open and perverted too, though she was more of a bitch than the cool type that Momo's mom is. In the end, he sighed yet again. Well, I don't think we'd need to spend more time. Momo asked, why? But as her eyes landed on his slumbering dick, she looked more confused than anything else. Though there was no way she could know, remembering his past mother's strangely beautiful face only caused Niji to lose all his libido. The breakfast table was a terrible place for Niji. There, he met Momo's father who had returned home after he had fallen asleep. Toma Yaoyorozu was a tall man with a very muscular build. He has black eyes and black hair of medium length that was messily combed backwards, making it stick outwards. Additionally, he sported a stubble mustache and beard. This guy. Niji almost frowned at his face. Momo's father looked like Yami Sakiro from Black Clover. First Shanks now Yami. Are there female characters with these types of looks? Or are there only the Chad mentors? He must say, whoever created this world had a taste. Though Niji wasn't free enough to think that right now. Mr. Toma had a scary scowl on his face as he examined Niji head to toe, well, as head to toe as it could get while sitting at a dining table. What are you doing in my house, brat? It's Neji Hado, and I came to deliver Momo home because she passed out in school. He stared. Alright, good to know, but why did you and my daughter come out of the same room? Niji didn't quite like the tone he was using to talk. He wanted to be civilized, but this indeed made him feel a bit annoyed. Your daughter was on her knees, my bad, father-in-law. The room grew silent. Niji couldn't help himself, being stared at as if he was a clown did unnerve him. But of course. Ha 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 ha. He wouldn't have said such a thing to his newly made girlfriend's father without knowing he'd get away with it. He wasn't that stupid. See, Miku, the man turned to his wife who was giggling too. I told you Aiko's son wouldn't be a pussy. Bwahaha. The man almost rolled on the table, as Momo deadpanned at her father while Niji shrugged. He could see his state, holding back a laugh, testing you, playing hard. If he had somehow ever married Momo, he was sure his parents-in-law would be fun. Just like that, the dinner ended and a driver brought Niji and Momo to school. Principal Nizu was sitting on his favorite comfy chair which was hired for him to be able to reach the table. Currently, he had his eyes on the laptop resting on the table, the game of Niji and Inesa playing on it. He rubbed his lowered chin, the soft fur meeting his paws. Is this him? Neji Hado, a very charming boy, for human standards, with blue eyes and silver hair. He was unnaturally strong for someone of this age. If Mirio was the next All Might, Nizu was sure Niji was the next Mirio. Nizu was most concerned about his silver hair though. It matched perfectly with Nitai's vision that Nitai himself had shared with Nizu, for clear reasons, as Nizu was quite a few times smarter than even the smartest human. According to Nitai's vision, the silver-haired man had won for all, though that had changed since now the blonde Mirio held the quirk, but that's not the point. Is Niji really the guy in the vision? For all he knew, the guy might be the seat number 1 of Class 2A, a second year, who also had gray hair, or even someone like the kid who got admitted in Shiketsu even after UA had sent him a recommendation letter, Ito Mai. His hair also turned white when using his quirk. There were countless more examples, and honestly, Nizu himself wasn't sure who it could be since he wasn't the one who got to see the vision with his own 2 eyes. If he did, then maybe. Nizu scratched his chin. It seems he now needs to do a bit of research into Niji's personal life. The vision mentioned multiple disarmed women laying around the Silverhead, so the guy either had multiple female friends or multiple lovers. It also mentioned a black cat the size of a skyscraper, though he didn't know on which side the cat belonged to. Either way, Nizu must do some research into his life, his relationship with women, and if he owns pets or not. It'd be a hard job to do since Niji's information is very secretly protected. Nizu could tell it's that woman, Gara's fault. She was too overprotective of her children. It was justified, truthfully, and he would in fact discourage prying into students' personal lives on usual occasions, but he got no choice. This was for the whole world, this was for the greater good. Mr. Principal. A blonde head with 2 antennae made of hair peeked inside the room just this moment. Ah, All Might, come inside please. Nizu jumped off his chair and guided himself to the couch, looking like All Might was already here as he had called. After they sat on either side of the table, on the couch, Nizu started, so have you planned which student would be against which in the battle exam? This would be a true test of the students, not a mere football game. Nizu was looking forward to it more than any other year. Niji and Momo were driven to school by Momo's maid driver. They headed to their class with Momo clinging to Niji, which gathered the eyes of everyone around them. It was the same in the classroom too. When they entered the room with Momo hugging his arm, the guys present did give them a look. Ochako wasn't there yet, so she didn't get the chance to see anything shocking. By the time Ochako had reached school, the class started immediately, and after the boring normal class, the lunch break happened. Nijer didn't come for him today, so Niji almost wanted to go to the third-year campus, but he stayed because of Momo since he would get the chance to meet Nijer after school ended anyway. When lunch ended and the bell rang for afternoon classes, a tall muscular blonde man wearing a hero costume and cape slid inside the room with his hands grabbing the door's side. I am coming through the door like a normal person. It was anything but normal, of course, and the reaction of the students was also anything but normal. It's All Might. Oh my god. From above the reactions were fine, normal even, but as Niji's eyes inspected the room he found the anomaly. Niji's previous question, would All Might still teach Class 1A, was answered, but as he observed the surroundings, more questions popped up in his head. Todoroki still had that burning light in his usually cold eyes, which was still part of the normal, but the reactions that he would consider as abnormal was Izuku Midoriya and Bakugo's scowl. Actually, maybe calling it a scowl would be too light for Izuku. While Bakugo just had a mere disappointment present in his eyes, Izuku had burning hatred, something that vanished a mere second later, but Niji didn't miss it. First of all, Bakugo wasn't supposed to look disappointedly at All Might, he wanted to surpass that man. After all, who would want to surpass a disappointment? Not Bakugo. And Izuku was just. Something is wrong. Something probably happened in the sludge villain incident. Since it did happen based on the TV news, Niji could only reach this conclusion. However, what exactly happened remained a mystery to Niji. Hero Basics Training. All Might announced, patting the blackboard. The class that had put you through all kinds of special training to mold you into heroes. It apparently also gave tons of credits, basically the currency inside UA. Using this, the students can buy anything present in the shops around school, mostly food. Today we do battle training. All Might gave a laugh. This caused the likes of Inasa and Bakugo to grin. Let's not forget the main thing, you'd get to wear your hero costumes. This caused everyone to get excited, along with Niji. He was looking forward to it for a while now. So, everyone, plus Ultra. The class was immediately dismissed to the special locker to change to their hero costumes. UA was just starting. Chapter 61, Battle Training, 2. Chapter 61, Battle Training, 2. Students submit quirk registry and bodily specifications before starting school, then a support company affiliated with the school prepares costumes for everyone. That's how normal students got their hero costume, however. Both Momo and Niji's moms, being world-class fashion designers, had their costumes made by the two women. Certainly, it was bound to be a few times better than the other students. Momo had shown her costume to Niji before, it's the same one she wore in canon. The costume that her mommy made for her was quite revealing, and according to Miku, she merely wanted to show off her creation, aka Momo's beautiful body, to everyone else. Momo didn't really mind, truth be told, she was mostly indifferent to it. Though when she showed Niji her costume before, he didn't say anything about the revealing part. But back then they were just friends, but now they are a couple. Does that mean he would have a different opinion now? In the midst of it, Momo didn't actually know what hero costume Niji had chosen. He said it's a secret, so she was looking forward to it. These thoughts wandered around in her mind as she walked out of the tunnel-like exit with all the other students. However, she couldn't spot her boyfriend because of the dim light. Stepping out of the exit with multiple more students by her side as sunlight greeted them, the deep and masculine voice of All Might laughed. "Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training." The students stopped in front of All Might, taking a pose of their own. Some looked happy, some were grinning, some were even nervous, but the fact was, everyone here was excited. The students observed each other's costumes, throwing compliments left and right, as Momo spotted some exceptional costumes. Katsuki Bakugo wore a tight, black, sleeveless tank top, with an orange X across the middle, forming a V-neck. His most sticking out feature was the large grenade-like gauntlets on his forearms. That was a decent enough design, she reckoned, at least surely better than the thing Todoroki was wearing. Her eyes also flashed by Izuku Midoriya, her first opponent, as she gave his hero costume a look. He wore a slick black vest with golden buttons above his white shirt, as a black coat hung from his shoulders, seemingly attached to his shoulder blade for it to not fall off. In his ears, he had 2 stone earrings, and had a collar-like necklace on his neck. Image here. To Momo, he honestly looked more like a fashion star than a hero, even with the small scars on his body, but she was not in the position to say anything. So she instead continued her search for her boyfriend, but nowhere she looked, she couldn't find his face. Did he disappear? The thought simply withered away, instead, as her eyes fell on the man clad in white, pure white, except for his thighs. Momo blinked. It didn't look like a costume, it looked more like light armor. With silver pieces of metal attached to the chest, creating a chest plate, and silver gauntlet on each forearm along with silver boots, he had a cape floating over his shoulders that had a hoodie attached to it which covered his head. Finally, with a mask on that had blue glimmering light coming out of it, just like the blue light coming out of the circle in his chest, that knight held a heavy spear in his hand. Image here. Momo knew Niji for more than 3 years now, there was no way she wouldn't recognize who the person was under the mask. Only that bastard would bring something so grand. By now, everyone in the class had their gazes fixed on Niji, on his hero suit, as the boy in question slowly took off his hoodie, then his mask, revealing the ever-so-familiar beautiful face. The silver of his hair went perfectly with the silver of the suit. It was a suit made in heaven for him, the students understood. Even All Might was looking at him. Niji smiled. "Stop looking at me like that, I am gonna blush." Bakugo's lips twitched while some of the other students laughed. Momo was about to run to Niji, but Ochako Uraraka reached him before her. "You look amazing." Momo frowned slightly, but she didn't mind. Ochako was just a friend, they have talked before too, since she is just one seat behind herself. Momo approached Niji too and slapped his back as if she was still his best friend. "So this is what you were hiding?" She ran her hands through his chest. "But a lance. Really going on with the night theme, huh?" Niji shrugged at this. "This is not just a lance, but I guess. Okay, I accept I just wanted to look cool, but this is not all about that either. Remember that, dark holy armor? This thing is made from that, at least the metal parts are. My mom has people in her company with useful quirks that help creating costumes as easy as heating water. That's the reason why she is even able to match Momo's mother at all. Basically, they dismantled the armor, then changed the color of the parts to silver, added the cape and mask and also a utility belt with multiple useful items on it, such as the half-circular and circular blades stuck on it. They also made my Nobunaga spear detachable. When disattached, I rest each one of the sticks on either side of the thighs, like right now. The coolest thing is, the suit can change in colors. Well, only to black and white, but that's cool enough for me. It supposedly was a feature of the actual armor, but one needed to pour mana to change it, so I never even knew about it, but luckily, using my dad's technology, it is now possible to change my whole suit into full black, or full white, or even 50-50, which I am using right now. My mom and dad were really curious where exactly I got such an armor, such sturdy metal that can even change color. I just shrugged and said I got it from a sketchy link on the dark web. They warned me to not buy things from there again, and I just nodded. Such easy excuses. Moon Knight armor, unique. Asterisk plus 15% attack power. Asterisk plus 25% dark elements resistance. Asterisk plus 25% light elements resistance. Asterisk plus 50% end. Asterisk plus 10% magic power. Asterisk plus 0.5% movement speed. Asterisk plus 20% MP recovery per second. Asterisk unique skill, dodge, is embedded in this item. Why would I wear normal hero costumes when I can have this baby? This would not just be a way to show off myself, but would actually protect me and help me in a battle. I stood beside Momo and Uraraka just when All Might talked again. By now, the students had their eyes off me and were back to normal again. Everyone, you all will now be moved on to step 2. All Might declared. It's indoor anti-personnel battle training. He continued after the students digested his words. Villain fights usually happen in streets, or in other words, outdoors. However, statistically speaking, the most heinous villains are more likely to appear indoors. All Might coughed in his mouth, which looked more like an attempt to clear his throat, but I knew what it actually was. Toshinori Yagi, High Human, Tier 6. Japan's strongest is now weaker than ever. He had dropped 2 tiers already, and I knew he would keep going down. Honestly, if I had other plans, I would have healed All Might with my health potions, or at least try to see if the potions would be able to cure the wound or not, but All Might would only be an obstacle for me and my future plans if he was back in peak. Just then, All Might announced again. This time, unlike Aizawa's test, I would put you in teams of 2, against another team consisting of 2 people. 1 villain group and 1 hero group. The villains would secure a nuclear bomb which would blow up in 5 minutes, and the heroes have to reach the bomb and touch it with their hands under that 5 minute, if not they lose, and the villains win. This caught everyone's attention. A series of chatter started. The students eyed each other. Who will they be teamed up with, or who will they be teamed up against? Some eyed the students they knew were strong, Todoroki, Bakugo, Inasa and myself. They'd be good teammates, but bad as enemies. All Might breathed in, shouting. The first match would be between Momo Yaoyorozu and Neji Hado versus Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. A small silence fell on the area. I could see both Izuku and Katsuki stilling in their spots. Oh my, this would be interesting. Chapter 62, Battle Training, 3. Chapter 62, Battle Training, 3. All Might observed the dozens of monitors in front of him while standing in front of the gathering of students. The students were still muttering under their breaths because the match hadn't begun yet. Both teams were given 5 minutes to prepare. Niji and Momo were villains, while Midoriya and Bakugo were heroes. All Might was very interested to see how this would end. UA knew every student's past schools, so All Might knew that Momo and Niji were familiar with each other, but the same went for Izuku and Bakugo too. All Might wasn't as familiar as he was with Izuku unlike the canon, so he wasn't aware of Izuku and Bakugo's past relationship and instead thought putting 2 friends against another pair of friends would be fair. More so, All Might knew 3 out of the 4 students. Niji, he knew him from that one time in the sky. He recognized him because of his enhanced memories. Bakugo and Izuku however were a recent memory, only a year old. He recalled telling them how brave they were against the sludge villain, he recalled how he praised them, and he recalled how everything went smoothly. He felt like something was wrong, but he discarded it as just his imagination since he couldn't point it out no matter how much he tried. Though he surely didn't know that Baijia's momentarily enhanced quirk had manipulated his memories. He coughed in his mouth which brought him back to the situation at hand. There was 2 minutes left until the match started, and he was looking forward to it. Don't follow me, Deku. Midoriya followed behind Bakugo slowly. Why? He asked simply. We need to work together here. You think you can beat that kid alone? Of course I can. Bakugo turned to face Midoriya, his palms creating small sparks. At least I am not weak enough to fall for cheap tricks of a spoiled little girl. Izuku observed Bakugo with a small smile on his face. This guy would have normally grabbed him by the collar and threatened him by now, maybe even beat him. But look at him now. So tame. Is he acting tame because of UA High or because of the incident where he got his life saved by the great Midoriya? You should know best that not all quirks are as direct as yours. You're smart, Kaken. He was right. Izuku does have a strong quirk, Bakugo could tell that much, but in that game his quirk wasn't the best. After all, it wasn't actually telekinesis. Izuku smiled smugly. There wasn't even an ounce of thought in his mind telling him that this was all an act, because now, he truly was an arrogant young master. Listen to my plan first then decide what to do. At his words, Bakugo's lips twitched. He wanted to blast this nerd's face right now, but a part of him was reluctant. TSK, he wasn't so mentally weak before. What happened? He simply groaned and allowed Midoriya to speak his mind as his frown deepened. Is this good enough? This is what he hated about this bastard. He was smarter than himself. Even if Izuku did lose the match with that black-haired girl, that was just him taking her lightly, but now that the broccoli was serious. Bakugo hated to say it, but he was the smartest one among them. The preparation time is up. The match starts now. All Might's voice alerted both Niji and Momo, just as she turned to Niji. Are you ready? Niji had his mask pulled down and his hoodie flipped back while his hands rested on his pockets as he leaned on the fake nuclear bomb. His silver hair rested softly on his head just when he released a yawn. I am. Niji had multiple plans, but he wasn't sure if he'd even need to use any of them at all. Those two might be smart, and there is a large chance that they'd even cooperate amongst themselves since there are pieces of the puzzle missing from Niji's mind, but in the end, they were two low-tiered kids. Niji wasn't being arrogant, he was just being realistic. They would never get the chance to touch the bomb. However, nobody died of being too cautious. Let's just roll with it. Niji muttered as he pulled up his mask and hoodie. There is actually a very practical reason as to why he chose to wear a mask. He after all liked to show off his beautiful face, so for him to wear a mask wasn't just for some random ordinary reason. It was because Eyes of the Lord activate. His most useful ability, EL. He couldn't hide the octagram that appears in his eyes when he activates his second quirk, but he didn't have any explanation for it either, so he would instead hide it rather than show off. And this mask, it could do that in both practical but beautiful ways. These thoughts stilled in his mind just as he activated his quirk, something that's not supposed to be there appeared in his vision. Niji didn't react in any way, he simply acted as if nothing was there, his hands in his pockets. Someone was walking, no, floating in front of him in the room. Precisely, the figure of Izuku Midoriya who looked around as if he was taking a stroll in the park, his body half-transparent in Niji's eyes. Astral projection. That's what it was. He was using his second quirk out in public. Did All For One not warn him to at least not use it right in front of All Might? Izuku's body was half-transparent, just like when he saw Toru's body, but he could still catch all his movements. Izuku, as he finished moving his eyes around the room, simply dipped down on the ground, phasing down the concrete floor and going to the lower floors. All the while, Niji leaned back on the nuclear weapon in silence. Niji. Niji turned to Momo. They aren't coming. You think anything is wrong, Dash. Momo wasn't able to finish what she wanted to say, the floor under her shook before it stated to crumbled. But Niji stuck the bomb to his left hand's palm using telekinesis, then dashed to Momo and pulled her to a corner of the room. The floor then simply blasted up, shattered into bits as a hole the size of a car was created. Ah. Momo gasped while Niji put the nuclear bomb down beside her. Shoo, don't make any sound. With a finger pressing down his mask-covered lips, Niji used echolocation and frowned. It was hard to decipher anything because of the debris falling around the entire building. The image of the two figures in his mind rippled as if someone had slapped into a bucket of water. Ha! Niji smirked. Yamamoto, this would be fun. Momo simply thinned her lips. Bakugo clicked his tongue with a grin on his face, his hands pointing upwards. He didn't want to follow a plan made by fucking Deku, but anything for being the number one. Even then, this Izuku wasn't that wimp one, he actually liked this one a little, just a bit. Though it's still hard to buy your explanation. Bakugo shot Deku a glance while lowering his palm. Why though? You think I have a second quirk, instead? Midoriya said he used the repulsion part of his quirk to repulse his own consciousness out of his body, thus attaining something like astral projection. Bakugo didn't buy it, it was not scientifically possible. Then again, there are many things science has yet to discover. So he stopped thinking about this entirely. Whatever it was, it did him good. Bakugo then raised his face to the hole he created. I am going up, you use the stairs. Bakugo didn't wait for an answer and blasted his palms down, his body exploding collision up through the hole. Izuku shrugged and instead of climbing the stairs, he simply pointed his palm downwards and released an invisible force of repulsion that flung him upwards as well. As he reached the top floor, which was 4 floors above from where they made the hole, Izuku's eyes immediately caught the figure of Kaken dashing towards the silver-haired kid. He smirked, Kaken could handle that kid for at least a few minutes, let alone the 10 seconds he would need to touch the bomb and end this game. Izuku turned to his left to find Momo standing in front of the bomb with 2 metallic sticks in her hands, both flashing with electricity. With a click of his tongue, Izuku kicked forward, repulsing the ground thus boosting his speed. Momo stood still in front of the bomb. As Izuku flew towards her, she simply smacked his hands with the long electrified sticks on her hands that caused his body to jerk up and get stunned momentarily. That's when she simply punched towards him with a spring gauntlet that she created right at that moment, which threw him backwards. Ugh! Izuku groaned in pain while covering his bloody nose with his hands. Momo suppressed a smile, she got this. Niji could probably take the both heroes by himself, but she couldn't stand by like a leecher, she hated being seen like that after all. After that, Izuku tried to use his repulsion and directly bring the bomb towards him, but it didn't even budge for reasons he didn't know. Momo smiled again. The bomb was settled just beside the wall, and on the wall, she had clung some strong magnets that were holding the metallic bomb against the wall. She wasn't that good of a fighter, so she needs to somehow manage with these tricks. Well, I guess you're stronger than I thought. Izuku breathed down a little, his arrogant persona didn't want to lose, for both himself and Kaken. So he decided on how to handle Momo. He first raised his hand towards her and pulled her at him. This wasn't the football match, this wasn't banned here. Momo looked shocked at first midair, but she swung her sticks at him, but before she could hit him, Izuku repulsed her body outwards, pushing her body to fly to the ceiling. He grinned and then dashed towards the bomb. His eyelids fluttered as his hand reached out for the bomb, but just then, a braking force grabbed his wrist, causing him to almost cry in pain just when he felt his body moving on its own, and the next thing, he found his back hitting the wall. With a bloody groan he turned his head to the left slowly as his eyes widened. Kaken was pinned down on the floor, his face was resting on the floor while the kid in white was pushing his hands on his back, causing Kaken's palms to face his own flesh, thus blocking him from using his quirk. Izuku's eyes rippled seeing Bakugo struggling under the hold of Niji, his mouth drooling as his face was covered in his own saliva. You. Let Kaken go. For a moment, Izuku almost lost control from his character, but he didn't care. He simply blasted a wave of repulsion to a nearby window, shattering it into pieces, as he then threw them towards Niji. However, Niji didn't move. The pieces of glasses simply hit his costume and fell back. It was just that durable. After all, it was a magical item. However, Kaken wasn't that durable, nor was he magical. Caw. A piece of glass had accidentally hit Kaken in the shoulder, causing him to cry in pain as blood dripped down from him. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. This can't be happening. He moved to run towards Niji. Momo wasn't there to help since she was pushed on a corner of the room by Niji's telekinesis, but by the time Deku could reach Niji, he blasted his shockwaves on the floor, causing the floor to shatter and Bakugo to simply blast down onto the second floor face first. Kaken. You bastard dash. Izuku didn't get the chance to say another word as Niji blasted towards him with his right leg, landing on Izuku's face, causing the latter to hit the window he had just broken and fly out, but he didn't fall down on the street and instead hit the window of another building past the street, thus blasting inside. Then, a slightly stunned voice flew by the mic. Both heroes were knocked out, so with 3:06 minutes left, the villain team wins. Niji couldn't hear if the students were cheering or were merely silent, but he simply breathed out with a smile. Under the mask and approached Momo. Good job, are you okay? Chapter 63, Kinda Seuss, 1. Chapter 63, Kinda Seuss, 1. Niji. Momo threw her nose in the air, pouting a little. I asked you to give me a chance. Now it'd seem like I am sucking off you. I wanted to say you really were sucking off me not that long ago, but I stopped myself. Why are girls like this? Hiya. Though. She faced me with an embarrassing blush. I guess without you intervening we would have lost. She sighed softly, looking a bit lost. I am sorry. I raised my hand and patted her head softly, ruffling her silky black hair, saying. Don't be. Whenever you feel bad, just remember you can make a TNT right here and blow the whole place up. She brightened up at my words, though barely. Sorry to interrupt, but young Niji and young Momo, please return here. All Might announced from the speakers. I remembered that he could indeed hear us speaking through our earpieces even if the other students could not. Such a bother. I held back from talking about something important because of that. That was a magnificent show of power, I must say. Especially young Momo, you played smart and calculated. All Might announced with his hands on his waist. But to the others. He turned to Bakugo. Doing that much collateral damage inside an enclosed place, especially one where a bomb is residing, would cause the bomb to explode and harm every civilian in range. As a hero, you mustn't do that. Bakugo's expression was grim. This almost reminded him of the day when All Might scolded Midoriya, the day where this man lost half the respect Bakugo had for him. What about Dash? Bakugo started, but he shut his mouth midway. He wanted to ask, what about that kid? He also made a hole in the floor before he realized it was completely in character for Niji since he was playing the villain. All Might tilted his head as Bakugo groaned and shook his head. It's nothing. Ah, okay. On the other hand, we have young Midoriya. All Might moved forward. Your versatile way to use your quirk was really impressive. I never thought something like that would be possible truthfully, but here we are. In a real-life situation, that ability would help a lot. You did well. He then moved on to Niji. How can we forget the MVP? That was simply outstanding, young man. The way you moved immediately with your teammate and the bomb the moment you heard the shaking floor, it was very quick-witted. Let's not forget your fight with young Bakugo, that martial art you showed, truly impressive. You don't normally see people with strong quirks like yours focusing on martial arts, but here we are, haha. As All Might kept talking, Bakugo glared at Niji. That bastard, he was indeed good at martial arts. Bakugo isn't a pathetic loser, so he accepted his loss unconditionally. He wasn't caught off guard, nor was he tricked. It was a fair fight and he lost. Maybe his canon self would have been a crybaby. But not the current him. When he was left alone in that trash school while his peers studied in Hero Middle School, Katsuki Bakugo trained by himself. That's why he was standing here, that's why he was still stronger than most people present here. This all instead motivated him. Of course, he did feel a bit angry and frustrated, but that was a part of losing, he accepted it too. As All Might finished his praise and walked aside to see a paper with the next match candidates written, Bakugo parted his lips towards Niji. Next time, I will get you. He turned and walked to a corner with his hands in his pockets. Deku glared at Niji too and followed suit, but Bakugo only shouted at him and drove him away. You think there is something weird between them? I guess. Niji shrugged at Momo's question. Minutes later. Hey, we are in public. They're focused on the monitor. Niji had his hands wrapped around Momo's belly, and his chin on her shoulder as he chewed on her ear softly. Besides, you like it in public. In the dozens of monitors a few meters in front of them, the fight between Todoroki and Tokoyami versus Ida and Ibra was happening. Everyone had their eyes fixed there. This time Todoroki didn't get a one-shot win, so the match was keeping everyone at the edge of their seats, everyone except Niji and Momo. Don't you love the thrill? Doesn't the sheer chance that any of the students can turn to us anytime and see this spectacle, your blushing face, turn you on? And Niji. Niji chuckled in her ears. This was fun. Anyway, did you have anything you wanted to ask me? I noticed you had something to say but were holding back when we were planning the match. Momo felt his warm touch on her back and cleared her throat of embarrassment. It's about my costume. Niji observed her costume. She looked hot. But he already said that when she first sent some pictures to him even before UA started. So he couldn't understand what she meant, unless. Is it about you wearing revealing clothes in public? It was a wild guess when he thought in his mind, but now that he said it out loud, it kinda did seem like something she'd worry about. Momo nodded slowly, mouthing an MHM. I don't mind if you don't mind. That's all he had to say. Niji shrugged. He was fine as long as she wasn't naked outright. Even then, what are people gonna do? The world would end before the gods attack if someone tried to do anything to any of the girls, even if his girls were to walk naked in public. He respected all fetishes of his girls, as long as it was not NTR. That'd need some spanking to fix. Momo didn't look convinced that much he could tell from the corner of his eyes. Niji laughed. No, seriously. Just don't go naked outright, that's stupid, and don't just pull apart your costume just to use your quirk, at least not in front of someone. He recalled a scene from the anime where she did exactly that. I am not going to restrict your will, but just respect our relationship a bit too. That's all I want. After a moment of pure silence, Momo smiled softly and turned her face slightly towards him and kissed his lips softly. Okay, I will keep that in mind. She giggled before turning forward, her hands finally resting on his own that was wrapping around her. She now felt at ease, at real ease. She has never been in a relationship before, so everything was new to her. Normal girls would have trouble at this because they'd be embarrassed to ask their boyfriend for help, but not Momo. Niji was her best friend first, boyfriend second. She could ask him things that a normal girlfriend might not ask, at least not as easily and openly. Niji slowly hummed a sweet song in her ears. When there were only 3 matches left, Niji's phone buzzed in his pockets. You should pick it up, it might be something important. It's just a notification. Niji replied to Momo's voice. It can still be important though. True. Niji stopped humming and pulled out his phone. While hugging her, he casually unlocked it with the screen in front of Momo. However, he immediately realized it was a big mistake. Unknown number, hi cutie. An unknown number had sent him a message. Who? Momo asked, but she didn't sound jealous or angry. From the sender tag, she could tell Niji didn't know the sender. UN, are you free? Niji stared at it, clearing his throat. Well, it's nobody, I will see it later. No, reply to it now, I want to see who this is exactly. Momo stopped him from slipping his phone inside his pocket. In the end, as Momo gave him an interested look, he sighed. He had an idea who it was, and if his guess was right, this can either end badly or greatly. So he decided to take the gamble. Okay, fine. He replied to the message with Momo staring at the screen like a hawk. Niji, I guess I am, but you are. UN, oh my, you can't tell who it is. Now I am sad. He could actually tell who it was, but he couldn't just say he did in front of Momo. Niji, NOP, I have a bad memory. UN, it's me, Namiri-chan. And his guess was right. Niji sighed while Momo blinked. After that, he asked her where she got his number, and she replied she got it from Kimi. Well, Niji wasn't mad. Kimi could read him really well, so she probably realized Niji's intentions yesterday when he acted hard with Midnight. So it's no wonder she'd give her lovely young master's number to a stranger. Niji, I see. How exactly can I help you, sensei? Midnight, sensei. Hey, I was talking to you as a woman, you know. But I guess you're into kinky stuff. Just as I like. This woman was too horny. Well, he couldn't say he wasn't enjoying it. Aren't you supposed to be at school right now, sensei? He neither denied nor confirmed her previous claims and instead moved on with another question. I am at the business course, they don't need my 100% attention, so it's fine. Niji frowned at this. Messaging him in her free time was a thing, but this was another thing. What was she trying to achieve exactly by doing all this? If it was his attention, she got it already, but what confused him was, why? Before he could get the answer though, the match also ended. Finally, Hagakure and Tsuyu vs Ochako and Kendo's match were here. The one he's been waiting for multiple reasons. Sorry, sensei, but I am currently at Battle Training Ground with All Might, an interesting match is going to begin soon, I might talk to you later. He was about to close his phone without waiting for an answer, but as soon as Midnight threw a message at him, he frowned. Oh my, what's the hurry? Let's talk about your question first. You wanted to learn who came first, the egg or the chicken. Look at this. An image has been sent. Now this was something interesting. A Gyro Kimi. How old is this pic? Momo narrowed her eyes at the image but said nothing. She got a basic explanation about Kimi before, and she was fine with it, because after all, now that she has accepted to join his harem, the harem lord role was in effect. See this picture and judge yourself. Betraying senpai on her back feels so good, it's as if I am cheating with her husband. So hot. Chapter 64, Kinda Seuss, 2. Chapter 64, Kinda Seuss, 2. A yawn left Midnight's red lips as she drifted her eyes on the reply Niji sent. This kid was kinda fun. Probably the most fun one she talked to until now. Most kids were just too shy, or some were too daring and tried to touch her, which was absolutely forbidden. She was no whore, even if she liked acting like one. By the time she got into Shiketsu back when she was a teenager, she realized she won't be able to become a hero without changing her shy personality. There she met Kimi, a third-year student. She heard everyone has that one bright star in their life. For Midnight, Kimi was that star. Kimi wasn't really a pervert. As much as she could recall, she was just a bit more open to things than normal. Midnight had promised to herself to follow Kimi's path until she couldn't anymore. What was that path? Kimi was the type to pleasure herself in the bathroom, yet somehow avoid losing her virginity. Midnight wanted to be like that, and she did become that way. She teased and even sometimes went as far as touching, but she was still a maiden, as some people would put it. Heh. And look at that senpai now, all quiet and silent. That cheerful smile on her face has dimmed a lot. She didn't necessarily look sad or depressed, but from what she went through, the small changes were inevitable. A sigh escaped Midnight's lips. That's the reason she was so interested in Niji. When that kid appeared behind her yesterday, Kimi showed a smile that she didn't before in the whole conversation. She wanted to know what the relationship between them was, exactly. It clearly wasn't just a maid-master relationship, and if it was a lewd one, not the PG-13 one. She had asked Kimi about this outright, but she avoided the topic, so she was instead focusing on the kid. Of course, getting answers from the kid would be easier, even if Kimi and he have a lewd-type relationship. He was but a teen, she can have him answer any of her questions in 3 days? No, make that 2. Midnight giggled while staring at the phone just when she heard a stutter. You Sensei. Frowning, she raised her head from her phone to the short brown-haired student who stood up with a hesitating face. I don't think you should use your phone in class. Midnight blinked before smiling. Yes, of course, he thinks she needs to give the business course her 100% attention. Ugh, there was always this type in every year, how she hoped to just put them to sleep. She parted her lips, time for a low blow. Truthfully, it was a fun match, the Toru one I mean. In the end, Ohako and Toru barely made it. Soon after that, school ended for today and I came back home. I messaged Kimi, but she had already gone back with Nijer because Nijer's class ended earlier than mine. All Might really took his time. So Momo dropped me at my home instead. I invited her in but she didn't come, and I was thankful for that. I first want to talk to Nijer and Kimi about things, so I can show off Momo to my parents later. After I rang the bell, the door was opened by a light purple-haired maid who greeted me. Welcome home, young master. I nodded at her and went inside yawning. I guess I am sleepy. I started walking towards my room but stilled in front of my door. With a frown I turned to my left where the ash-blonde cat girl was standing with a potted tree in her hand, her gaze staring at me silently. Image here. She looked like a grown woman now, big milkers, mature face, and a truck-like ass. Wearing the maid dress that showed 60% of her breasts, she stared at me silently. What? I asked, finally impatient after waiting for 20 seconds. By now I even observed the strange pot tree in her hand. It didn't look normal, it was screaming death. Young master, delete the picture please. No. I spat out. Why? I sent her the picture midnight sent to see her reaction. She saw my message but didn't reply. I was deciding to tease her with that now, but things seemed to be weird. She thinned her lips. I look weird, delete it please. She really did look out of character, but I was supposed to say that, not Kimmy accepting it by herself. So I instead said the opposite thing. No, you look beautiful, I will print it and hang it on my wall. Unlike how I expected, Kimmy curled her lips up and turned around, walking away, saying, sure, go ahead. Your choice. What? Did she just play with my mind? Reverse psychology. Whoa, when did she get smarter? Later I found out that there was a reason why the potted tree in her hand was weird. Kurai was finally unlocking her death magic. Finally. I talked with Kurai for hours instead of sleeping as planned. It's been a while since we last went to a dungeon, and Kurai was trying to use her death god powers, trying to finally become a true god. I think she'd be ready in a decade or so we got time, hee. After that, the hard part of today was Nijer Wanisama. She was eating ice cream while watching a horror movie that is usually done by the both of us together, but to show her clear displeasure, she was doing it alone. She didn't even look at me when I sat beside her, even slipping inside her blanket. She kept munching on the super cold ice cream as if it was candy with her eyes glued at the TV. You're harming your teeth. She simply kept eating the spoonful. I could see the 2 more boxes of ice cream resting on the side, empty. I sighed and put the back of my palm on her forehead and frowned. You're burning. None of your business. Of course, she'd reply now. Sigh, she is so girly sometimes. I slipped my hand inside my inventory, taking out a health potion along with a bottle cap opener, and poured a drop of it in her head. That should be enough to take care of a cold, then I put the bottle inside. Nijer blinked multiple times as she realized her body was back to normal temperature. She turned to me with the spoon in her mouth, curious. I pulled the spoon out of her mouth and stole her lips briefly. After the kiss, she first frowned at me before turning her head around. You know I love you, right? I muttered, but she didn't react. In the end, sighing, I grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards me, taking control over her body and pushing her on her back on the bed. Ah. She struggled for the first 5 seconds before hugging me tightly. Kill yourself. Telling me this, she locked my lips with hers. And with that, we fell asleep together. Luckily we did nothing weird, or we would have to explain a lot more than we needed to Mom the next morning. The next day, reporters were gathered in front of UA Gate and were asking the students about All Might's teaching. All Might had joined UA mid-year last year, so he only taught in the 3rd year. That's why it was only revealed now that All Might was teaching in UA when he started teaching all the Hero Course students. That's why the reporters were busy. What's it like learning from All Might? The female reporter asked the silver-haired student who just smiled and winked at her, walking away with his hands in his pockets. Hey, wait. He had already walked away by then. Unfortunately, the reporter sighed and checked the clip while Aizawa announced how the reporters shouldn't try to get inside. Seeing the clip, the reporter's eyes shone. That wink, that alone can become the headline tomorrow. At least she got something out of it. By the time Aizawa reached the class, everyone was seated neatly. Good morning, and good job with yesterday's battle training. He put down some papers on his desk. I have looked over your grades and evaluations. He eyed Niji, Momo, Bakugo, and Izuku. You guys didn't cause as much problem as I thought you'd cause. That's a good thing, that just means you learned something in your middle schools at least. The students dimmed a little but nodded nonetheless. Comparing UA to their middle school. It was like comparing a shooting game to a real-life battlefield. They just got instruction on how to use their quirks better in their middle schools, but now, they were learning how to be proper heroes. Aizawa then talked again. For today, you'll pick a class president. The students yelled how normal this was, but Aizawa didn't heed to it. This was a test too, a secret test. This would show the students' awareness and ability to read a person. He hoped they'd choose a proper leader for themselves. Because that can change their future by a large margin. Chapter 65, Class President. 65, Class President. I want to be the president. Let me do it. This position was made for me. I want to be a leader. The students were eager, well, at least most of them were. The likes of Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Niji didn't show any particular interest. Even Bakugo had raised his hand, and while he wasn't yelling like the rest of the class, he had heated steam coming out of his nose. Sensei. Finally, amongst the crowd, Ida yelled. A leader shouldn't be chosen so lightly. How about we have an election? He stood straight with a determined face, hoping Aizawa would accept, but in answer, the olderman just jagged himself inside his cocoon-like sleeping bag. However you do it, just make it quick. By the time he finished saying so, he was fast asleep. Ida was shocked at this, but at least Aizawa accepted. Hey, are you sure you didn't vote for me? Momo asked with her eyes locked on the blackboard, where all the students who participated had their names written along with how many they got. Momo Yayorozu, 05. Itsuka Kendo, 03. Ibara Shiozaki, 02. Niji shrugged his shoulders. You asked me not to, why would I do that then? Momo asked him not to vote for her since for some reason she was bent on not taking any help from him. So Niji had instead voted for Kendo. He recalled that Red had got along with Momo really well in canon, so Niji thought it would be better if Kendo could be vice president for Momo. As for why he was so confident that Momo would become the president, well, she already got along with the girls, and next, she did really well in both tests that happened the last 2 days, and that wasn't because of her quirk, but because of her smarts. The students already knew she was a smart girl. Though of course, Niji could have won if he participated, but matter of fact, he didn't. He was simply not invested enough for this shit, he had better things to do. Instead, he let Momo become the president, in which case, he would be able to get some benefits in school such as covering for him so that he had enough time to go inside and come back from a dungeon. Niji thought, today was the 3rd day at school, and USJ is on the 4th day if I recall correctly. I plan to start my dungeon hunt after USJ since I would then have relatively more free time. I guess Momo would need to see my back. Aizawa yawned, interrupting his thoughts. Fine, it's decided, your president would be Yayorozu and the vice president would be Kendo. Treat them well. Niji leaned back on his chair as Momo and Kendo greeted each other. It was then when Uraraka called him from behind. Why didn't you participate? I am sure you could have become a good leader, I was ready to give you my vote. Niji looked at her from a tilted head. Not interested. Ochako hummed. I really think you're the leader type, though. Not really. Maybe only for his girls, other than that it was too bothersome. If someone said, hey Niji, everyone around you would be safe, you can sleep in peace, then I would probably sleep for a whole week, that's the type of guy I am. On second thought, isn't that what a true leader thinks like? He just shrugged, he was still not interested. Then he chuckled softly while Ochako looked at him in clear confusion. She didn't understand the meaning behind his words, nor did she understand his chuckle. Then Aizawa left and Momo returned to her seat. Classes continued smoothly until the bell rang for the lunch break. Niji and Momo were in the cafeteria now, chatting amongst themselves with their food in front of them. Ribbit, Nijer-senpai didn't come to get you. Niji was startled when he heard the meek voice of Tsuyu Azui calling out on him from behind him. He turned to face her. Ah, no, she said she'd be busy today because All Might is supposed to take a test in 3rd-year classes today, Niji replied. Though you know Nijer. From the school festival, Ribbit. Ah. Niji smiled. I guess she is kinda famous. Tsuyu then pointed at the table he was sitting on. Can I sit? Sure. Before Tsuyu could completely sit down, Uraraka and Kendo also appeared at the table. Hi, can we sit too? Kendo waved at Niji and Momo as Niji held back a sigh. He was supposed to have some quiet time with his girlfriend. A part of him almost said, just make all of them your girlfriend then, simple, but that part was his dick, so he ignored it. Niji nodded at them as they sat down too. So I heard you two aren't dating, Niji-kun. Is that true? You two look really close though. Niji was about to reply but Momo did it before him. We started dating 2 days ago. She had a small blush on her face as she said this. Kendo gasped while Uraraka looked shocked with her wide eyes shaking. Momo didn't notice, but Niji did, and this time, his held back sigh did escape. He should stop being flirtatious, or it would bite him back in the ass someday. The chatting continued for a while before suddenly an alarm rang out in the whole school. Whoa. Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. I repeat, all students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. As if a clogged river was just unclogged, the crowd started to scramble at once, everyone running to the exit. What's happening here? What's security level 3? Kendo cried out as she stood up from her seat abruptly. It means someone has infiltrated the building, Niji replied while munching on tempura, his favorite. At his words, everyone paled. This was surely bad, maybe it was a villain attack even. The more they thought the more stressed the group of 4 girls grew. However, Momo suddenly looked at Niji, who was too easy for this situation. Niji. She called. Do you have any idea? He blinked at her. He didn't want to help her since she was so against it, but now that she was asking herself, he guessed it was time. It's just some reporters, no need to worry about that much. The girls other than Momo looked surprised as to why he knew about it, but it can be explained later. Then dash. Momo started, but before she could finish, her body flew over to Niji as he stood up and caught her in a princess carry. Make a mic, I will take you to the front of the exit. Momo barely understood his words before he softly flew up in the air, this time unlike the other times, a spiraling shockwave coming out of his feet. The exit was closing, barely a few made out of the cafeteria, so the students were getting more erratic. Niji flew to the top of the exit door and stopped, by that time Momo was holding a speaker in her hand. Everyone. Momo was feeling very nervous and scared at first, but being in her lover's arms, it dissipated into nothingness. There is nothing to worry about, please. It's just some reporters wanting to see All Might. Calm down, take a deep breath. She took a deep breath and as if a contagious virus, everyone did the same. Slowly, voices dimmed down inside the hall with only the sound of people's breath filling the air. Now, please go back to your seats. I would be happy if you do it in an orderly fashion. Momo said in the most calming voice possible, but unlike how she expected, some guys did yell. As you wish, my queen. She only heard Niji's chuckle on her ears before her face went too hot and bright for her five senses to stay natural. Fortunately, school ended soon after that, and finally, it was time for USJ. Chapter 66, USJ Incident, 1. Chapter 66, USJ Incident, 1. It's the serial robber and murderer habit headgear. Some civilians yelled in fright as they observed the large disfigured man grabbing a family of 3 with his huge arms. The heroes, Kemui Wood and MT Lady, were rendered useless against the villain because of the hostage. Ugh, this guy. MT Lady groaned to herself and glared at the villain who was laughing. She was thinking about what to do, what to try, however, she couldn't see any possible action that would not hurt the civilian. Just then, with a distinctive laugh of a man in a million clouded the area as with a yellow flash, a coat-wearing All Might brushed past MT Lady and struck the villain in the neck, knocking him out cold. Fear not, good family. I am here. He gave them a smirk before his ears twitched and he waved them off, kicking the ground and vanishing away. MT Lady smiled wryly, rubbing her injured elbow. She appreciated the number one's help, but this way, she and the other heroes in the city would be out of business. Cough. All Might coughed in his fist, groaning. He was rushing towards a scream for help he just heard. But if he keeps doing this, he'd barely hold in for the special class today by the time he reaches UA. 30 minutes. That's his limit now. It's been almost a year since he passed down one for all to Mirio Togata. Since then, he has weakened, a lot. Truthfully, he'd have weakened more than that if not for Nightai's stern guidance. All Might liked the men for this because if not for him, he would have probably lost the torch left by the last bits of one for all. Well, though that torch would probably turn into a mere spark after today's rescue training. Probably. For today's basic hero training, All Might, myself, and another will supervise. The students around me started muttering at Aizawa's words. They assumed something special would happen today as well, unlike yesterday's class president selection. Sensei. Siro raised his arm. What will we be doing exactly? Aizawa nodded. We will be preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. We will be doing rescue training. The students got an immediate reaction out of this. Sounds like another hard day for us. Guess we will go home tired again. Ida raised his hand at this. Sensei, a question. If UA is going to teach us recusing now, why was there a rescue exam at the entrance? Aizawa nodded. It was to prove your worth. You only learned about rescuing in books in middle school, putting it to practical use just from that was a huge feat for you guys. However, you guys barely got any rescue points, except for some people. So this training today is essential. I understand. Ida nodded and bowed lightly. Okay, in that case. Aizawa clicked a button on the remote on his hand as multiple suitcases with numbers, 1 to 20, written on them, popped up out of the wall. They were the hero costumes. If you're comfortable in your costumes, as in, you can move freely and it boosts your battle ability, you may wear your costumes. Or not, it's your choice. The training site is a bit remote, so we were going there by bus. Wearing my hero costume, I sat with Tsuyu on my left and Momo on my right. Uraraka was ignoring me, I guess, trying to make her heart forget about me. I kinda feel bad, ugh. I forgot that flirting with a teenager can cause many mishaps. For example, if I had done the same with Midnight, I doubt something like this would have happened. Anyway, enough of that. Hey, Niji. Ribbit. The frog girl from beside me called with a finger in her lips. You and Nijer senpai are siblings. I turned to her. I guess our name gives it away. Tsuyu nodded. I was doubtful at first because of your different looks, but I guess now that you're dating Momo, the other possibility must be inaccurate. Oh, if only you knew. I watched Momo holding back a giggle at this. Yeah. Kirishima clapped his hands. How does it feel like being the little brother of one of the big three? I smiled wryly. I wanted some peace of mind before the fight today. Guess talking to kids about how flashy quirks would be popular, and whatnot, was not that bad of a time pass. Niji wasn't nervous, but he was wary. With all the changes he was seeing and knowing Izuku's connection with All for One, he had enough reason to believe that this USJ might end differently than canon. And, he was right. By the time the students reached USJ, they were greeted by the Space Hero 13. The floor zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone. Every disaster and accident you can imagine, you can find it here. The pro hero explained. Whoa. Is this Universal Studios Japan? The students moved their heads around the area, even Niji was impressed. He was more impressed hearing 13's next words. I built this facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It really is USJ. The students laughed to themselves at the naming reference. And it's really 13. Uraraka finally seemed cheerful. I love 13. He's a gentleman hero who boasts about rescuing. The public didn't know that 13 was a female because the hero always wore a costume. While the students chatted, Aizawa leaned over to 13. 13, where is All Might? 13 sounded hesitant. About that senpai. She sighed and lowered her voice. It seems something is wrong with student Mirio. His quirk is acting weird, so All Might was urged to go to him immediately. Aizawa frowned but a sigh soon left him. Mirio is quite well known to the teachers. He is also the most suited candidate for the next symbol of peace, so All Might gives him special care. However, the more important truth is, Mirio supposedly unlocked a strengthening quirk in the middle of his second year, which was very suspicious to Aizawa, and that's when All Might also joined the school too. Aizawa could draw some conclusions easily, but he didn't want to pry too much. To begin with, Mirio isn't a first year, and All Might is not someone who Aizawa doubts of any evil. So be it, let's continue. He decided to be more cautious just in case because if Mirio is in a serious condition, All Might wouldn't be able to come here at all. Muttering something to Aizawa, 13 then walked over to the students. I have 1 or 2 points to talk about. She paused briefly before raising another finger. No, 3 points. After another short silence, she raised another finger. Make that 4, please. After an awkward laugh from the students, she continued. As you know, my quirk is called Black Hole, which can suck in and tear apart anything. And you use it to rescue people. She nodded. Indeed, and if used wrong, even by accident, my quirk can kill people. An eerie silence fell over the students. They were teenagers, killing was unnerving to them. I am sure some of you have similar quirks. 13 continued. If you're not careful, you can accidentally kill people, you can take actual lives. In your game with Aizawa, you learn to utilize your capabilities without hurting each other, however, in All Might's battle training, you learned the opposite. In today's test, you'd learn how to save lives. Every one of the students curled their lips upwards. I will be glad to teach you, and you must also learn attentively how you can save people. She then bowed. That's all, thanks for listening. So awesome. Uraraka muttered. Great, so now dash. Aizawa started, but his eyes landed on the dark, most suddenly forming on the floor below them. His eyes formed a frown before widening in shock. 2 black-skinned creatures with their brains visible peeked out of the warp gate as a man covered in hands stood behind them. Everyone, get back. Chapter 67, USJ Incident, 2. Chapter 67, USJ Incident, 2. I ignored the students' mutterings and looked down on the purple warp gate, instead. There, 2 barely different-looking Nomus walked out of the warp gate. One of them had pitch-dark skin and a beak-like mouth, and the other had dark gray skin and a flat-jawed mouth. They looked upsetting, but the truly scary thing was their tears. Nomu, Tier 5. Nomu, Tier 5. I knew the USJ Nomu would be strong based on All Might being Tier 6, and I was right, but I wasn't expecting there would be 2 of them. Moreover, based on what 13 muttered to Aizawa, All Might wouldn't be able to come here anytime soon. At first I planned to finish the Nomu before All Might could even come so that I can get EXP, but this. I might actually need a bit of help. I rubbed my nose while the students were asking what kind of dumb villains would attack UA. They were throwing words at each other, while 13 tried to calm them down. I guess it's time to do what a gamer must do. Cheat. I slipped my hands inside my pockets, but in reality, my hands went inside my inventory as I took out a ring. Ring of Invisibility, undead only. Description: you are invisible to the eyes of all undead as long as you're wearing the ring. The effect lasts for 30 minutes before it needs to recharge itself for 24h. Remember this item from the dungeon in Mount Fuji. From what I know, Nomus are basically undead. So I am going to try this on. Though I doubt it'd be as easy as that, even considering it works on the beasts, since one of the Nomus lacks eyes, to begin with, he'd probably use his other senses to detect me. Ugh, and the second might be the same, eyes might not even matter to these guys. I looked down to the down floor where the small human-sized portal had spread like a cloud of thin smoke. People were coming out of the smoke as if they were hiding there all along. Right then, something flashed in my retina. A quest. Quest has been generated. While going out to do rescue training, you come across the eerie league of villains who are trying to kill you, your girlfriend, and your classmates. Objective: survive with your girlfriend. Bonus Objective 1, defeat the 2 Nomus. Bonus Objective 2, let Shigaraki flee without being obvious, thus giving him a chance to grow and ensure at least 10x more XP for your future self. Reward: Tier Potion, Quirk XP Card, Health Potion 3x, 1 billion XP. Bonus Reward 1, Tier Potion, Respect from most students and teachers, Aizawa's Favoritism, 1 billion XP. Bonus Reward 2, Tier Potion, Random Skill Ticket X1, 1 billion XP. Failure: everyone, along with you, dies in the hands of the Nomus. This is a great one. But do I really let Shigaraki go? While Niji made his decision and pulled up his hoodie, Aizawa wore his special goggles and turned to the students. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Since the intruder sensors are jammed, the phones shouldn't work either, must be the work of one of those down below. Kaminari stuttered in confirmation. Wrapping the special white cloth in his neck, Aizawa hopped on the railing, his face stern. I will take care of them until backup arrives. S-sensei, will you alone be okay? Itsuka Kendo asked, and Aizawa gave a small smile. Don't underestimate a UA teacher. Then he kicked the railing, dashing downwards to the numbers of villains. The Nomus were on standby. Shigaraki Tamura, the man-child, had yet to introduce the creatures to everyone. Without doing that, he couldn't possibly start using them. That's not fun, is it? Hey, which hero is that? One of the villains yelled, glaring at Aizawa. Dunno, but he's coming right at us. So a dead fool. They prepared their respective weapons and quirks and tried to clash with Aizawa. However, in an instant, as Aizawa flashed by the 3 of them, they were tied in his cloth like mummies. Niji observed the fight from the above floor. He first needed to ensure Momo's safety, and only then engage in combat. At first, he wanted to show off a little, stopping Aizawa from jumping down and acting like a hero, but this wasn't time for showing off. The quest's main objective was survivability. Ida yelled from beside Niji. There is time for analysis, hurry up and evacuate. He turned to the door. Phew. However, before he could pass the door, the surroundings got painted in purple as purple mist surrounded the students. What dash? Everyone heard the yelp of Midoriya, as they turned back, but they could only see Izuku simply chopping down on the floor after a chop had fallen on his neck. Midoriya. Some students yelled while from behind Izuku's body, a hazy figure wearing a silver collar walked out with his golden shining eyes. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. The students stopped dead in their tracks. First, Niji looked at the purple men with observe. Kurogiri, Tier 3. His name was coming up as Kurogiri, and not his actual name, which confused Niji a bit. He then moved his gaze down to Midoriya's unconscious body and clicked his tongue. With his eyes of the Lord turned on, he could see Izuku's ghost getting up from his unconscious body, grinning at the mist, Kurogiri, like a madman. The grin wasn't like looking at an enemy, no, it was like complimenting your comrade with a good job. Midoriya was with these villains. Niji guessed that much based on his multiple quirks. Forgive our audacity, but today we have come to UA, to end the life of the symbol of peace. Kurogiri trailed casually. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today, but it seems he is not. After a second of silence, he continued. Well, matters not, my role remains unchanged. His role was to scatter the students, keep the passers-by busy. He widened his ethereal arms wide, mist-tightening around the crowd, however at the last moment, wind stirred as the smoke vanished. Not as long as I am here. Inasa shouted in a voice of confidence, his wind playing around his body. Kurogiri hummed. Students you all may be, but you are the best of the best, I forgot that. In the next instant, mist burst out of him at a speed that nobody could react to, nobody except for someone. In an instant, everyone was swept away, the crowd empty, except for the boy wearing white. A job well done. Kurogiri muttered, staring at the air, only the unconscious body of Izuku being in his line of sight. The boy's unconscious body is better being here than sending it to a disaster center because the boy had a big role to play today. All the while, there was another person who should have been in his line of sight, but Kurogiri couldn't see. Niji was standing right in front of him, right under his nose, but he couldn't see him at all. Kurogiri was a Nomu, Niji knew that much from the manga. All of this proved one thing, the ring was working. Aizawa's elbow was grabbed by Shigaraki, who hissed. "Don't overdo it, Eraserhead." After a brief shock, Aizawa glared at him with red eyes, immediately causing Shigaraki to jump backwards. Shigaraki growled in an annoyed voice. 17 seconds. Every 17 seconds, your hair falls in front of your eyes, that's when your quirk doesn't work. Did you really have to grow your hair so long? Aizawa grumbled as Shigaraki continued. Your max duration of long you can keep your eyes open is also getting shorter and shorter, Eraserhead. Aizawa didn't get a chance to attack Shigaraki because a villain came from his left, who he dodged, but another jumped on his back with a knife as it dug deep into his flesh, causing him to yell in sheer pain. With a swift twist of his waist, Aizawa kicked the villain away from his back and wrapped him in his cloth. Observing, Shigaraki scratched his neck. Your quirk, it's not well suited for group battles, you usually do secret operations, yeah. Yet you jumped in this fight, hoping to make the kids feel safe. Ha, such a great hero you are. A sneer left Shigaraki's lips. By the way, hero. As Aizawa dodged another villain, a black muscular hand even double the size of All Might abruptly appeared above Aizawa. I am not the strongest here. A punch fell on Aizawa's face, even as though he tried to block the quirk of the dark-skinned creature with a beak-like mouth. However, upon the punch landed on him, he was left with a broken hand. Arg. Midoriya's ghost stared at me from in front, frowning. He turned to Kurogiri in confusion, who acted as if I wasn't in front of him at all. I heard Izuku click his tongue. Oh, he can make sound in that form. Arg. Then a yell came from far down below. Aizawa was getting trashed by one of the Nomus, it seems. I should intervene right now, and end this all as soon as possible. 2 minutes have passed since I wore the ring, so 28 more minutes left. Locking my eyes at Kurogiri's neckband, I blasted my feet, my left leg then crashed to his neck and threw him crashing into the wall in a groan of confused pain. The smoke around him flickered, as a dark-skinned body, just like the Nomus, appeared from under it. Smoke was still flaring in his face though. I glanced at Izuku's unconscious body for a second before kicking away down below. I don't know what Izuku plans, exactly, but whatever it is, I gotta stay cautious. Mid-air, I grabbed my detached spears from my side pockets, then clanked them together, forming a proper one. Naganho, Nobunaga's spear has been equipped. I hope Momo will be alright. It's better for her to be sent to a disaster spot where there are only normal thugs as villains instead of staying behind to fight the Nomus. That's why I didn't finish Kurogiri from the get-go. While descending from the sky at a shocking speed, I raised my spear in the air with one of my hands in a towering position, before swinging it downwards, but instead of my actual spearing dashing forward, a slick sharp gleaming blue spear energy left my hand. The item-bound skill, Spear Key, is being used. The beak-mouthed Nomu who was sitting on top of Aizawa's body, holding one of Aizawa's broken arms, turned to the sky abruptly just as my spear reached him at a blinding speed and penetrated his brain, scattering brain matter on the floor in an instant. 2000 DMG. This would be hard, I realized that the exact moment his brain started to heal visibly. Chapter 68, USJ Incident, 3. Chapter 68, USJ Incident, 3. 2000 DMG. Niji honestly didn't know what to make out of this. 2000 damage sounds a lot, but what is the HP of the Nomus? His observe couldn't see that, so the damage shown is just for decorations at this point. Unless the system changes some things upon reaching level 100. The system did say its power is somewhat dependent on Niji's own. Either way, Niji stopped thinking about this. The Nomu his spear key had penetrated was thrown away from Aizawa's back, his brain splattered on the floor. The good thing was the spear key was enough to damage the Nomu, who is supposed to have multiple absorption quirks. But it doesn't seem to have any cut or penetration absorption quirks. The bad thing. The creature's brain had started healing the next second it was damaged, and by now, after 3 seconds have passed, its brain was back in shape. So even if the damage Niji did was a lot, it was reversed in seconds. Niji slowly descended to the ground, in front of Aizawa's broken body, lying a few meters far from Shigaraki and Nomu. You. Aizawa stared at Niji with half-closed eyes. Get away from here, it's dangerous. His voice was shaky and cracked, but he sounded concerned, which caused Niji to smile a bit. It's not every day people care for you without any reason, more so on their deathbed. I would be fine, worry about yourself. Listen to me dash. Niji grabbed Aizawa using his telekinesis and dropped him in a corner of the huge hall, where villains weren't present. Ignoring Aizawa's grunts, he gave Shigaraki a glance. While the beak-mouthed Nomu was on the floor, the flat-jawed Nomu was standing beside Shigaraki. It wasn't moving. Niji knew why. Shigaraki found the idea of using 2 Nomus on a student inadequate. He was, after all, still immature currently. Niji then turned to the Nomu with a beak-like mouth. If Shigaraki was underestimating him, he would gladly take the treat and finish one of the Nomus first. Niji tightened his grip around his spear, his knuckles widened, and he dashed towards the Nomu. Spear proficiency, 43.5%. Like the FPS game's proficiency from before, Niji gets a proficiency percentage as long as it's a weapon or a game. He achieved 43.5% mastery on this weapon after a mere 3 months of training. This was one of the times when his system actually worked like the gamer system. The head of the spear shone brightly in golden light, the color matching his shock waves, and he thrust his spear forward at the Nomu. The spear moved towards Nomu's chest in a rapid motion. The Nomu raised its arms to grab the weapon. It couldn't see the attack because of the ring, but it could sense it. However, from beside Niji, golden light gleamed and exactly 7 spears of golden energy formed and hurried at the Nomu as well. Nomu successfully grabbed the actual spear with its large hands. However, the spears that were forged from ki penetrated his body as if tofu, causing the creature to cry in a strange voice. The forged spears vanished in thin air, leaving holes in the creature's body that started to heal visibly. Niji tried to jump back, but because Nomu was grabbing his spears, he failed to move. Nomu, too. Get that kid. Before Niji could move away, Shigaraki's voice caused the flat-jawed Nomu, too in other words, to scramble towards Niji at a devastating speed, leaving dust behind its tracks. It seems Niji judged Shigaraki a bit wrong. The man-child might be arrogant enough to not use 2 weapons made for all might on a student, but the fact is he is still a man-child. He can easily be irritated. Nomu 2's light gray palm curled into a fist and flew towards Niji. Niji was forced to let go of his spear because he couldn't overpower the other Nomu in strength and instead ducked down, dodging the punch easily. He still had his eyes of the Lord, after all. Tier 5 attacks weren't that hard to see through. Though this confirmed his other suspicion. While the Nomus couldn't see him, Nomu 2 didn't even have eyes to begin with, so it didn't matter at all. Both Nomus were heavily dependent on their other senses, it seems. Niji heard the sound of metal falling and rolling on the ground. The dark-skinned Nomu, or in other words, Nomu 1 had thrown his spear far from him. He clicked his tongue. He would get it back anytime using telekinesis. He realized how wrong he was as from either direction, 2 punches flew at his face. His eyes of the Lord did show him how to dodge both of the attacks, however his body wasn't fast enough to keep up. 1 punch hit his face and 1 hit him in the guts. Niji's eyes widened and he panted blood in his mask, flying and crashing into a building in the far. 200 HP. He moved immediately as the situation sank in him. He almost got anxious before Gamer's mind kicked in. Minutes passed, but Niji never got the chance to bring the spear towards him. 2 peak tier 5 enemies weren't something to take lightly, even with EL. The Nomus had shock absorption quirk, and without the spear, Niji's main power is creating that exact shock that the Nomus can absorb. Niji had known this would be hard, but he never thought he would be pushed so far. Momo shifted her head to the right and avoided the villain's attack. She learned a few martial arts after Niji suggested it a few years back. That much was enough for these thugs at least. With a stun gun that she had created, she jabbed at the men in front of her, causing the men to freeze and wiggle in his spot before slopping on the ground. Good work, Ribbit. She heard the frog-like voice coming from behind her. Turning back, she found Tsuyu, who had her large tongue wrapped around 3 villains. They were unconscious already, so she was slowly pulling back her tongue. They weren't as strong as I thought. Kendo, the girl with large hands, dusted her off palms while looking around her. Momo followed her gaze. A bit more than dozens of villains were laid around them, some groaning in pain and some just unconscious. Just like Kendo said, Momo had to agree. Seeing Kurogiri, she was assuming the other villains would be strong too, but she was wrong thankfully. Now she just had to find her boyfriend. He was one problematic bastard after all. He liked to show off, so he was probably fighting as many villains as possible after being teleported by Kurogiri. Momo wasn't that worried about him, but the fact remained that the top dogs were plenty strong. She wasn't sure if Niji would be fine against them, especially those 2 disfigured men who seemed dangerous even to her. Momo created a pair of binoculars from her chest and brought them to her eyes. Ah, Momo, I forgot how useful you can be. Kendo hugged her side, causing Momo to smile softly while her eyes tried to find the main part of the building. She soon found it and directed the other 2 girls there. When they reached the place where Niji was getting trashed by the 2 Nomus, Momo Yaoyorosa couldn't help but lose her mind in shock. If not for Kendo restraining her with her large hands, Momo would have jumped in and become a human paste. Ah, look at your pitiful face, you hero wannabe. Shigaraki clicked his tongue. I don't think I have met anyone as unlucky as you. At Shigaraki's words, Niji could only laugh at the word, unlucky. Was he really unlucky? With a trait like Lady Luck's boy toy. He couldn't tell at this point. Things were strange. Both Nomus possess strong shock absorption quirks, and you have a quirk that generates shock. What an unlucky match you are. Niji knew this, he knew it from before, but he was expecting his shockwaves to overpower them. All Might overpowered the Canon Nomu's shock absorption ability and finally defeated it, so he was expecting his shockwaves to do the same, though that's clearly not the case here. Well, that's a given since he can't use his full-powered shockwaves in this enclosed place, or the whole building would crumble to dust and kill even Momo. He hoped he had a way to compress his shockwaves for close-quarter battles. A punch flew towards his face. This time he couldn't dodge, his vision was red with blood that was flowing out of his eyes by the overuse of Eyes of the Lord. It worked for the first few minutes before starting to bleed, apparently seeing through high tier 5 attacks of 2 opponents was greatly exhausting. A punch came crashing to his ribs, causing him to flinch in pain and smash into a wall. He didn't get the chance to get his composure back before something jumped at him and landed on his chest, causing him to spit out saliva. Heh. They were only tier 5, and he couldn't take 2 of them. Back when he fought Muscular. The Eyes of the Lord lasted less than now, meaning Muscular was a lot stronger than these two Nomus together. It was his lucky day when he fought Muscular, it seems. If not, he wouldn't even have been here today. Reality sunk in his skin while he clenched his jaws, grinning. Gamer's Mind was a dangerous ability, he realized it long ago. Whenever he is at the death door, he is more brave than scared. The good thing was, in these 5 minutes of beating, he only got 800 damage, 300 coming from his bleeding eyes. His Moon Knight armor was working great. He was getting hit, true, but he was quite fine. HP, 1140/1940. But the truth was he needed to replenish his HP if he wanted to keep using Eyes of the Lord, his best way to defeat them at this point. He had some more ways he could win against these two, that being some great items from his inventory, but if he used them, this whole place would be destroyed, killing everyone, even Momo and maybe him too. He gotta hold on and wait for when he is truly dying for him to use those things. Now, he just needed a second to grab a health potion from his inventory and regain his eyes, then he'd be good to go now. But not like he hasn't tried that before. He already wasted 2 health potions, he got them out of the inventory, but the Nomus attacked him before he could consume any. In the end, the bottles crashed to the ground and splattered the potion. As he was thinking so, one of the Nomus, Nomu 2, walked towards him from beside Shigaraki where Nomu 1 was standing by, and grabbed Niji's skull, raising him in the air. Seeing Niji's limp body, which was but him acting to find an opportunity, Shigaraki crackled up. Hee hee, look at you, you pitiful brat. You must have a family, a mother, father, sister. Maybe even a girlfriend. Did you not think about them when jumping in, trying to act cool? He actually did think about them, that's actually why he jumped, to begin with. But that's not the point. If this was a shounen anime, this would have been when the badass music would have played and Niji would have started turning the table. But no music played in the background, he was only left staring down at Shigaraki from under his torn-apart mask. You know what? His dried voice asked. This wasn't him acting, Nomu 2 had stepped on his throat, to which Shigaraki tilted his head. Niji grinned. Well, he has to take a risk for now. At level 9 Surge, Niji could release shockwaves from anywhere in his body, using which he had made some interesting techniques. His grin caused Shigaraki to frown in annoyance, but before he could order the Nomu to crush Niji's skull, Niji's grin widened. Fuck you. Dancing shockwaves appeared around his entire body before surrounding him in a circle of fire-less explosive golden energy. As if releasing a sharp breath, Niji released them in a burst of the wave, casting waves of shock to leap out of him all around the USJ compound. The glass roof shattered into pieces, raining down, and the pillars shook as if an earthquake had hit them. Shigaraki was flown back and hit the wall, sloping down numb, with the pieces of glasses starting to fall down on him. November 5th. Boom. Even Nomu 2 was forced to let go of Niji, sliding backwards on the ground, causing Niji to drop on the ground. He could see Nomu 1 who was beside Shigaraki all this time to fall on the ground too. Niji didn't smile though. The bad thing was, bystanders such as Aizawa and Momo were about to die under the rain of glass. That's why he didn't use this technique from the get-go, and now that he has done it, he was instantly regretting it. Taking a sharp breath in, Niji released another burst, putting all his SP into the attack. This time he made the waves a bit lighter, which won't cause much damage to big objects, but it caused the shard of glass that was raining down to fly away far from the source of the wave, far enough for it to not affect Momo or Aizawa. Some did go past their cheeks and arms, leaving a wound, but they didn't die at least. As he heard the screams of people from far, probably getting injured by the glasses, he took out another health potion from inventory, opened the fucking bottle cap with his telekinesis, and poured it in his mouth. His body started to heal visibly. He would think of an explanation later for Momo, Aizawa, Kendo, and Tsuyu, oh, and Midoriya, but for now, he got 2 Nomus to finish. Suddenly. You have killed Kaneshiro Izanagi. You have killed Karada Tetsuo. You have killed Shiroharu. You have killed Toba Aoi. You have killed Tano. The messages kept coming as Niji sighed. He could easily guess that the shards of glasses have killed many of the villains, causing him to get the exps. He took a deep breath in, letting the reality sink into his mind. Right this moment, he had just killed people, real people. He has gotten used to killing in dungeons, but he forced himself to imagine that it was all but inside a game, which was enough to ensure a good night's sleep since the enemies he killed couldn't even talk. However, now that he had killed real people, how did he feel? Well, he felt nothing. He blamed it on the gamer's mind, since he didn't believe he was a psychopath and moved on. Though another thought crossed his mind. Maybe, even some students have died. In that case, he would feel a little bad. He might need to prepare himself against the police soon too. He again focused on the messages. 500k EXP received. Due to, even if indirectly, defeating enemies with your quirk, Surge, it receives a portion, 40%, of your EXP. Your quirk has leveled up. Surge has reached level 10. Surge has reached its maximum level. Your quirk has been awakened. You can now manipulate not only shockwaves, but vibrations too, to a masterful degree. As the series of blinding messages ended, he thinned his lips, hiding a grin because he knew people were watching him right now. Would the police catch him? He would think about it later. For now, he needed to finish the 2 Nomus. Niji stood up slowly and splattered water on his face from a bottle that he took out of his inventory, acting as if it was on the floor and picking it up. Washing the blood from his eyes, he clenched and unclenched his fist before throwing the bottle away. Encircling his clenched fist, visible shockwave flowed as if an independent aura before it formed into a half-transparent circular shape. He could feel the vibrations around his fist, the tremendous powers of both vibrations and shockwaves passing through his every cell as Niji smiled a small smile. This is what I have been waiting for. It was time for a bit of destruction, a sweet load of destruction. He was annoyed more than angry at the Nomus for playing with his body like a fucking football, so Niji had debts to settle. Niji kicked the ground and appeared above Nomu, 2 who had stood up by now. Nomu 1 was also standing beside it. Seeing him, they moved too. Shikigaraki might be unconscious but his order still lingered around. The Nomus were faster than him, but so what? He had his EL activated, his level 2 Eyes of the Lord that was now showing him the best striking point on the Nomus body. Crack. His vibration and shockwave-coated fist landed a devastating blow, causing a white web of cracks to spread on the Nomu's black body. Chapter 69, USJ Incident, 4. Chapter 69, USJ Incident, 4. Izuku was in his astral form when Niji did his November 5th. He had freaked out and immediately created a barrier of repulsion energy around his unconscious body. However, that was pointless because Niji's next shockwave caused all the shards of glass to fly far. Izuku's body was just above the floor from where Niji was fighting, very close, so the glasses were flown far from him too. Now that he was safe, he couldn't help but stare down at the boy in silver with wide rage-filled eyes. This bastard. Was Kaken safe from this assault? If something happened to Kaken, actually this Niji was already on his kill list the moment he heard Kaken in battle training. Izuku stared at the boy lying on his back drinking something from a small bottle. He blinked seeing the boy's swollen face, bloody lips and broken nose, slowly healing as if they never existed in the first place. But the leftover strain of blood made sure all this wasn't a hallucination. Healing quirk. No, it wasn't a quirk. He drank something. Izuku has seen it before too. Niji tried to drink the same thing 2 times before as well. Such advanced medicine must be made from someone's quirk. Next, he drank another potion, a green one. And this seemed to replenish his stamina. Izuku still couldn't figure out where exactly Niji took out these potions from. If they were in his pockets, they would have been crushed because of the fight. A frown crept on Izuku's ghostly face. This guy. There was a veil of mystery around him. A shaky grin appeared on Izuku's face. He can't kill this kid yet, he would capture him instead. After torturing him for a few months, after he would gauge out all his secrets, only then would he kill him in the most painful way. Then Izuku's eyes widened. Niji splashed water on his eyes, again a bottle that he pretended to pick from the ground but it clearly appeared out of nowhere. After that, a truly shocking thing unfolded. A sphere of golden energy, his shockwave Izuku deduced, formed around Niji's fists. It was shining, it was beautiful, and it was destructive. Izuku only decided on the third aspect after Niji jumped in the air and punched at the Nomu one's beak-like mouth, causing a web of white to spread on the Nomu's body and shattering its beak into pieces as the Nomu staggered a step back. The punch was clearly strong, but the violent power it had, it wasn't natural. It was the power of destruction. Deku had a plan today, a plan that was to catch All Might off guard in case the Nomus failed. However, it seems, he needs to intervene before All Might reaches this place. Crack. Niji's first strike caused the sound of shattering glass to trek out. It was overwhelmingly satisfying, that sound. 500 DMG. 500 DMG might not sound that much, but the Nomus had shock absorption quirks, so the damage was many times less than it should have been against a normal opponent. Before he could do the second attack, the Nomu too swung its punch at his face. Niji didn't dodge the attack, and instead confronted the punch head-on with his own punch after he coated his other fist in Shockwave 2. Niji had his Eyes of the Lord activated. It had turned level 2 in the middle of the last fight, but his eyes were too injured to try them to its fullest. But now that he took a health potion, he could tell the changes. Other than the fact that it showed the best ways to attack, not weak points, but project areas that have the highest chances of hitting, he could also sense that the strain in his eyes was lower than before. Now, his eyes weren't just reading to dodge, but it was also looking for the best way to attack, so having less strain than before was more crucial than one might think. Strength-wise Niji was weaker than Nomu too, but destructive power-wise his punch was stronger. So the Nomu's hand wiggled under the great pressure of shock waves and vibrations, causing its bone to break into millions of pieces. 1000 DMG. Shockwave and vibration are two sides of the same coin. They are a bit different but they complement each other. Shockwave is like a soaring sea, while vibration is a small pond, but the pond isn't necessarily the weaker one here, for all one knew the pond might be deep enough to reach the Earth's core. The point was, Niji could now mix these two similar energies together, creating a devastating power. He needed both of them to do this. Truthfully, if he only had the vibration, he would have been merely like Yoshindo from Shiketsu. Or if he only had the shockwave, he would have merely been able to create stronger shockwaves. Only the mixture of the two could guarantee him this Whitebeard-like power. In fact, because of this mixture, the bond between a pond reaching the depth of the earth and a sea that was soaring with waves, he was able to form cracks in the body of the enemy in contact. He couldn't punch the space. He tried it already. It was a bummer, but he already had some ideas for that. While the Nomu too was thrown back, its arm skin peeling out and showing its muscles, the Nomu one moved towards him. Niji's eyes allowed him to see through its attacks and at the same time showed the best way to attack. A jab to the chin. A chop to the neck. A punch to the gut. A kick between the legs. He chose the jab to the chin since he was yet to try and coat his leg with shockwave and vibrations. Then again, calling it shockwaves and vibrations every time sounds a bit rough, so he instead decided to start calling it tremor. His tremor-coated fist launched into the Nomu's chin and caused the creature to spring to the air. The thing about the last battle was that Niji lost his EL after a few minutes, but even when he had it, he didn't have any choice of attacks since they were all useless. But now, he had EL, a better version of it even, and he had one of the most destructive powers he ever saw a mortal wield. The power of destruction. This was still shock that the Nomus could absorb, however the sheer power behind it was too much for them to be completely fine. Bam. Crack. At the third strike, the other Nomu returned to him. This time, Niji could see that the arm of the other Nomu hadn't healed yet, at least not entirely. Meaning he had a chance, some chance. He then had a crazy idea. What if he mixed tremor to his taekwondo and kung fu moves? He knew it would be hard, very much so, since this was his first time, but if it worked, this would be a dance more than a battle. Niji dodged a lunge from the right and a kick from the left, striding like a feather, and then bent his waist and kicked upwards. He covered his right leg in the tremor energy and kicked at the flat-jawed Nomu's neck, causing it to bend weirdly and the body to fly and crash into a wall in the far. The other Nomu moved aggressively, punching very fast. Like its confrontation with All Might, the Nomu punched at a blinding speed. Niji knew he wouldn't have been able to follow let alone dodge these punches if it was not for his Eyes of the Lord, and just then he started to feel some strains on them. However, the sweet smell of power caused him to chuckle and grin as he fought the Nomu using his martial arts proficiency, which boosted his damage by 10%. After exchanging more than hundreds of blows, Niji decided to end this right now. He clenched his fist tight as he could in truth, and then swung it backwards before throwing it forward at the Nomu's chest, all the while dodging its last attack. Nomu's body shone golden as if it caught fire, and Niji's tremor-coated fist pushed his ribcage inside as if breaking uncooked noodles, and in an instant, with a blast of shockwave, the Nomu was flung in the air and flown out of the building via its broken roof. Huff. Niji got a notification. You have defeated one of the Nomus. You'll get your deserved EXP after you complete the quest. Niji breathed in and out, about to run out of stamina since coating himself in tremor eats out stamina like water kept in a bucket with a hole. But not like it was that big of a problem. He just drank another few potions before dashing to the other Nomu. He didn't get a notification for that, so it wasn't defeated yet. As he was about to reach the creature, something stirred. Niji's Eyes of the Lord flared as he flipped backwards, and in his previous spot, a huge piece of pillar crashed into a crater. With a frown, his eyes searched. The Nomu was still barely trying to stand up, so he got a few seconds that he wanted to spend on this camper rather than risk his life in the fight. Then it clicked. He turned into the second platform. The ghost of Izuku was there. He didn't want to, but their eyes met instinctively. Izuku's eyes widened in pure shock, but before he could be certain of his assumption, Niji moved his eyes to the side. Izuku had just tried to kill him. That bastard. But how did he do it? This meant Izuku could use his quirk in his astral form, and from what he saw, Izuku could only attract things to him then reflect things after they reached him. But here, the pillar was clearly attracted to Niji's body. He can set something to attract something else, huh? It was not that hard to reach that conclusion. Niji was fairly smart. He then immediately made a plan. Actually, he already had this plan in case Izuku did intervene. Niji couldn't hurt his astral form, unfortunately, but he had a much simpler idea. Before the Nomu could get up, Niji blasted on the second floor and rushed past the horrified Deku. He acted as if he couldn't see his ghost, even if it might be useless now after everything has happened, it didn't hurt to pretend. He dropped to his knees after he reached Izuku's real body and tapped on his neck with two of his fingers. With a jolt, Izuku jumped awake. Ah. Oh, hey. Izuku turned to Niji horrified. I was about to fight a strong guy, then I remembered you were unconscious here. Things might get dangerous and you might get hurt, be safe, I will get going. Before Izuku could fully absorb his words, Niji was already gone. Kendo finally let Momo go, knowing the girl won't run off now, and she was right. Momo simply sat on the ground with thin lips as multiple questions crossed her mind. What were those potions? What just happened with his quirk? And why did he do that? Why did he do such an attack that most likely killed many people? Her heart started pumping fast before she sighed without realizing. At least he's safe now. She watched as he fought the Nomus skillfully, dodging its attacks as if he's been trained for this for years. From her point of view, she couldn't see the gleaming octagram, nor could Izuku or Aizawa see it. Even if the distance was shortened, he was moving too fast either way. Momo finally felt her adrenaline wearing off as she heard an apologetic voice from behind her. I am sorry. She turned to face Kendo. If I didn't restrain you, then dash. It's fine, Momo nodded. It was reckless of me, truly. Thank you for holding me back. Kendo smiled and stayed silent before asking. Do you have any idea what happened to Niji? He's your boyfriend, right? Mom couldn't help but smile helplessly. He was hiding things even from her, so she felt a little sad hearing Kendo's questions. Though it's just been 2 days since they started dating, she wasn't going to feel entitled enough to assume he should share all his secrets with her. So she just smiled. Sorry, I have no idea. Mirio Togata went through something weird today. When he was about to do a test with his quirk, something strange happened. Black whips jumped out of his body in all directions and wrapped the people around him tightly. He was only able to calm down with Nijer's help, and he was grateful for that. All Might, his mentor, had rushed to him not long after that. The man had run out of his time for today, which wasn't anything new to Mirio. The symbol was overworking himself. Mirio felt it was because he was getting so strong so fast, which relieved All Might about the future. From the looks of it, he has gotten another step forward into defeating One for All's fated foe, All for One, because today he unlocked a quirk that was locked inside the One for All. And it seems he would keep getting more quirks too. Mirio believed he would be able to succeed All Might in a very short time. But now wasn't the time to think about that blissful future. Now he had people to save, innocent future heroes. Tenya Ida had run over here all of a sudden, and then he and All Might learned about the attack on USJ. Mirio didn't know, but this was actually the reason why Niji had even knocked out Kurogiri to begin with, so that he couldn't delay Ida like in canon, because he thought he would seriously need help. As for how Shigaraki would escape if Kurogiri was out, he believed in his gut feeling. Sigh. Mirio sighed. All Might couldn't transform today anymore. If he did, it would just cause him to shorten his time. So even with the risk of Black Whip getting out of control again, Mirio was jumping from building to building towards the USJ. Good thing was that he had gone there a few times already in his life in UA, Southwest He knew the road. Mirio, hurry. The worried voice of his friend, Nijer, caused him to turn to the side briefly before moving faster. Nijer was worried. Her brother was amongst the students who were being attacked. Mirio knew how much the girl cared for her brother, so he did not oppose her idea. Moreover, it's not as if she is slower than him. She was in fact faster if she went all out, but that had hurt her own body. Her quirk grew. It all happened a year ago, even before he got One for All. Without that quirk, he would even say she was the stronger big three. Now, she could blast actual proper shockwaves and fly at a great speed, which was honestly reassuring knowing he wasn't getting too inhumanely strong. It was nice knowing there was still someone in his boundary of speed. Look, I see it. Mirio said, pointing at the dome-like building not so far. Nijer nodded and increased her speed. Mirio could see her clenched teeth. She was in pain. Her quirk didn't give her enough endurance to stay fine under this great pressure unlike his, but she continued. They both stepped inside the building from the broken roof, which shocked them both as they questioned what type of attack caused this much damage exactly. They jumped onto the floor because Mirio couldn't stay floating, and both of them froze briefly. In front of them, the ground was destroyed, shattered and cracked into pieces as if some kind of earthquake had hit it. But this wasn't the cause of their surprise, at least not entirely. Moving their gaze at the middle of the field, at the boy clad in a white suit and silver hair, Mirio could only stare as he sat on top of the body of a charred skin creature, smoke coming out of it. Is that guy dead? That was his first question. Mirio was contemplating, but Nijer wasn't. She jumped right at the boy and hugged his head so tightly that Mirio could feel secondhand pain. Chapter 70, Stupid, 1. The first thing Izuku did after he regained his composure was to call his master, All for One. It wasn't to bring them in here to fight, no, Izuku knew that he was injured greatly and couldn't fight. It was instead to notify him about Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Kurogiri was Shigaraki's guardian, his escape method. But now that he was knocked out, Shigaraki couldn't get away from here before the teachers could come. The man-child was also unconscious, causing Izuku more stress. Izuku would have tried to kill Niji again if not for this. All for One, his master, cared for Shigaraki a lot. If Shigaraki was captured, All for One would move by himself to free him. In that case, with such bad health, All for One might even die in battle. Izuku didn't want that. That man had saved him when he was giving up everything, he won't be able to stay sane seeing him die. So he immediately called All for One. The call connected, meaning the villain who was jamming the network had also died. It was relieving. Oh, Midoriya. Smiling stiffly, Izuku explained everything. Izuku knew All for One had a teleportation quirk of his own, that was his main plan. Izuku Midoriya didn't know, he couldn't know, that all this was part of Niji's plan. The reason Niji woke him up was not only to distract him but also to make him notify All for One. He had to knock out Kurogiri to let Ida run for UA, but he couldn't let Shigaraki be captured here either. The reward and the future reward was just too tempting. So, he had to make All for One intervene somehow. Niji. Nijer jumped at me and her chest pressed down on my face. I struggled for a breath before hugging her back. Are you hurt? She gulped while hugging me tighter. My white suit is covered in blood, I can see why she is worried. A bit. At my answer, Nijer's hug tightened, her chin resting on my head. Everything's fine, I am here now, take a rest. Her voice was gentle and she caressed my hair softly. Smiling, I gave up on the soft feeling of her chest and closed my eyes. I am kinda exhausted because my SP is low again. It'd heal in minutes, but before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. The last thing I saw before losing myself was a black shining liquid popping up from Shigaraki's body and devouring him like a monster. And then, the box of text floating above his head, Tamura Shigaraki, Tier 4, also vanished in thin air. The next time Niji woke up, he found himself in a fairly comfy bed in the nurse's office. Striding his cosmic blue irises around the room, he confirmed he was the only one awake in the room while around half a dozen more people were sleeping in the beds beside him. He didn't bother to check who they were, because their names were already floating above their heads, and unfortunately, Momo wasn't there. He didn't worry about Momo though, he had seen her fine before losing his consciousness. So he instead opened his system and clicked to check the notifications. You have completed the quest. Quest. While going out to do rescue training, you come across the eerie league of villains who tries to kill you, your girlfriend, and your classmates. Objective, survive with your girlfriend. Bonus Objective 1, defeat the 2 Nomus. Bonus Objective 2, let Shigaraki flee without being obvious, thus giving him a chance to grow and ensure at least 10x more XP for your future self. Reward, Tier Potion, Quirk XP Card, Health Potion 3x, 1 billion XP. Bonus Reward 1, Tier Potion, Respect from most students and teachers, Aizawa's Favoritism, 1 billion XP. Bonus Reward 2, Tier Potion, Random Skill Ticket, 1 billion XP. Failure, everyone, along with you, dies in the hands of the Nomus. You have fulfilled the objective. You have fulfilled all the bonus objectives. Niji brightened at this. So his plan had worked. He did see Shigaraki being sucked in by All for One's dirt-like teleportation ability, which he recalled from the anime. Next, more messages popped up. Rewards would be distributed. You have obtained Tier Potions 3x. You have obtained a Quirk XP card. You have obtained Health Potion 3x. You have obtained a Random Skill Ticket. You have obtained Respect from students and Aizawa's Favoritism. This made Niji smile and continue to read the text messages. You have achieved 3 billion XP. You have leveled up. You have reached level 100. Your existence becomes more defined. Enough XP for the first ascension has been acquired. Your default race, human, changes to high human. Requirements have been met. The third restriction would now be removed. You will level up twice as fast as before. Requirements have been met. The fourth restriction would now be removed. You have unlocked the ability to merge skills. Requirements have been met. The fifth restriction would now be removed. Just like skills, you can evolve bloodline powers, in this case quirks, too, after they reach max level. Requirements haven't been met. Can't remove the sixth restriction. Special change, because of the ascension, both the dungeon rewards and difficulties would be heightened. Congratulations, Master. The humane voice of the system rang in his head after the series of robotic messages. Its voice somehow felt more humane, more natural. Niji assumed it was because of the ascension or whatever. He smiled and released a soft breath. First of all the items, he would distribute the tier potions and quirk EXP card to his girls later on and also explain things to Momo also. Secondly, he felt stronger, but that wasn't the biggest change. He felt more alive. As if life energy was rushing through his veins like blood. Good. It was a good feeling, and he felt he could get addicted to it. Thirdly, quirk evolution. By reaching level 10, he had awakened his quirk. But awakening and evolution aren't the same thing. It's like in fantasy magic worlds, for example, a person can awaken fire magic, but later on evolve that fire to hellfire or something along the line. He didn't give this too much thought since he had something else to check. He then called for the status window as it popped up in his retina. Status page. Name, Neji Hado. Age, 15. Class, the gamer. Title, Harem Lord. Level, 100. Race, high human. HP, 2250/2250. SP, 2250/2250. MP, #/ STR, 225. End, 225. Dex, 225. Int, 125. Wis, 125. Cha, 225. Luke, 225. HP Reg, 900/minute. SP Reg, 900/minute. Stat points, 5. Niji grinned in delight. Hi human, huh? Previously at level 99, his END was 194, now it had jumped to exactly 225. But his STR was 199, yet it had become 225 too. So the race change didn't add a certain number to the stats and instead, just brought them to 225. Why? It's because that's the base stat of a high human, Master. Only INT, WIS, and luck aren't affected by it. Well, so coincidentally had exactly 225 in luck. What a lucky case. Niji liked the symmetrical numbers of the page. It pleased him. The problem was his CHA, it had jumped more than 50. This might cause some issues. Even then, a small laugh left him. This was fun. High human seems to have more to it than this too. He was about to click on the race to learn more about it, but just then he heard someone's voice. While he was checking his stats, someone had walked inside the room. Ooh, you're up. An old cracky voice caused him to sit up straight and turn at the small old woman sitting on a stool and working on some bandages on the table. She didn't turn to him. You're the first one to wake up after that green head. Congrats. She said, you are lucky to have very light injuries, kid. All the other students were bathed in blood. Her tone was gentle, and from how she mentioned all the other students being only bloody, Niji could only hope nobody died and were just injured. Though he didn't know why there weren't more people in the room, if what she was telling was right, everyone should be here. If you're worried about your other friends, they are in another room. Only the ones with the lightest injuries are here. She said, as if reading his worries. Niji was surprised at how well Recovery Girl could read the situation. I guess that's what old age does to you, Wise. Was there any casualties amongst the students? He asked to both tend to his curiosity and also to prove that he wasn't dazed. Some were. Recovery Girl's voice stopped briefly before she sighed in relief. Close, but nobody died. I am not sure how it happened, but all of them had glass wounds. Maybe one of the villain's quirks. Some students had glasses penetrating their stomach, one almost had his heart penetrated, but in the end, they are now fine. This school is lucky to have me here, hey. I can't deny that. Niji sighed in relief. He killed the villains, which now that he recalled, made him feel a bit nauseous. But if he had killed a student he would have truly felt sorry. Ruining the lives of normal people wasn't something he was fond of, at least not in this life. Then the door suddenly jerked open. Niji. A girl with flowing periwinkle hair ran in and stopped upon seeing Niji sitting before jumping on his face like last time. You're up. The recovery girl laughed at this and hopped down from her stool. Ah, younglings. Nijer-chan, take care of your brother. I will go check on the other kids. She walked off slowly with a wave of her hand, leaving Niji to conclude that Nijer was close to her, enough to call her Nijer-chan in her informal clothes and also to know about their relationship. The moment she left, Nijer forcefully turned his head to her, glaring. Niji. She looked angry. Niji blinked in confusion. Ah. I was thinking you were the victim, but oh wow, you actually jumped into a fight by yourself. Niji deadpanned. Nijer was bound to learn the moment he saw her coming to the USJ, but he wasn't prepared to argue with her. After a series of emotions clouded her face, she sighed in the end and clasped his cheeks. Otuto, as much as I want to scold you, you had goodwill behind it. You have saved people today, you know. Niji smiled at this. She was his sister, but she was also a hero. She won't get that angry with him for risking his life for other people, though he truly only did it for Momo and himself. Before Niji could answer, someone walked inside the room, long black hair covering his eyes and his face half bandaged. He might have saved 20 people. He talked in a serious tone. But more than 20 had died because of him, no matter how much goodwill he had behind it. Aizawa, who had one of his arms plastered, stared at Niji intensely with only one of his eyes open. The principal wants to meet you, Neji Hado. Niji and Nijer frowned, both for different reasons. Niji was celebrating too early. He should be worried about the police right now. Chapter 71, Stupid, 2. Chapter 71, Stupid, 2. Walking behind Aizawa, Niji glanced at the man's back with a calculating gaze. Aizawa's favoritism. That's what he got from the reward, but what's this? Aizawa not only didn't seem to favor him but in fact felt more distant. Though he could guess why. He was supposed to get his favoritism, which he did, however, at the same time, he also got Aizawa's disapproval when he killed the villains, even if indirectly. So did the two cancel each other out? Most likely, but there is a chance that the disapproval is now winning the fight. That much Niji could tell from Aizawa's indifferent expression. Niji didn't know what to make out of this. Walking towards the principal's office, he was still planning on how to escape the police, and what he should do after that. Become a villain. That's the best possible path left in a situation where police would be after him. Honestly, it wasn't that bad of a deal either. He would certainly miss his family, his harem, but he would have Kurai with him. In the end, he would be able to grow much stronger by killing actual people, as much as he was uncomfortable with it. He got 5 billion EXP from Muscular, and 3 billion from this quest, after all. Moreover, sudden quests give more XP than these story quests, basically the ones that happened in canon. In that case, by running around by himself, he would gain more XP in a short period. It all didn't seem that bad of a plan. We are here. Aizawa's voice brought him back to the door in front of him. Nijer wasn't with him, he was only here with Aizawa, and from his echolocation he could tell that Nizu was alone. It won't be hard to escape from here, even if Aizawa cancelled his quirk. The door opened by themselves, sensing the two presents, and Aizawa stepped inside. We are here, principal. Niji stepped behind him and saw the overgrown mouse from his welcome letter jump down from his office table. Ah. Please, come in, Aizawa-san and Niji-kun. It was rare to use honorifics nowadays, but the mouse still used them. Aizawa simply walked in without any sound and Niji followed after a nod. He might have fucked up, but it didn't hurt to be civil. Nizu, the mouse, jumped in on the couch and motioned the other two to sit on the other side. It's a pleasure to have you here, Niji-kun. Niji sat down. The pleasure is mine, though I would have appreciated if this meeting were to be held at a later time. Nizu sighed softly. Yes indeed, you just fought with your life on the line, I understand, but this is important enough for me to call you here right now. Nizu took out a small box and presented it in front of Niji and Aizawa, who was sitting beside Niji. The lid opened and showed 3 small bottles laid inside. 2 of them were broken, it was just pieces of glass, but one was intact, though all of them were empty. The health potion bottles. Do you recognize them? Niji frowned at this. Why did this feel like an interrogation? Do you recognize them? Do I? Of course. Do I be honest with them? Well, Aizawa already saw me drinking them, so there is no reason to hide the fact. I do, those are my potions. Oh, Nizu blinked as if he didn't expect me to be straightforward. That saves time. Now, since you know about them, you should also know about their healing effect, right? I nodded. That's right. I used them on myself after all. Nizu smiled. Niji-kun, do you care sharing where you got them from, then? Ah, to be clear, only I and Aizawa-san know of this, along with some students, yeah, but this hasn't been notified to the authorities, and I hope we won't need to do it either. That was a subtle threat. However, it's not as if I don't have a backup plan for this situation. I knew one day or another I would be caught using the potions, so not planning for them would have been silly. But, normally, I would have negotiated for this info. I would have asked him for an equal benefit. But now, I am on the losing side. I am already in the wrong for killing actual people, for breaking the law, so I guess I have to compile. I hate being on the losing end. Sure, I guess such great potions would help the hero society tremendously. Nizu nodded at my words. Go to this website I am telling you to. I watched as Nizu typed the site on his tablet, and from his widening eyes, I knew my plan was working. Looking at the screen, Nizu couldn't help but hum in awe. It was an online store, but it wasn't normal. There were multiple potions, green, red, purple, blue, all colors had a potion of their own. Sliding his finger on the screen, Nizu read the names of the potions with wide eyes. Health potion. Stamina potion. Magic potion. Fire potion, boosts fire type attacks. Water potion, boosts. Lightning potion, boosts. Reading further, Nizu almost thought this was a store for some games. Discarding that thought, he speculated it was a shop for quirk enhancements drugs. Niji did get a sudden power-up mid-battle. But he soon discarded the idea. If Niji used such a drug, he wouldn't be standing here right now. He kept scrolling down and came across the comments section. His eyes widened as he confirmed that all this was legit. People were commenting on the authenticity of the product, and not only once, but many times a guy replied on his own comment days later, his comments praising the potions. It could be faked, coded, but where else would Niji get the potions then? His enhanced brain could think many more possibilities, but none of them should be possible for a high schooler, more so a high schooler with an overprotective mother who he was personally familiar with. Meaning, all this was real. But how? Why did the association not notice until now? No, why wasn't this website the talk of the world? Nizu got the answer to that question when he decided to cart an HP potion and click order. In an instant, the entire site crashed, his tablet turned off and died. I barely held back a smile seeing Nizu's energetic face crumbling down to dust. Ha, look at him. Niji-kun. He raised his face to me. It seems the website crashed. Have you experienced similar situations? I nodded, keeping the most indifferent face possible. It happened to me as well, at least on the first few days. But from the comments, you can verify that the site is 100% legit. It's not. Not at all. I know it works only sometimes, maybe a certain time of the day, or month, or even years. I don't know, but I can confirm it works. I pointed at my own body. My healed body should be enough proof of that. Nizu frowned. He seemed skeptical. But I can guess what he was thinking. He was thinking, now it makes sense why nobody talks about this site. Because even if people spread about the site, when tried by someone else, it only crashes. Right. Right. I wanted to laugh right now seeing his small mouse-like face distorting into confusion. Even the smartest person can be tricked if you are prepared for it. +5 INT for playing one of the smartest beings on the planet. I was a little shocked at the 5 points, but INT is pretty much useless to me. It just lets me do maths faster and memorize things better, and also have a better memory, and imagine and process things better, for example when using my echolocation. Maybe not that useless. The mouse sighed, his face sad as if someone stole his cheese. Shaking his head, he composed himself. Thank you for sharing it with us. If you have any extra health potion, we would like to borrow it for a while. I shook my head softly. I don't. He started at me for a few seconds, observing my expression, and sighed again. Then, let's move on from here. I would ask the association to research on this site later on. This site was made by Kimi. I didn't bother learning coding since Kimi knew it already. Kimi's dead older sister was a computer engineer, so to keep her memories fresh, Kimi had learned to code and made the site for me. It would crash every time someone tries to order something, and the comments were faked easily. I have to notify her quickly to close the site before the association tracks her. She isn't good enough to keep the site safe against actual pros, more so dozens of them. I nodded. Sure. Then, let's talk about something else. I heard you have a cat. A black cat to be precise. I blinked. Yes, why? Where was he going with this? Also, why isn't he asking about the villains I killed? Looking at Aizawa's frown, I could guess he also had the same question as me. The mouse's brows had risen on my answer, the look of realization so clear in his face that I could tell it even from his animal-like facial features. Am I missing something? Chapter 72, Stupid, 3. Chapter 72, Stupid, 3. Then, let's talk about something else. I heard you have a cat. A black cat to be precise. The boy blinked at him. Yes, why? Nizu's eyebrows rose. Huh, so he was right. Nizu had tried looking for Niji's background, but it's all locked behind walls enforced by his parents, most likely Gara who Nizu was familiar with. So he researched Niji's middle school, instead, for the last 3 days and came to learn about his explicit relationship with multiple women. Principal Nizu honestly didn't mind such a thing. Famous heroes always do scandalous things like that, it's better for the kid to learn to hide this from a young age, in fact. Nizu wasn't dumb enough to believe that something like pure good exists, there is always a mixture, maybe except for All Might, but not everyone is the symbol of peace after all. So one of the silver-haired man's traits had already matched Niji, he was always surrounded by women. Only one trait was remaining, and now that he also confirmed about his black cat, Nizu couldn't help but smile to himself. Nizu stared as Niji looked at him with a confused gleam. Does the principal not like cats? Black cats, in this case? The boy asked in a curious voice, as Nizu considered something. Should he tell him about Nitai's vision? Or should he first let Nitai know that the man in the vision was finally found? What should he do to him, exactly? Niji-kun. After a long silence, he asked. Do you perhaps know about Sir Nitai and his quirk? This boy was special. He was smart and cautious. He was able to hide his relationship from everyone for 3 years, and if not for Nizu's connections flanking the other student's background, Nizu would never have been able to figure it out himself. After that, as he considered some other things that only his advanced brain could think and conclude of, Nizu had decided it's better to tell the boy instead of hiding it all. The boy stared at his face silently, his curious face now unreadable. Did he know Nitai? Moving to Niji, he considered what was happening exactly. Sir Nitai. He muttered in his mind. He had no idea why Nizu was suddenly asking about him, but he didn't see any reason to lie. He is pretty famous, so I guess, I do know him. Though I only heard rumors about his quirk, not what it does exactly. He nodded. Smiling, Nizu moved his gaze to Aizawa who wore a grim expression. The man seemed to have his own things that he wanted to say, but from the looks of it, more questions were just about to pop up in his mind. Nizu considered if he should ask Aizawa to go out or not before deciding against it. Aizawa was a reliable man, after all. He should also know about the vision, if possible. Sir Nitai has a quirk that lets him see the future. Nizu went silent, took a deep breath, then said, using his quirk, he has seen your future. Niji stared at Nizu silently. Now that's not something I was expecting to hear, at least not today. I had theorized before that Nitai has seen the future of the world where gods come, but I wasn't expecting to hear that he has seen me. First of all, how did he see my future since he never got in contact with me? Even assuming he saw me in someone else's future, the further into the future he sees, the more uncertain and blurry it becomes. So how exactly did he know that it's me? That's assuming he saw me in the future where gods attacked. Maybe he only saw my future after UA, which, if things go according to plan, isn't something pleasant. Pardon, but... I thinned my lips, by now all my worry of the police was gone. Aizawa was the same. Can you tell me what he saw? I could guess what, and hoped it wasn't that. Nizu nodded sagely. I can, of course. Though. I am not exactly sure if it's okay to tell you that. You might get demotivated, or even fall into an existential crisis. Ah, that's nothing new. That's fine. After a second Nizu nodded, while Aizawa wore a serious expression as he also waited for Nizu to talk. It's... Nizu's words flew to my ears as my face contorted to a frown no matter how much I forced it not to. In a destroyed city, within a sea of flames, a silver-haired man was on his knees with a fiery blade coming out of his chest. Beside him, a bunch of women were lying, some of them had their limbs cut off while some were simply dead. The last thing he saw before the vision ended was a black cat the size of a skyscraper starting to rampage around the destroyed world. Gamer's mind is calming down, master. The gamer's mind counts this as a dire situation, that's why it activated. But at least I am calm now. People might say that's what I get for playing hero, but I don't plan to do that. I plan to make some drastic changes after leaving the UA after first year, but it seems I have to pull the time down a little. Playing the hero won't work. I have to start hunting quirks, if I want to survive, I have to grow stronger. But calm down now. The top tower dungeon is the utmost priority now because if I were to go hunting right now, I would be too weak to even go against Mirio Togata. Niji-kun, are you feeling okay? Nizu asked, his face forming a concerned look. I have the mouse to thank for this. From the fanfictions I read, he seemed like the evil Dumbledore guy, and maybe he is truly, but he is not against me. At least not yet. I can appreciate that. Thank you for this information, but can I ask just when Sir Nitai saw this vision of his? How many days ago, I mean? Years. Nizu corrected. It's been 5 years since then. Exactly on October 6th, year 196. Now this does put a smile on my face. For starters, I started my journey on October 7th, a day after my and Nijer's birthday. We have shared birthdays. Back then, I had how much luck? 64, master. Yes, 64 LUC. Now I have 225 LUC. My future depends on luck, Unknown Gamer 69 had said so. Night Eye's vision isn't absolute, I know that much too, and since I know my luck can affect the time lapse for the arrival of the gods, the future he saw was the unlucky Niji's, not the lucky Niji. That is, Unknown Gamer 69 said I can buy decades worth of time with high luck, so let's just assume the gods arrive 5 years later than the vision he saw. Would the future be same? Now that I have made some extreme plans. I doubt it will. Niji-kun. Thank you. I smiled at him. I appreciate it. Nizu smiled too. It's nothing. The future has already changed since you didn't receive the quirk that you were supposed to receive like I just said. So maybe things would be different now. That's good and all, but I had one question. Then why tell me? Since the future has changed already, telling it to me won't change anything. Nizu smiled a strange smile that I couldn't understand, at all. When you have intelligence beyond a certain threshold, let's just say things are hard to explain at that point. But be sure this is all for your and the world's betterment. Oh, okay. Keep your secrets. I won't pry too much, I will see the future in a few months with my own 2 eyes, don't worry. Then can I go please? I tried to stand up, but Aizawa stopped me by putting a hand on my shoulders. Aizawa stopped Niji from getting up, his face grim as he sat with one of his hands hanging from his neck. It's certainly strange knowing about your future, moreover knowing you avoided your fate. But, you have other problems to worry about. He glanced at Nizu. Clearly, you are not going to let him off after killing some villain, will you? Nizu shrugged. It's not like he has done any harm to the society, and it wasn't intentional. It was merely self-defense, from what you told me yourself. If he hadn't done that shockwave burst, Nomo would have crushed his skull. Moreover, on the second burst of wave, he threw the shards of glass that would have killed you, himself, Izuku-kun, Momo, Tsuyu and Kendo-san too. He has saved lives, your life and multiple lives, lives that would save more lives in the future, at the expense of lives who would have taken more innocent lives in the future. Aizawa glared at Nizu. So you now support the vigilantes? Nizu shook his head. Aizawa-san, you know that's not true. The room grew silent and dark. Niji now felt a little uncomfortable. Then you're showing favor to a student. Why? Because of his future. That was partially correct. According to his calculations, the boy would save millions even without one for all. But he can't say that here, nobody would understand him, nobody would believe him. Being too smart was a curse sometimes. There was also another reason, Niji's mother. It's not her status, no, that's not the problem is his past debt with her, but again, Aizawa didn't need to know that. It's dash. Nizu started, but the door burst open. You rat. A woman walked in while stomping on the ground, her straight blue hair flowed in the air like ocean waves. Her eyes lit up looking at Niji, but as they landed on Nizu her frown returned. How dare you interrogate my injured son? Don't you feel any shame, doing this to kids? Ah, Gara dash. Shut. Gara stood glaring at him for a whole minute before grabbing Niji by his hand and pulling him out of the door. I am taking my son away, try stopping me. Niji stared in a slight daze as he was pulled out of the school, going to the car. Chapter 73, Peace, 1. Chapter 73, Peace, 1. Niji was back in the car after Gara pulled him out. Gara had come to the school directly from work, he could tell from her car. Her assistant, Kujusera, had brought her here with her car after Nijer had notified her. Kimi had come with another car to pick the siblings up, and currently, they were inside that car with Gara sending Sarah away. Niji sat on the back seat with Nijer on his right and Gara on his left, who had her arms around his head as she talked to her phone about an emergency. Staring at her with a curious gaze, Niji waited for her to finish talking. Nijer stayed silent too after Niji told her to, and Kimi simply peeked at him every now and then from the rearview mirror. She was worried, but she couldn't express it outright in front of Gara. It was hard for her sometimes. Gara cut the call and immediately, Niji asked, Mom, what's your relationship with the principal? She turned to him, her hand on his head as she patted his hair. The hair made of actual silver felt weird in her touch, it was very light silver, each strand barely weighing more than actual hair strands, but if she isn't careful her palm might start bleeding, though that won't stop her from patting her son. Niji continued. I know you are influential and all, but I don't think it's enough to shut the principal of UA's mouth like that. She smiled and giggled. Oh my, you underestimate me, son. I do have enough influence of my own to do that, kind of. But you're right, my influence isn't the reason behind it. Then. You want to know? Yes. At Niji's nod, she stuck her tongue out playfully, something she won't do outside her family. It's a secret. Niji asked her again, but she just laughed it off. Though he had some ideas, he wasn't sure about any of them. It's kind of an open secret that Nizu was experimented on by humans once. Maybe his mother was involved in that. As in, maybe she saved him. Though it was most likely just one of his drifting thoughts, but he would figure it out someday. So, Niji. Then Nijer called, her hand sliding into his right arm, acting as if Gaara wasn't even there. What did they do to you? Just some question, it's nothing bad. Niji shook his head. Instead, I got information that will help me tremendously. Oh. Her eyes sparkled up, this caught her curiosity. And that is? Niji curled his lips up. It's a secret. Behind him, Gaara gave a hearty laugh. It was delighting seeing him copy her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't make him spill the beans. While Nijer pouted and glared, Gaara tried to ask herself, but he didn't bend and instead gave a half-hearted answer. She knew he was lying, but she couldn't make him tell the truth without him forcing her secrets out. Maybe she should force the mouse to spill the beans, instead. But then again, she didn't like to push the mouse without any actual reason behind it. Her son was that reason today. Finally, the car reached the mansion's large gate as they waited for the gate to open by the security guard. Then Kimmy drove to the parking lot and Gaara and Nijer walked out. Huh, aren't you coming? Niji smiled at his mother's question. I have something in the car, I will go with Kimmy. Nijer narrowed her eyes at this but said nothing. She wanted to have a hearty talk with Niji about how he should always let the teachers and others help him in a fight, that's if he even jumps in, so that he never faces such a situation again. But Nijer had noticed how Kimmy was holding back from showing her worry, and with Gaara back early today, Kimmy won't get the chance to vent her worry inside the mansion. Oh, okay then, Nijer, let's go. Gaara ruffled Nijer's hair, which the girl didn't like at all, and then walked away, and as they went, Niji locked the door and hugged Kimmy's neck from behind. Hi. Are you okay? Ignoring his greeting, Kimmy asked worriedly with her head turned backwards immediately, her lips thin. I heard you were all bloody before. Niji slipped in the front seat and sat on the seat beside Kimmy before guiding her to sit on his lap, her hands locking on his neck. Kimmy didn't know about the dangers inside the dungeon since every time he came back to the hotels in their journey, he was completely fine because of the health potions and extra sets of clothes inside his inventory. So this was the second time she heard him fight, and first time where he was bloody injured. I had some magical items that helped me heal, I am fine now. Yeah, but... Kimmy trailed off while Niji's mouth caught her lips. She didn't resist and let his tongue invade her mouth, slowly coiling around her own like a snake. One of his hands lowered and pulled her waist towards him while another grabbed her large breasts. She moaned softly and shuddered in pleasure, enjoying his ethereal touch with heavy breathing. Finally, he let her go and a string of Savala connected their mouths. Niji sucked in the string and again kissed her, this time pushing her on the glass window and touching her under her maid dress. Stop. Kimmy finally squealed when she got the chance to open her mouth once, and Niji chuckled. He knew she liked it when he did things against her words. After teasing her for a while, he did stop. Kimmy breathed heavily. If you go any further then I... Niji grinned at her. He didn't mind doing it right now, it would help his stiff body relax. But the matter of fact was that his mother was home, and knowing her, if he spent too much time on the car, she would come to check. So he couldn't help but stop. Are your worries gone? I was just proving I am all fine now. Kimmy nodded, her usually pale face red from her neck to ears. I am sure you are. While Niji laughed, she slowly placed her head on his chest, trying to hide her face. After a long silence, she said, it's hard, sometimes, needing to hold back my worries. Niji shrugged at this. I mean, you don't have to. It's normal for you to get attached to me after spending 2 years out. I would say acting normal is abnormal in this scenario, instead. I am sure my parents would only see it as you caring for me as a sister, or aunt, I guess. You oldie. Kimmy raised her face to meet his eyes, ignoring his joke, she thinned her lips. But what if Mistress Gaara gets suspicious? Niji only grinned. In that case, she would instead be eager to see her grandchildren. Kimmy didn't want to ruin the moment, but a trail of cheerful laughter left her at that moment. Meow. Kurai could feel Niji's life force all the time. So at first, when she sensed him getting beaten up, she wanted to jump in his general direction right then, but his life force was barely damaged, and soon it healed too, probably because of a health potion. If not for the fact that she suddenly felt his power jump up magnificently, she would have rushed in even then. Because of that, she was displeased to see Nijer and Gaara walking inside the mansion alone. She could sense Niji's presence right around the corner, but he wasn't coming. She was worried, and that old man was probably doing some idiotic things like always. She was about to rush in, but her aunt, Nijer, caught her midair and started playing with her. Oh, she loved Nijer all right, but she can be very annoying sometimes. This was one of such times. Luckily, before she decided to blast the mansion with hellfire, an attack that she made by mixing her sun god powers and death god powers, both her parents walked in. Kimi wore her usual maid outfit, but a strangely happy smile was on her face. Kurai couldn't fathom why her mother would work as a maid, but her mother was still a human and humans were weird. Though it was pleasing to see her bright smile. Then came her father. He yawned and stretched his limbs, looking all tired, but she knew better. Freeing herself from Nijer, she jumped at Niji, whose eyes jumped open as she approached his face. He didn't try to defend, and that annoyed her. She wanted to jump scare him. She landed on his left shoulder softly, as light as feather, and licked his cheeks while purring. Are you hurt? Ota-san. She asked, calling him Ota-san instead of Pops, as her mother had taught her today morning. She didn't want to call him that, but Kimi had ordered her seriously to be a good girl after she had almost burned the whole garden yesterday using her fire. This was her punishment for this week. At her words, her Ota-san stared at her face silently before rubbing his nose with her, suddenly causing her to flinch. She actually liked his touches. It had some kind of calming effect, but not this. It was too sudden. She tried to jump while purring, but Niji's hands grabbed her midair and rubbed her cheek with his. Good girl, you're finally becoming a good girl. She almost went unconscious because of the heat on her cheeks that she forced herself to believe came from the rubbing of two cheeks. Chapter 74, Piece 2. Chapter 74, Piece 2. I went to sleep immediately after teasing Kurai for a bit. I barely got time to spend with her since UA started. It's only been 4 days, but it feels so long. Speaking of which, school will be off for 3 days, yay, so that we can get rest. All wounds were healed by Recovery Girl, but the mental strain was there. I woke up late tomorrow. Neither my parents, Kimi, and even Nijer woke me up, knowing I must be tired. Scratching the back of my head, I walked inside the washroom and brushed my teeth, all while staring at my cosmic blue eyes in the mirror. Luckily I am not a girl, or I would have married myself. When I returned from the bath, where I had dipped myself in the tub for almost half an hour, the first thing I noticed was my phone flashing with messages. Momo, oi, why are you not answering? That was 30 minutes ago. Before that there were zillions of more messages. You have a new message. Just then another message came. Momo, that's it, I am coming over. She could have contacted Nijer, but she did get slapped by her just 2 days ago. Again, those 2 days feel too long. Though, she should come. I would like to explain things to her, and also tell my parents about her. Would that be a good idea though? Just when I thought this, I noticed another 2 message bubbles hiding under Momo's avatar. One was Ochako, to who I replied that I was fine, but the next. I threw a question at her. Niji, should a teacher really message a student like this? Midnight's reply came immediately. Namuri, HM. Well, I am a caring type of teacher, so I was worried about the hero of the school. Yes, the one who messaged me is the R-rated hero. From the time, it seems last night, she sent me a single message asking me about my health. I could have acted nice and replied normally, but these types of women like it when you're snarky. Niji, hero of the school. Me. I knew what she meant, but it's fun acting oblivious. Namuri, you'll see when your classes restart though you haven't answered my question yet. I smirked at this as I had an idea. I was chest naked, the white towel resting around my neck. Making a hard-on edgy cold face, I took a selfie and then sent it to her. Niji, as you can see, I am as fine as your perfect ass. Her reply wasn't immediate this time. I almost rolled on the bed in laughter. Ha, cute. Namuri, it's a pleasure seeing you comparing my ass with that sculptured body of yours. Before I could reply, another message came in. Namuri, alright, sweetheart, it seems I will get busy with my body soon because of a certain picture. Talk to you later. Heh, I put the phone down. This is why I like flirtatious girls. Though I wonder if she is joking or not about the last part. Namuri Kayama, aka Midnight, rarely had free time. Today was the same. But she somehow managed everything. But from the looks of it, she won't be able to do that today. She had sent the message last night, and when she saw the boy wasn't replying, she either thought he was busy or just outright ignoring her because of their last talk, but this wasn't something she was expecting. She had worn her hero costume and was about to leave for school. She didn't have classes on 1A, so not like their holiday mattered to her, but it seemed she would be a bit late today. Quickly slipping out of her costume, she jumped in the bed before grabbing a vibrator. Sad that she didn't have any dildos. She didn't like putting anything inside her private region. It was for her fated one, not for some mere plastic, but she was seriously considering ordering one right now. Because she knew, this picture would satisfy her for days. At first, she just started flirting because of fun and games, and also to learn about what exactly happened to her Kimi-senpai, but this, she might actually cross that boundary this time. Niji was oblivious to all this, of course. At least for now. I walked downwards just after and met with an empty dining table. My family seems to have eaten without me, sad. I also wanted to talk to Dad, but since he had eaten, he's probably back to work. Nijer should also be in school. Though Mom should be here since she talked to Sarah about managing today's work back in the car yesterday. Ugh, why am I assuming? I can just check. Using echolocation, I simply spread my senses around me and nodded with satisfaction. I was right. Mom was sleeping late too, she is tired of work every day. Why work so hard when you are so influential? I don't get it. Oi, Kimi. I yelled towards the direction where I sensed Kimi was in. She was reading manga again, Maybe I should punish her for slacking at work. On second thought, yes, that's a great idea. Kimi ran in my direction in the next second, using her super speed. Young master, you're up. I squinted her up and down. I have been up for a while, what manga were you reading again? Huh? She stared at me, looking like a kid who got caught red-handed. How did you know? You're wet. She whipped her head backwards immediately, fearing that she left a trail of female juice, but released a relieved breath seeing no such thing there. She looked at me, I shrugged. She was wet, I could tell. Intuition or something. She shook her head, clearing her throat before composing her flustered face. I will serve food, please sit on the dining. She tried to walk away, but my palm descended on her as before she could leave. She only yelped but said nothing. She needs proper punishment later on. Amidst me eating, Momo came bursting into the mansion. Oh, hey. I waved at her with food in my mouth. You're fine. She said, her voice relieved, which immediately took an angry turn. Then why weren't you answering me? I tilted my head. What? I was sleeping, didn't check my phone after waking up 30 minutes ago. Momo thinned her lips but said nothing, I simply pointed at the chair beside me. She hesitated, then walked and sat beside me. Before she could complain, I grabbed a piece of tempura with my chopstick and reached out for her mouth. Her frown melted like snow and she parted her lips, though she wasn't exactly smiling either. You know, I was worried. At her words, I smiled and fed her more. I was worried too, I couldn't find you in the least injured chamber where I was kept in. So I thought you were injured more. It was true. That's not it. She shook her head. I was in the same room as you were unconscious, then Mom came in and took me away. I wanted to wait for you, but Mom said your mom would also come soon to take you away, so we left. She then looked up and down at me. I wore a white t-shirt and green trousers. A small blush appeared on her face as she stared at my crotch, the memories of 2 days ago probably appearing on her mind before she raised her face. So dash. She wanted to say something, but someone walked down the stairs. Blue hair flowed like a river, as she walked down with her eyes locked at Momo. Yayorozu. It's Momo, Mom. I corrected her. It's easy to mistake Momo for her mother, and the other way around. Mom blinked. Ah. I recognize her, I met her once before when she went to a party with her mother. Mom walked down and pinched Momo's cheeks. Do you remember me, baby? Without removing her hand, she turned to me, at my raised hand. Also, Niji, why are you feeding her? She stared at us both briefly before a light of understanding appeared on her face, she looked at both of us shocked. You, Niji, when can I expect grandchildren? Oh God, it was a bad idea. Chapter 75, Power Up, 1. 75, Power Up, 1. After that, I waited for Nijer to come back home since I didn't just want to explain things to Momo, but also distribute the tear potions. When she did come back, she stared at Momo who avoided eye contact. We four were sitting around in a square, and Nijer and Momo were opposite each other. Nijer sighed finally. I am sorry for that slap, Momo. Momo blinked and parted her lips, but before she could say something, Nijer crawled to her and emphasized her cheeks. Come on, make things even. Don't be a pussy, do it. Momo hesitated while I sighed. She looked at me and I gave her a shrug. It was between them, I won't intervene, not like this is serious anyway. Momo thinned her lips and raised her hands in the air before snapping Nijer's left cheek softly. That was enough for Nijer. She jumped on her and hugged her. Welcome to the family. Momo was looking nervous, but at this, her face brightened. It was good to see them making out. Okay, then. I clapped my hands and caught their attention. Momo, you must have many questions, that's the main reason we are here. Nijer stared at me bored while Kimi stared at Nijer clinging to Momo, especially their two pairs of boobs pressing against each other, this woman. Sigh. Shaking my head, I started. It's the same old story for you too, but for Momo, to start with. My voice drifted off as I explained things to Momo. It was the same story I sold to Nijer and Kimi. I have a second quirk, which lets me access some kind of pocket/personal dimension where magical items appear, and I can retrieve them at will. At each of my words, her frown only deepened, as she looked more skeptical than the other two. Of course, she hadn't seen much of my magic tricks yet. I only used my inventory freely in front of her. She kept asking me to teach her the trick, but I didn't, because I couldn't. So, I showed her some of my magic items, the silence orb, the mana bomb, the magic carpet, some more, and finally Kurai. Meow. Kurai rubbed her head with Momo's legs. I like your scent, she muttered in her squeaky voice, all the while Momo was in disbelief. Kursi did a butt of her magic and mana play, and now the talking beast was the last straw. The existence of magic clearly caused her to lose some of her beliefs as a science nerd. Next, I took 3 potions out of the air and placed them there. To make you believe it 100%, I have the perfect thing. Nijer gasped. It's that beauty product. She tried to snatch one away and I let her. Then I tossed one to Kimi and softly handed one to Momo. Kurai stared at it briefly, but upon telling her that it won't work for her, she growled and sat down, licking her paws. Come on, drink it. They exchanged gazes. Would that black thing come out again? Probably. I guess. Now this made both Nijer and Kimi skeptical, leaving a curious Momo. She was the first to drink it. She trusted me enough since I made her drink many different things before already. And as expected. Black liquid oozed out of her pores, a red cloak of energy covering her and floating her in the air. With a grunt, Nijer and Kimi did the same. Since the stench was unbearable, why not become a part of it? Gosh, I pity them. Go, shower you 3. With Kurai on my shoulder, I closed both our noses with my hands. You stink. All 3 of them glared at me. Momo Yaoyorozu, Tier 5. Kimi Sugihara, Tier 5. Neji Hado, Tier 5. The first 2 didn't change, the third one ascended. This proved one thing: tier potions won't make your tier jump every time, but would instead stock EXP until it's enough to level up. Oi, Otuto. What's this? Lord, I am jealous. Nijer clenched and unclenched her fist, an orb of transparent white appearing and vanishing at the gesture. It was the same vibration manipulation I got yesterday. My quirk changed. It awakened. Fuck. With just 2 tier potions, it reached my years of training with gamer system. Fuck, who made these potions again? The director of the last act, Master. And that is, who? From what the system knows, it's the title of a board mage. Further information is inaccessible at the moment. Well, not my problem. This is in fact good. Though this proved something, my quirk alone is tier 5, so along with all my other stats, where would I stand exactly? Would I now be able to beat Muscular? Oh, whoa. The exclamation of Nijer caught my ears and next my eyes. She was, lifting the bed with both her hands. Oh, strength boost. I asked, curious. Nijer has a weak point. She has a normal human body, except for her stamina. Even with such a strong quirk, she can't reach her full potential. Such as, she can't fly at her top speed since it would tear apart her skin. But this is great, she can at least keep up with the other girls I plan to invite. Currently, she is just basically a weaker version of me, and the weakest girl of my harem. I hope to change that soon. And Momo. I turned to Momo. Do you feel any physical change? With a frown that seemed to indicate her mind was somewhere else, she shook her head. I had YQK do dash. Pardon. She gasped. Ah. I am thinking too fast, my mouth can't keep up. It's like I have multiple brains attached to me, I can think almost a few times faster than before. Not inky that, all my memories are sharper, and I am coming up with new scientific theories and ideas right at this moment. That's interesting. Is the potion boosting the user after judging what would be better for their powers? For Momo, such a mind boost would do great, while Nijer needed the physical boost. That's great. And Kimi? I asked Kimi, who had wide glistening eyes. Young master. I feel an increase in strength, true, but there is something else. Oh. She walked to a wall and stood with her back touching it. Watch this. In a blink, her body disappeared. No, not disappear, I could still make out her body's outline without EL. It blended with its surroundings. Camouflage. Second quirk. What the hell? I immediately used Observe to see her quirk. Quirks. 1. Super Cat. Her quirk grants her the ability to do what a cat can do. She can fall from a sky-high building but still land on her legs. Besides that, she also has super hearing, super reflexes, super speed, and many more. During her transformation, all these base stats get boosted. Add-ons: enhanced physique, pheromone generation, camouflage, night vision. Well, it's not a new quirk, it's just giving cats natural, tame abilities a supernatural boost. Not bad. Kurai immediately ran to Kimi, starting to sniff her. Mom, you smell good. The pheromone generation was working, and Kimi probably didn't even know it. I grinned at them all. Good heavens, you are becoming too strong. I am not the only one growing at least. My girls won't just be meat bags for me to fuck. They would be strong fighters who would stand beside me till the end. Ha. Chapter 76, Power Up 2. Chapter 76, Power Up 2. TCH. Tamura Shigaraki clicked his tongue, rubbing his neck with one of his hands, making sure to not use all 5 of his fingers. He had somehow survived this time. All his plans went downhill because of one single kid, but he indeed survived. Master, I want that kid dead. He hissed at the monitor, where a mic emoji was in place instead of showing All for One's face. Oh, Shigaraki. All for One sounded gentle. Of course, you can kill him, you can kill All Might, and even that whole class, as long as you want. Just that, you need to be careful. We lost two Nomus who could have destroyed the top heroes together. This loss would take time to heal. Silence fell on Shigaraki's side. He didn't have any excuses. He has failed his master, and instead of insulting him, and even being disappointed in him, his master instead simply said he should try another 100 times if he has failed once. Truly, he liked this about him. Also, have your impression of little Izuku changed after this? Shigaraki darkened at this. Izuku Midoriya, a kid who appeared out of nowhere a year ago. He spends most of his time with his mother in a proper apartment in the city, but he sometimes comes here to train. Shigaraki hated that kid's guts. He even hated how the kid looks, in fact. They have fought before, a lot of times actually. But Kurogiri stopped them both before it could get serious. It was not wrong to say Izuku was one of the guys he hates the most. The same was with Izuku, he knew that. But even with that hate, Izuku saved him this time around. If he hadn't called his master in time, Shigaraki was sure he wouldn't have made it since by the time UA teachers had arrived there. Kurogiri was already unconscious, so if not for All for One, he would have also been captured. He scratched the back of his neck. I guess he is not as bad as I thought he was. All for One gave a small laugh. Niji was happy with all this development. He would be ahead of all his girls together at one point, that's just how the gamer system works, but for now, they were valuable assets. The problem with this was the rarity of the potions. From what he had seen, tier potions can only be gained from hard quests, and he rarely comes across such quests nowadays, the most recent being USJ and next Nijer's capture, as Kimi put it. This is why he was looking forward to his brief time at UA, where countless opportunities would arise, thus the appearance of countless quests, meaning a large supply of tier potions. But while strength was important, so was a battle experience. Nijer has fought her own share of enemies in her past 2 years, her class wasn't anything like his, but they had their own numbers of fortuitous encounters. But even then, in her 3rd year, she would face more dangerous things if his predictions go right. Both Momo and Nijer would get their training done. The problem was Kimi. She is an ex-hero, and now a bodyguard, but she barely had to do her job, which is causing her to get rusty. If not for the occasional training he does with her, she would be just a woman with the power she isn't even aware she has. Even in their 2 years trip, they only encountered 3 villains, though Niji made sure the news didn't go to his parents. After that trip, the number had increased noticeably. Since Nijer and Niji both traveled in the same car, his parents' enemies didn't want to lose this opportunity. Again, the villains they hired couldn't even make Kimi use her transformation. Actually, now that he thought about it, he has never seen her full power. She refused to use her full power whenever they trained together, scared that it might hurt him. How foolish, caring and cute that was. Okay, I should probably drop Momo at her home, it's night already. Niji started. A silence fell in the room as Momo exchanged glances with others. Momo looked at him. Ah, can't I stay? I mean, do you want to stay? That. She moved her eyes to see Nijer, subconsciously asking her for permission. Nijer shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I dunno, we don't have spare rooms. That was a lie. If you want to stay, you gotta share a bed with Niji, maybe. Now, that was the truth. Niji wasn't expecting this though. What type of sister who he sleeps with, will push another girl into his bed? Well, his harem lord title had many things to say, apparently. Title, harem lord. Increased affinity with the opposite sex, causing them to feel slight attraction towards you without any particular reason. Your partners would have less aversion towards sharing you among themselves. Now this wasn't really less aversion, unless Nijer is trying to actually make up for her previous harsh treatment. The skill is probably downplaying itself in the description. Meanwhile, Kurai stared at them, blinking, her curiosity apparent even from her cat-like expression. Momo was going to sleep with him. Niji certainly wouldn't complain. She had already done it with her mouth, and since she didn't deny Nijer's idea, Niji didn't mind knowing if she was caring to cross the final line or not. A smart girl, who is apparently even smarter now, should know what to expect in a situation like this. The meeting had happened in Niji's room, so after chatting about some casual things, Nijer, Kimi, and Kurai left, leaving Niji and Momo behind to sleep. Because of his gamer's body, Niji's tiredness was gone after a good night's sleep. But even then, he needed comfort after such a day like yesterday. So anything that would happen in this room shouldn't be blamed on him. Momo avoided eye contact, as she sat on the corner of the bed, with Niji standing in front of him. So are we going to play some games or what dash? She wasn't able to finish her line before her soft red lips were pressed against by Niji's. She struggled instinctively for the first second before realizing what was happening. Her body shuddered as she felt heat rushing to her cheeks. Momo has grown a lot in recent days. She was already grown beyond her age when she was 13, and now she could put most adult women to shame. It was both her passed-down genes and her convenient quirk. Niji wrapped his right hand around Momo's waist and pulled her closer. Momo compiled and locked her arms around his neck. For a brief second, they parted their lips, gaped for air, and then kissed again. Pushing Momo on her back on the bed, Niji breathed out. You know exactly what you walked into. Momo stared at him with a red, embarrassed face. She didn't deny, seeing which Niji grinned. Shall I continue then? Chapter 77, Momo, ***. Chapter 77, Momo, ***. Momo's breathing was erratic and she stared at her boyfriend with a soft loving gaze. If you want to do it, I don't mind. She muttered at me while I pressed down her hands on the bed, our fingers interlocking. Momo was wearing a short green skirt and a light blue dress on top, her perky breasts poking from inside. Don't push all the blame on me. I narrowed my eyes on her. What other reasons did you have to want to stay behind, miss? That dash. Shoo. With one of my hands pushing down her wrist above her head, I pressed down my thumb on her lower lip. No excuses allowed. I smiled at her cheekily. Try again. Momo bit her lips and looked at me with a betrayed look on her face. Fine, I came here with tea that in mind. I tilted my head innocently. And tea that is. Grinning at her like an idiot, I observed as her lips quivered and she looked the other way. She muttered in a barely audible sound. Sex. With a chortle, I plunged down on her and locked my lips with hers. A soft moan escaped her just as she hugged my back and I twisted her body, placing her on top of me. My hands rested on her ass as I grasped her butt cheeks with all my hands. My fingers dug into her soft flesh as if pudding, causing her to gasp and moan in my mouth. Momo's heartbeat rose higher and higher as I massaged her ass softly, before growing aggressive gradually. My touch was magical and almost ethereal to her, she told me that before. She always wondered why that was, but after today's explanation, maybe she would realize its actual magic. She withdrew her mouth back, leaving a trail of saliva behind, and looked down on me with a red face and heart-filled eyes. Niji. I have liked you since the first time we met. I smiled at her. Don't think. I would have let just anyone touch me as you did for the last 3 years. My smile didn't quiver. I know. Chapter 78, Preparation, 1. Chapter 78, Preparation, 1. Yawn. Gara walked through the corridor, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Yesterday she took a holiday because of her son, so she watched some K-dramas that she missed. She slept late at night but had to wake up early because today was a workday. Her assistant, Sarah, insisted that she come late, take holiday, and leave early, whenever she wanted, but she didn't like throwing her work onto others. Walking by the door of her son's room, she found it locked, and an almost unnatural silence within the room. Frowning, she leaned her ears over the door and her frown only deepened. Today school was off, so Niji sleeping more than usual was not a bad thing. But the strange silence, as if the room's sound was cut from the outside, was strange. She simply pushed her pinky finger on the edge of the door lock and used her quirk turn, which caused the lock to turn and open the door. The unnatural soundless environment immediately ceased to exist. Slowly, making sure to create no sound, she parted the door a bit and peeked inside. She had to stare at the scene for a while to register the scene in her mind, the scene where the silver-haired boy was hugging the black-haired girl to sleep, with a blanket covering their lower bodies. At this, she stilled briefly. Gara closed the door softly and walked away humming with a smile on her face. Her son was finally becoming a man. Maybe she should also respect his privacy a bit from now on. Maybe. UA had given the students a day off, but the teachers were busier than usual instead. We have already captured the 2 brain villains, but from what we have found out, they can't speak. Naomasa Tsukachi, the detective, said to the crowd of teachers sitting at the large table. We are having trouble figuring out if they're even humans or not. He added after a silence. What about the other 2 villains who were teleported via the strange liquid? Pro Hero Snipe asked. Tsukachi shook his head. We have checked the quirk registry of everyone in Japan from age 20 to 30, but none of them match the information of the villains, Shigaraki, the decay quirk user, and Kurogiri, the warp gate user. Shigaraki seems to be the leader here. Amongst the teachers, All Might, who sat beside Nizu in his skinny form, frowned. Leader, huh? He breathed out. It's hard to believe that. Why? Nizu asked, his eyes shining. Unfortunately, one of the villains who jammed the network also destroyed the cameras temporarily. So they only had eyewitness, there was no footage. All Might scratched his chin. I wasn't there in person, but from what I heard from Aizawa, he was bragging about the 2 brain monsters he brought with him. How he would kill me using them, and how all the students would die. He made sure to mention the quirks of the 2 brain monsters constantly, again and again, as if he was showing off a toy. All Might met everyone's gaze. In simpler words, he is a man-child. A man-child, huh? Aizawa, who was sitting in the room as well, nodded his head in agreement. Vlad King groaned. You mean he is a kid with too much power? All Might shook his head. I guess, but I meant to say, he is not the actual leader. There is someone above him. At this, not only All Might, but all the teachers had a frown on their head. Not everyone knew about what he was talking about, but the ones who knew. They were barely holding back from shivering. If All Might's guess was correct, the nightmare of Japan, All for One was behind this seemingly reckless villain attack. There was a bit of embarrassing drama later on the day when I realized Mom found out about Momo and me sleeping together. Momo immediately excused herself upon learning that, but she messaged me immediately after reaching home. Aha. Now Nijer had her arms locked around my neck. Her tongue was inside my mouth as she pressed her breasts against my chest. I was on the chair and Nijer was on my lap. From there, she kissed me aggressively for minutes before parting her lips. She was breathing very heavily and wiped the saliva from the corner of her lips. I pulled her closer by the waist. You're more aggressive than usual. Was she jealous perhaps? Or scared that I would forget about her because of Momo? No. She spat out and kissed me again. Okay, she's jealous. But you know. I started after the kiss ended. We were supposed to train, not get lost in pleasure. She pouted. That's what we were doing until you decided to teach me that vibrating tongue of yours. She was blushing, her cheeks red, and her eyes were blazing. Her quirk evolved and became the same as mine. So I was taking time to teach her some stuff and also learn something from her since I know jack shit myself. We were basically doing mutual training, but then, something poked out of my pants. Don't blame me. Now continue, I will make you realize how bad of a decision it is to have 3 lovers. She said, humping. I will suck you dry myself, then see how you handle the other 2. Heh, my stamina heals in minutes. Keck. Sure. I smiled at her. Go ahead. Nijer frowned cutely and plummeted between my legs. Also, it's about time I had a threesome in this life. It's kinda meh otherwise. That's for later though. It was Monday, and today was the first day of school after the USJ incident. This would be his 8th day in school, and he was hoping to get a peek inside the tower today. After Nijer dropped him off on the first-year campus, he walked to his class just when a seductive succubus stopped him. Oh my, look who's back. The R-rated hero Midnight pinned him on the wall and licked her lips at him. I am dying to see that chest of yours in person, boy. He stared at her with an expressionless face. Boy. Why are you so interested in a boy's chest? Gasp, is this pedophilia I am seeing? No, it's fine. Japan is weird, you're not at fault. He comforted her. Midnight cleared her throat and pulled her hand back, acting as if she was a leaf soaked in holy water. Since I like you, I will give you some heads up, how about that? She asked, swiping a finger by her lips. In return. You want dick pics? She froze again as realization hit her. A few seconds ago, seeing that even pinning him wasn't working, she wanted to tease him further, she wanted to ask for his nudes, hoping at least that will catch him off guard. But this, he acted as if this all was natural conversation. It's getting late, sensei. Niji dropped his eyes on his wristwatch, his face still neutral. See you later I guess. Oh, and no, I don't need heads up. He waved at her and walked away, stopping at a door and entering through it after a brief wait. A sweet laugh left her lips as she hugged herself, squeezing her soft arms with her hands. I like him more and more. Now she had a challenge in her hand. It was to make the kid act like a kid, make him blush under her womanly charm. If she couldn't make a teenager go heads and heels for her, she should rather lock herself in the corner of a room and cry. I walked through the door and immediately became the center of attention for the whole class after silence fell in the room. Their eyes stared at me, Izuku and Bakugo's eyes hateful. I could understand Izuku, but Bakugo. Maybe he is the guy who almost got his heart penetrated by glass. Kek. Moving my head, I saw some others staring at me with subtle acknowledgement like Tokoyami and Todoroki. That was good to know, then again, that wasn't much shocking when most others were. Oh, look, it's Niji. Cheerful. Niji. Ochako ran. I was waiting for you. I was expecting them to actually run to me with knives for risking their lives with that last blast of mine. They would have surely died if not for my luck. My luck because I got a luck plays a role notification resting on the end of all the notifications that I missed at first. Thanks, my lady luck. Along with Ochako, Kaminari and Mina, Kirishima ran to me, giving me a bro fist which I gladly accepted. He then threw his hands around my shoulder. If not for me having confirmed his state multiple times, I would have been suspicious of his behavior. But no, he is just an overly cheerful manly friend. I didn't see you fight, but I heard about it from Vice President Kendo. He said. We all owe you our lives, you risked your own for us. I shrugged and waved it off. Don't mind it. Just buy me a drink later on. A drink? Kaminari yelled. We are going to throw a party. Right guys dash. A cold and bored voice interrupted him. You can do all that after finishing your fights. Ignoring me and the guys who had frozen in his spot, Aizawa walked inside the class, his face bandaged with his arm hanging from his neck. So even Recovery Girl couldn't heal him entirely. He must have suffered a lot of pain. He pointed his finger at our small crowd, quickly dismissing us, and I took my seat swiftly. Kaminari raised his hand. What do you mean by that? Our fight isn't over. More villains. No, we teachers will make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Instead. Aizawa shook his head softly, his gaze sharpening. UA School Festival awaits you in 2 weeks. A silence fell in the room before they all cheered. That's so ordinary. Chapter 79, Preparation, 2. Chapter 79, Preparation, 2. UA Festival is right around the corner. Aizawa trailed off and observed the students' reactions. But sensei. Kaminari called. With the villain attack happening just 2 days ago, is this really a good idea? It's necessary to demonstrate UA's crisis management protocol is sound. He trailed off with a quiet sigh. That's the thinking, apparently. He continued. Compared to the past years, there will be 5 times more security this time. This is not an event we can cancel just because of a few villains. Our sports festival is the greatest opportunity you'll get. He gave a short silence for the student to take his words in. I saw Momo forming a worried face and Ochako's face contorted weirdly, passion burning in her eyes. The Olympics, as you all know, was once the world sports festival. But upon the emergence of quirks, it is merely a husk of its former self. But as far as Japan's concerned, the UA Sports Festival has taken the place of the Olympics. Immediately as Aizawa finished, muttering filled the room. Momo turned to face me, whispering with a hand covering her mouth. The nation's top heroes would be watching, right? I guess. I nodded. They will be there as scouts, and if we do good enough, after graduating we will receive invitations to become their sidekicks. Momo started to say something, but Aizawa continued his words. As you realize, if you do good and get picked by a top hero, you will receive tremendous experience and popularity. But your time is limited. Show what you're made of to the heroes, to Japan. He trailed off. This only happens once a year, so you all got 3 chances. If you want to become a hero, this is something you can't miss. Good luck. None of the students cheered or muttered, they only stared at each other with seriousness in their eyes. 3 times he said, I only have 1 chance. But Aizawa is right about one thing, I can't miss this event. I have a hero in mind who I want to fight beside me against the gods, and if I want to attract her attention, I will need to poke her out of the rabbit hole. This is the greatest chance I would get for that. Aizawa walked out of the classroom after sparing a glance at Niji. He honestly was skeptical about that kid. He did agree that the kid didn't have any intention to injure anyone, let alone kill them. But the matter of fact was the kid jumped on the battlefield even after he told everyone to stay back. He fought villains, almost died, before his quirk suddenly burst out anew. Nizu said it's quirk awakening, but the mouse stopped him from asking Niji any question about it. It was clear to Aizawa that Niji would have died if not for being super lucky. If he hadn't jumped, dozens of lives wouldn't have ended like that. Dozens of students wouldn't have been injured like that. It was all his fault that people actually died. Aizawa didn't have a good impression of death. Some people could not be redeemed, yes, but as Detective Tsukachi had revealed, the villains who died were small-time thugs. They could have been redeemed. Their lives were not supposed to end like that. This greatly lowered Niji's view in his mind. The only reason he didn't take things into his own hand was the truth that Niji had still saved his life. He killed people, yes, but he was still his life savior. A large part of Aizawa refused to take the knife in his own hand and stab Niji in the back. Not doing this, he hoped, was enough to repay his debt. After class ended, we were back at the table in the cafeteria, eating. So you want to be a hero for money? Momo asked in disbelief towards Ochako, who scratched the back of her head with an embarrassed face. The disbelief in Momo's voice must be getting into her. Well, I guess. Imagine, LMAO. Can't relate. Actually, I can, from my old life. A small part of my old life was my mother depending on my uncles. I guess that was my most financially miserable days. But after Mom started selling me to rich MILFs, things turned out fine. A small part of me asked, but at what cost, which I ignored. I don't care, that life is a past, this one is the present. I sipped on a packet of orange juice and stared at the two girls chattering and sharing their different lifestyles with each other. They're getting along a lot better than I thought they would. Considering Ochako was heartbroken by her. Shrugging, I turned my head on the side instead, observing the fleeting students. They were all chattering, eating, and laughing. High school life doesn't look that bad. I can't enjoy it as much as they're doing, but I can't say what I'm getting isn't great. What about you, Niji? Suddenly Momo pulled my sleeves. I turned to her and tilted my head. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Momo stared at my eyes before blushing and looking away, the memories of that night most likely appearing on her head. Ochako explained instead. Why do you want to be a hero? Oh. I stopped sipping juice and thought for a moment. Uraraka wants to become a hero for money. Momo wants to do it because she strangely has a hero complex. Rich people are weird. What about me? Is there any reason I would even want to become a hero? I had explained why I came to UA, and becoming a hero wasn't part of it. Actually, being a hero even as a job isn't that appealing to me. Well. I smiled confidently. I want to become a hero to save the world from evil. Yeah, that would do. School ended shortly, and I asked Nijer to return home without me via phone. She protested for minutes before I managed to wave her off. So, what's up? Momo asked as I grabbed 2 Coke from a vending machine and threw one at her. I explained the personal dimension and stuff 3 days ago, right? I leaned over the wall, taking a sip of the Coke. There is a gate in this school, but I will most likely get caught if I disappear and appear out of nowhere since nobody else can see the gates, you get it. Momo nodded, with a thinking pose. So how can I help? I smiled at her. Open a club, whatever the topic may be, and then add some students. I can excuse myself anytime inside the campus in that case. I will somehow manage my disappearances entering and leaving the dungeon at least. I gulped down the Coke and wiped my lips. That is, if you don't mind. Managing a club would cost time, and we are already tired from school, managing it will cost you sleep. Okay. Momo didn't even consider for a second before smiling and kissing me on the lips. If you want me to do that, then I will. My, is this a good air I am seeing? Ahem. She cleared her throat before looking around to make sure nobody saw us kissing. I will go to the teacher's room and ask for permission to open a club right now. I smiled. Right. Then I will take a peek inside today, manage it somehow, please. Okay. She nodded and turned around. Bye, Niji. She waved her hand another time and disappeared around the corner. There were clubs even in this school, but there was no one in 1A who attended a club. It's mostly for the business course students, truth be told. But this will help. I then snapped my finger, and immediately, from the rooftop of the building that the vending machine was slid against, a black cat with a golden gaze jumped down on my neck. Papa. Kurai licked my cheeks. Let's get going. She was cringing too hard after calling me Otosama each time, so I just lowered her burden a bit by making it easier for her. I and Kurai can talk telepathically from very far, like city-level distance. I just called her during the last period and she came to rest at the top of school immediately. At my nod, she cast a spell, stealth, and I dashed towards the tower in the far with her on my shoulders. This would not make me invisible, it would only make people overlook me most of the time. But if I suddenly appeared from nowhere, it would indeed attract the attention of someone who had their eyes on that spot. After passing multiple buildings, at the back of the school's main campus, beside a lake that I never noticed, I soon came across the tower rising above the sky. It was supposed to have only 10 floors, but I could not see the end of its head. It rose even beyond the clouds. On the outside, it was painted in a black texture and an eerie feeling around it. Vines were encircling around it like snakes and it released a strange stench. The base of the tower wasn't that large, but it was still as big as an average house. On the wall of it, there was a golden door stuck, shining under the dusk sun. I stopped in front of it and pushed the door. It didn't budge. But upon using all my strength, the door parted in two and golden light devoured me from the inside. The next second, I found myself inside a jungle. Chapter 80, Tower Dungeon, 1. The golden light slowly subsided and I found myself standing within a green forest, a message flashing before my eyes. You have entered the first floor. Waving the message off, I focused on my surroundings. I could hear the sound of water dripping from the tree leaves, the sound of birds chirping in the tree branches, and the sound of a waterfall running wild nearby. A forest isn't the worst I have seen. I have been to volcanoes, above the clouds, and even in a world with no land and only water. I survived there. This is nothing compared to that. This should be easy. A loud screech resounded from a distance, almost as if nature was opposing my words. I chuckled to myself and blasted my legs on the ground, causing my body to leap into the sky. Kurai held onto my neck tight, almost digging her claws into my flesh. Just as I tried to go beyond the clouds. Ouch! My head bumped on the air. I almost fell down along with Kurai, but somehow managed to get back my composure. System. I groaned while rubbing my head. What was that? That's the barrier of the first floor. This floor is the southern part of the Great Jungle located in the United Continent. Further information is locked, and can only be unlocked after conquering the first floor. Does floor 1 cover the entire jungle? I am not supposed to say that, but fine. Well, thank you. I blew a kiss in the air. The first 4 floors cover the south, north, west, east sides of the jungle, while the 5th covers the middle of the jungle. This is the biggest jungle on the entire continent. There are dragons and phoenixes in this jungle. Covering it on the first floor would be a bit unfair, even for a gamer. I nodded at the system's words. This meant all the 10 floors were essentially a single dungeon. Basically a small planet. I looked at the horizon. The jungle is vast, but at the edge of each side, a blue barrier was raised, which even if it did not block the monsters from traveling, would surely block me. I have a bad feeling about this jungle all of a sudden. This alone occupied 5 floors, and there were supposed to be dragons and phoenixes. This ought to be hard. Wait. Does time flow the same here as the outside world? No, master. Time flows 10:1 in this world compared to the outside world. Basically 10 times faster. Nice. I will spend 20 hours max here then. Now that I have a girlfriend, I can just excuse myself from mom anytime. But I still have to finish my job here in outside's 2 hours. You can only leave the tower after reaching a safe spot. Shall I show you the spots? Please do so. Immediately as I said so, 5 blue lights burst out from different parts of the jungle. I was probably the only one who could see the lights beside Kurai, if not the animals would have started a commotion. I looked around the area and decided which light to head for. There was a lake and waterfall where the light burst out. I will choose that. I was totally not expecting any mermaids, trust me. I dropped to the ground a few yards far from the fountain and used echolocation to make sure it's safe where I am heading into. In my head, I got the image of something interesting. Kurai shouldn't see this. I grabbed her from my neck and dropped her on the ground. Stay here, okay? I will be back soon. She grumbled but nodded nonetheless just as I kicked forward and slowly slid behind a huge boulder, peeking my head in the middle of the lake just as I froze. Seeing it using echolocation was different than seeing it with my own 2 eyes. On top of a rock beside the pond, 2 blue-skinned women, one with red hair and one with white, were hugging and kissing each other. Ahem, girls, get yourselves a man. Image here. My eyes then fell on the text hovering above their heads. Syria, Siren, level 111. Rija, Siren, level 114. Ah, they should keep having fun. I turned around and kicked the ground, darting off to where I came from. I guess I have to find another save point. Going past 2 level 100s, more so, sirens, would be hard. I am confident in my sexuality enough for sirens to easily seduce me. That's their main power, after all. Moreover, there could be more in the water where my perception couldn't enter for some reason. It was bouncing off. As if a barrier was blocking it. Just then, I felt a flare in my soul. Being contracted with Kurai, I could feel when she feels some extreme emotions. Right now, she was infuriated. Shit, what happened? Hope she doesn't start a wildfire. I blurred towards Kurai while trying to talk to her telepathically, but she only replied in broken words. Immediately as I reached the spot, I frowned and then prepared to blast my hands at the surrounding pink enemies. Humanoid pigs, aka orcs. Jimabik, orc, level 63. Rhotic, orc, level 65. Lyric, orc, level 59. These three were the highest leveled ones among the 13 orcs surrounding Kurai. Telepathically, I told her not to use her fire powers. I didn't want to start forest fire, but she did have her other powers. So even before I could use my shockwaves, Kurai parted her mouth and released a breath of corrosion and plague forward. The dusty, smoky, and overall foul breath clouded over most of the enemies, and in an instant, the orcs dropped to the ground like dead fishes and started struggling. They started pulling their own skins off, as if insects were crawling under their skins. This won't kill them, but it would keep them immobile for a while. The enemies that were able to dodge the attack immediately rushed to the small cat's spot. The cat grinned, the light of red flashing in her eyes as her body started to enlarge, and the next second, she was as big as a panther. The approaching enemies almost stopped, but Kurai simply kicked off and slashed her claws across their necks, leaving a bleeding effect. The monsters inside dungeons were a part of the gamer system, so they had stats, and could be affected with status effects such as bleeding. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders. Kurai was level 83 now. She was strong enough to take in some mere orcs. Suddenly, my intuition flared up as I snapped my head to the right. Beside a tree, far from me, a large woman with green skin was standing with a club in her hand, her eyes leisurely observing Kurai fight. She had green skin, brown hair tied like a Viking, and small tusks. Her hips and breasts were huge, as expected from someone double my body size. She was even taller than All Might. Image here. But the truly frightening fact about her was Mersha, Ogre, level 230. Her extraordinary level. I would have freaked out if not for my newly awakened quirk. It's overpowered. As hot as she was an enemy. So just as Kurai finished her enemies, I mentally warned her and immediately rushed towards the enemy. She acted as if I didn't exist at first, but as I closed the distance, two bright orbs of white materializing around my hands, her eyes drifted on me just as she raised her club in the air. Her club shone just as white lightning crackled around it. She swung the club at my head, and I decided to clash head-on with my tremor-coated blow. Our attacks met, and a crushing noise clouded the area. There was a miscalculation. The woman's strength was out of this world. Because of that, even though I am sure my destructive power was greater, when her club plunged down on my fist, it grandly slammed me on the ground. I coughed out saliva just as the woman was about to swing her large fist downwards, her wooden weapon being destroyed because of my aggressive power. Before her punch could hit me and injure me beyond saving, the Black Panther roared and leapt at her. I immediately steadied myself and jumped back. I am short on health potions, so I shouldn't drink any right now, but that single attack had taken out almost half my HP. I have to be safe. The ogre woman creaked, roaring like a barbarian, and grabbed Kurai by her neck before slamming her onto the ground. Kurai, use Death Breath. It was a destructive attack. It's almost like releasing an antimatter ray to a matter, just not that powerful yet. Although I told Kurai to attack, she wasn't in any spot to do so. I had to make a spot for her. So I took my spear out of my inventory and tightened my knuckles around it. I threw a javelin made of golden light towards the monster. She yelled in pain as the spear key penetrated her left shoulder. She left Kurai alone and growled towards me, rushing at me like a behemoth. I immediately activated my Eyes of the Lord. I realized winning this fight wouldn't be possible by myself. I needed Kurai's help. As I dodged the attack of the ogre, Kurai got up and parted her jaws at her. A dark condensed smoke burst out of her mouth and hit the ogre woman in her back. She groaned and rolled, almost fell to her face, just as I landed a blow on her chin. Ugh. She grunted again when I swung my spear at her kidney. The spear's sharpness barely penetrated her rock-solid skin, but upon coating the edge of the blade with tremor, it went through her skin like a blade through butter. Arg. She was strong. Her strength was impressive. Maybe even at Prime All Might's level. No, let's stop there. She could probably barely match the weakened All Might. But she was surely stronger than Nomu. Fortunately, she wasn't the speed type, and I still had Kurai backing me up. Ugh. She groaned in pain with her hands on the ground, her green skin stained in crimson blood, as she sat on her butt. I clenched my spear in my hand, tremor flashing on its edge, sharpening it further than it was already. I guess it's time to kill her. I raised my spear in the air, breathing heavily while blood trailed down my forehead. I could barely muster any strength, and my hand shook just from holding the spear straight. Kurai laid limp nearby, her body occasionally twitching only. Just as I was about to swing my spear down, she raised her hands in submission. She stared into my eyes, speaking fluent English. What the fuck? I, Mersha, the chieftain of the ogres, accept my loss, human. She said, her voice deep but still feminine. As the one to defeat me, you have absolute control over me, and can make me do whatever you want. Even kill me if it pleases you. Then a hope-filled tone left her voice. If not, you can claim me along with my tribe as yours. She was prideful, all right, but even she didn't want to die. That was a tempting offer too. Do I give up on possibly 5-10 levels just for a tribe of orcs? Let's see. Chapter 81, Tower Dungeon, 2. Chapter 81, Tower Dungeon, 2. Things don't always go according to plan, do they? It was a bit strange seeing a monster, who I was about to kill, talk all of a sudden, but this was still within my boundary of expectations. Since dungeon number 11's boss had sentience, what stops the higher dungeon monsters from obtaining it? I followed the green-skinned female ogre a few steps behind, my senses cautious as I carried Katkurai on my shoulders who purred in my ears randomly. I decided not to kill the ogre. This dungeon was my EXP farm, and I will have to hunt each monster for my growth, but if I can get help from one of the factions at the beginning stage, I would need less time than usual. After that, if needed, I can just kill the aforementioned faction too. So for now, I have decided to follow her. But I am skeptical. She said I now have control over her life, and since she was the chief of the ogres, I also rule over her tribe. Is she lying? I have no way to confirm. Observe barely helps here from reading her state. There is a reason why I ran from the two sirens. Not because they were both higher leveled than me, but because there was a chance of multiple enemies hiding underwater where my echolocation magically bounced off from. That's why I fled. There was bound to be more people underwater if they were going far enough to put a barrier around it. Yet, now I was heading to a village full of monsters, where at least a few levels 100 plus should be present since their chief is so high. Going there is dangerous, moreover when I have no assurance of a monster's words. But let's see where this all leads to. Fortunately, I have some spare cards. Such as the Quirk EXP card, and the Random Skill card I got from the quest. I didn't use the Quirk card already because according to the system's calculations, using it won't make my Quirk evolve right now. So that's an emergency card instead. If I get a new power right now, I would have a hard time managing it. I have my plate filled already with my vibration powers right now. But the skill card, I don't need to preserve it. Let's just roll with it. I slipped my hand into inventory, still walking, and took out the shining golden card with black lining around it. It looked almost like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It was blank on one side, but had some text explaining the card's powers on the front. Random skill card, a card that works like a Gathka token. Upon using it, you may get a random skill with a random level. The chances of obtaining a max-leveled skill is very low. How do I activate it? In coupons, I just had to tear the paper apart. But this card doesn't seem like it would be torn apart bluntly. Ugh, do I need to insert mana? Do I make Kurai do it, then? No, that would make her get the skill instead. System. You just had to ask me, master. With a brilliant golden light, the card dissipated in the air. The ogre woman turned at me, but I motioned my chin at her and she stiffly turned forward again. I then focused on the message flashing in front of me. Luck plays a role. You have acquired a max-leveled skill. You have acquired the passive skill, Last Man Standing. Last Man Standing, max. You're a man won't go down easily. You can trick death once every 24 hours. As in, when your HP drops to 1, you gain invulnerability for 5 seconds and attain immunity to all attacks. Cooldown, 24 hours. Ah. A passive skill, yay. And the description, good lord, what the hell is that? It's like that invincibility from my reincarnation. Unfortunately, the skill is maxed, so the 5 seconds timer can't increase. Unless I find some way to evolve the skill. As far as I know, there is no limit to skill level up in gamer system. When it hits a cap, it just evolves. That's clearly not the case here, but I will figure it out somehow. Using the card right now wasn't a mistake. This is a really overpowered skill. It would save my life thousands of times in the future, I can see that already. I guess I am ready to see what's in the village this woman is taking me to. A circular terrain cleared off any tree stood in the middle of the forest. Small round huts made of dry leaves and one especially big house made of white marbles that was crafted amateurishly stood in the middle of the small village of ogres. The entire village was surrounded by a wooden fence through which the three of us entered the village. I was in full cautious mode just as the orcs and ogres working around the village turned at us, their eyes hostile for a second before they saw we were led by the woman in front of us. Orcs and ogre, they were here together. It was clear the ogres were the rulers here and the orcs were workers, slaves even. But the matter of fact was, almost all of them were above level 70. I could even see some level 100s. Summing all the monsters present, there were at least 4 dozen of them. I don't know how I held back from just jumping in and starting to kill them. They were living EXP bags. I am sure along with the Ogre Chief, these many enemies will get me to level 120 easily. But let's hold back for now. A short, old pink-skinned humanoid pig with a beard reaching his stomach ran here and stopped in front of the Ogre woman, bowing deeply. "Chief, welcome back," he said. "It's sorry to see you have returned alone." He added in a squeaky but unconcerned tone. I found no tingle of sadness in his tone. They were monsters. Didn't even flinch learning their own people died. Though they can't be blamed, they should be more than used to it by now. He then raised his head to meet my gaze, careful to not frown. We didn't seem like prisoners, so acting hostile to us in front of his chief would be stupid. And they are. A human. Mersha, the woman, replied softly, which caused the old man to freeze for some reason. An actual human and his demonic beast. Kurai growled at the call but said nothing. She was divine beast and a future goddess, not a demonic beast. Then again, anyone who saw the red-eyed panther slaughtering orcs would assume the beast to be a demonic monster. I was. She trailed off before sighing and shouting. "Everyone, gather around." If not for that I didn't feel any malice in her shout, I would have poked her chest from behind by now. Soon we were surrounded by 4 dozens of monsters, all of them muttering and chattering to each other. With them gathered, Mersha turned to me and crouched on her knees. Before she lowered her head and met her forehead with the ground, I saw her face. She had a solid expression, no sense of shame present there. In fact, she almost looked proud. Mindless monsters, I was right. I, Mersha, a distant descendant of the Vikings and direct descendant of ogres, the ruler of the Taktoya ogre tribe, bow in gratitude to my lord for sparing my life. From now onwards, you have complete control over me and my tribe. Nobody shall oppose you here. If they do, you are free to do as you please. She pressed her head harder. "Please, accept my gratitude, my liege." "A Viking," she said. "So there are Vikings in this world. This is getting too real. I need monsters, not humans. Killing sentient humans isn't fun, not at all. I will do it, of course. I am in desperate need of power, but it's not something I am fond of." Sigh. Instead of accepting the words of the woman directly, I looked around me first, observing the face of the monsters. The ogres' faces were pretty humane, so I could still read their expressions. The orcs' pig-like faces, on the other hand, were unreadable. Nobody has a problem with that. I muttered softly. "If you do, come in front of me right now. Challenge or whatever, I want to end it all here." Nobody came in. Instead, they fell to their knees and hit their heads on the ground. "We don't dare," the old men from before said, also bowtowing. "Having a human as our ruler is a blessing if anything else." What? As far as I know, humans are at the bottom of every food pyramid in fantasy worlds where dragons and phoenixes reside. They only survive because of their large numbers. Then, what's so important about humans? The ogre woman raised her head at my question. "Explain." The old man was about to speak, but the ogre woman raised an arm and started talking instead. "My liege, are you not a human? But I don't see any sign of a mixed race in you." "My liege. I am a human," I answered. "I guess a bit above that even." The woman frowned, almost as if I was saying blasphemy. "Beyond human." "I am a high human," I replied softly, but the reaction I got was far from soft. The woman's eyelids widened and a flicker of doubt flashed on her eyes before it vanished. Instead, a red hue appeared on her green cheeks as she trembled. Her doubt-filled eyes suddenly turned weird and hot smoky breath left her mouth. She spoke between breaths. "Please, breed me." What a slutty girl, Jesus Christ. A tempting offer it was, but unfortunately, beside me, Kurai was. So I had to order the woman to stop, but she only stopped after I threatened to kill her. What the fuck? What's happening here? This is confusing. Elaborate, I asked the woman who sat on her knees, staring at me as I sat on the chair. Her eyes sometimes lowered on my crotch. Don't make me repeat myself. Why yes. She gulped and nodded. Talk about inconsistent characterization. She was brawling with me like a beast half an hour ago, now she was rubbing her thighs together. In the distant past, she started, taking a calm breath in. The world was attacked by outer gods. They started to hunt and kill every living being on the planet, and all the races were on the brink of extinction. At the last moment, before the world could end, a group of 50 high humans rose from all over the world. Only after half a month of fighting, they made the gods flee. That's unbelievable. I thought this world was inside the system's territory, made by the system even. So how did outer gods invade here? Your questions will be answered after you clear the tower. Okay. Though how much stronger are high humans compared to normal humans for them to be able to make gods flee? I didn't get any answer this time, and instead, the woman continued. At the end of the fight, only 5 high humans remained. In the world back then, a small portion of each race remained, but all the normal humans were extinct. The high humans formed 5 empires after that and took in males or females of their preferences as their wives and husbands. New races started to appear after that. They were stronger than the others, but still below high humans. After a silence, she looked into my eyes. That's all I know. As a monster in the wild, I have no further information, my liege. I nodded after a while. Do you know what's so special about high humans? Mostly rumors. She gulped. I am not sure if my liege would like to hear mere rumors. It's kind of weird being talked to like this. I nodded nonetheless. Speak your mind. After a deep breath, she continued. High humans had a great amount of mana, just like you. How do you know I have a great amount of mana? She looked at me weirdly all of a sudden before a look of realization hit her. Almost as if she was thinking I am testing her. Every life form has mana in them, just like that cat on your shoulder. Strong people can sense the mana present in people's bodies easily, moreover that only increases when they sit face to face like we're doing. But I can't do that to you. That's why I didn't even notice you at first on the battlefield, and when I did, I just thought you were a weak demi with very low mana. She went silent before gulping. Am I right? That's good. Very a good alibi. If everyone misunderstands that I have so much mana that they can't even sense how much, then I can catch people off guard easily. This misunderstanding would help. I smiled. Very perspective. You are right. Continue from before on what makes high humans so special. She nodded slowly. Generally, humans are naturally weaker than most other races. Physical strength-wise, they are just above goblins. But high humans are strong, so strong that some have even clashed with dragons just with their bare fists. They have both great mana capacity and strength. That's great too. But is that enough to make some monsters respect me like I am Jesus? No. Continue. She nodded. But most importantly, the reason why everyone respects high humans so much is because of their seeds. As you must know, every being has a level cap based on their race. Normal ogres have a level cap of 200, but since I have part of Viking blood, I could reach 30 extra levels. But even I have hit a cap. She lowered her eyes again. If I were to have just a drop of your semen, then that cap would increase. Who made this world? I shook my head off her words and asked the important questions first. But why did you respect me so much even without knowing I am a high human? As you said, normal humans were merely better than goblins. She stiffened but talked nonetheless. Humans have gone extinct, as I said before. Even those mere humans might become a high human one day. When I realized you were a human, I wanted to capture you at first. But then, you just defeated me. Even we monsters have pride. Serve the strong, that's something we were taught from birth. It's only fair for the people of this tribe to respect you after they learned that you defeated me, a level 230 part Viking. They were happy that the person who defeated their chief was a human, a being who could one day become a high human. That's a good enough reason, feeds my paranoia. I nodded at her. So, my liege. The woman looked at me, pleading, just as her eyes lowered at my pants again. See, can I have a mouthful of your seed? I won't deny it. I didn't expect a woman who was trying to capture and enslave me just half an hour ago to suddenly start and beg for my cum. This was hotter than I expected. Fortunately, Kurai was busy outside the tent. Chapter 83, Tower Dungeon, 4. Chapter 83, Tower Dungeon, 4. Kurai licked her paws while staring at the food served in front of her. Little beast, does the food not please your eyes? The old orc from before asked, careful not to sound disrespectful. Kurai liked it. Away from that weird family of hers where she was treated like a pillow, and even a toy sometimes, she preferred this treatment instead. She should be treated like a god, for she was a blood of divinity. A divine beast. Her divine powers were barely unlocking even after living for 5 years, but she was indeed growing. She believed it's a matter of time until she would surpass her old man. He can be very weak sometimes. Running from enemies, and paling at the sight of a ghost, so she needs to keep a watch on his back. He was strong, true, but he was still a mere mana-less human. If she isn't careful, if she doesn't watch over him, what if someone takes advantage of him? That was worrying. Moreover, in this world, there were more magic users. From the manga her mommy read out loud for her to hear sometimes, she knew about the evil wizards that lived in these types of worlds. Kurai has to make sure he doesn't get tricked by them. Little beast dash. Who are you calling little, Kurai grumbled at the orc. I have killed thousands of your kind before. Orcs flee when they hear the name Kurai, and you dare to call me little. Courting death. No, of course not. Ha. The orc bowed to her, sweating. She felt a bit satisfied. Courting death was a line the old man from the manga her mommy read uses a lot. It never worked on the main character, but the side characters usually shat their pants. It seems to be true. Indeed, her mother reads good stuff. The orc kowtowed 3 times. It's just that I don't know the great beast's name. Kurai humphed. You don't need to know my name. You shall refer to me as the Great One. That's all. The orc complied immediately. She truly liked it here. Suddenly she heard 2 footsteps from behind her. Turning back, she met Niji, her fragile father. Oh, you are having fun it seems. That she was. But she just humphed and threw her nose in the air. Of course, you left me alone all of a sudden, I didn't have anything else to do. She then lowered her head and took a bite out of the strange fruit presented in front of her. Niji chuckled from behind her, and then looking away from her, he motioned his chin at the ogre woman, Mirsha. She cleared her throat after meeting his gaze, a red hue of embarrassment and humiliation blanketing her green cheeks. Then she called. Everyone, gather around. It took an instant for everyone around to jump in. They were already expecting a call, since now they had a new chief, a new king. As they gathered, Niji took out a headphone from his inventory and set it around Kurai's ears. He had almost every daily necessities in his inventory. That helped a lot, like this time. Kurai didn't need to hear these things. Kurai purred in annoyance, but as Niji played her favorite song, Super Idol de Shao, she abided like a good girl. Then he walked beside Mirsha again, standing on her side where Kurai's eyes couldn't see him. He slapped her as softly. Her large, green, but cheeks giggled and she held on with a clench of her teeth while everyone in the monster tribe stared at the scene with wide shocked eyes. She felt humiliated, Niji could tell from her state. It wasn't surprising, she was the tribe chief until an hour ago, after all. Niji then waved his hand. I have good news, everyone. Mirsha here has broken her level cap, she can now reach up to level 240. As you know, high human seeds can do that. As such, it all took a single surge of my semen for her to achieve the impossible. Niji smiled. Isn't that quite interesting? He didn't feel an ounce of shame talking about this so openly. And truly, the monsters didn't care. They stared at Mirsha with bewitching eyes. He smiled. All of you, except the guys and kids, can also grow stronger like her. I am not gonna feed my cum to any dudes, you get me? I don't swing the other way. Back to the point. You, as in the girls, can grow far stronger than what your race allows you to, just by a glass of white and pristine semen from me. A disappointing shadow crept over the male monsters' faces, but the females' faces lit up. Niji didn't care about some monsters, female or male. If any of them profited him, that's good, but if any of them disagreed, males or females, he can always kill them. But my seeds are precious, Niji said. Giving them out to every girl would be too cheap. It's like how you can't expect God to just give you everything present on a golden plate, you gotta work hard. You'll have to impress me, in any way you can. In any way, you can. It didn't take an Einstein to realize what he was suggesting. But Niji wasn't going to focus on that. He instead changed the subject. For now, we are going to hunt down monsters, the other tribes living here. The top 3 girls who get the most kills will receive a cup of semen. He descended his palm on Mirsha. Mind you, even Mirsha didn't get 1 full cup. Just imagine, you now have the chance to surpass the woman you have been serving forever. Isn't that a tempting offer? It was the temptation of a devil. They will fight, risk their lives unnecessarily. Just for some levels. They were monsters, risking their lives every day, but they still were scared of death. Will they accept it? An ogre girl, the same height as Niji, her body slim but muscular, raised her hand. What if we decide not to participate? Niji smiled. Of course, that's fine. He waved his hand, the girl's face brightened. You can always leave the tribe, it's not that big of a deal, her face darkened again. Monster or not all females would be willing to drink the semen of someone they met an hour ago just for power. People just weren't ambitious enough. As the girl's face paled, some ogre and orc men stepped forward, their faces dark. New chief, as much as we value a high human, we can't just let you order us around like that. We are not dash. Are you salty because only girls can get stronger? Niji shook his head. Or are you not willing to risk your lives? Then come on, fight me. A fair and square 10 versus 1 match. If I were to be defeated, I will just leave the tribe alone, giving the ruling back to Mersha's hands. But if I were to win? He didn't finish his line, letting their imaginations fill it instead. Mersha stiffened at this, suddenly scared that her free power-up factory would run away. No, everyone stay back. Mersha ordered, but the monster just scoffed. Shut up, whore. Weren't you sucking on him just a minute ago? Of course, you will take his side. You got a chance to get stronger, after all. After a moment of processing his words, Mersha's eyes blazed red as she clenched her fist. White lightning crackled around her fist, but Niji patted her back to calm her down. It's fine. They need to see who they will be serving, too. The 10 monsters groaned at his words and surrounded him the next second. Niji motioned Mersha outside the circle, while Kurai turned at the fight, licking her paws with a boring gaze on her eyes. 7 amongst the 10 monsters were level 90 plus orcs, while the other 3 were level 110 plus ogres. Niji was only level 100. But he knew he would win. First of all, this was all happening because of his race. He skipped checking his new race details before. But he did that after Mersha licked clean her face, struggling very hard of course. High human. An evolution of humans that can be comparable to demigods. Except for the larger-than-mana reserves, which is INT x50, there isn't much benefit in stats. A high human seeds can raise the level cap of anyone with a level. As a predator race, high humans can inflict fear on inferior races with just their gazes. There wasn't much to it. Except for the comparable to demigods. He didn't know why it stayed such, and the system didn't say anything about it either upon further asking, but it was there for a reason of course. But that's for a later day. Now he had a bunch of fools to reprimand. Niji clasped his palms together, then pointed his fingers at the strongest ogre, a level 124. He was a man smaller than Mersha, but still bigger than Niji. The man, seeing Niji's hands pointing at him, took it as an indication of Niji mocking him, and ran forward. The front of Niji's hands parted, and as if releasing a blast of energy, a curved line of compressed shock and vibration, tremor, leapt forward like a wind blade. The ogre rushed forward nonetheless, but as he tried to slam the transparent crescent moon away, his arm simply fell to the ground. AF. With a groan he fell to the ground next to it, clutching his stump. Niji didn't give him time to relax and jumped forward, his spear materializing on his hand from his inventory. The spear's edge shone bright golden, and then a beam of spear ki left its tips, leaping into the monster's eyes, and then leaving from behind his skull. The body fell to the ground with a cry as Niji took his spear out of his eye socket. The other monsters froze in their spots, seeing how easily their new chief took out one of the stronger members of their tribe. One of the orcs who had come to oppose Niji fell to his knees, no towing. I have misjudged, please forgive me. I quit this challenge dash. A spear ki penetrated his skull before he could finish and red blood splattered on the floor. The other challengers froze briefly before exchanging glances and rushing at Niji at once. Niji grinned and threw his spear at one side. Then, as his arms and legs got covered in tremor, he moved in a specific pattern. The feathered serpent style, a kung fu technique he learned from Shifu back in the day. Because of his martial art proficiency, along with kung fu proficiency, he got a 15% attack power boost. With swift movements, he dodged the attacks of the enemies and struck at their vital points with his tremor-coated punches that utilized Touch of Nirvana to make all his punches a few times more painful. Af. Niji's hand grabbed on an ogre's skull, crushing it under his grip, an extreme vibration that weakened the hardness of his usually hard skull. He dodged another attack as the body fell to the ground, his eyes of the Lord shining red like usual. Dodging another attack swiftly, he struck at the weak point where his eyes of the Lord indicated. As his punch hit the orc's heart, a magnificent cry of pain left the monster. It fell to the ground, clutching on its heart in pain. Niji stepped on his chest with a crushing force, the sound of his ribs cracking sounded out, and a rib penetrated his heart and killed him. The other leftovers froze at this, one turned and tried to run, but Niji released another of those tremor blades at the monster, severing its head like tofu. At last, as the last few enemies grouped on him, Niji called out on his shock waves, and with a crushing roar, he blasted at them like a train hitting a cow. They blasted away, hitting a few huts on their way, and before they could get up, Niji severed their necks with his spear, one by one. Wiping sweat and blood from his forehead, he smiled at the tribe. Anyone else? Nobody moved an inch. Even Mersha. She wouldn't have had a hard time killing those 10 herself, but the way he did it was impressive and strong. She could feel her dry cunt wetting again as she imagined how a pump of his cum can give her powers like that. Niji grinned at the nervously nodding tribesmen, the children shaking even. Well, good then. In 30 minutes, we would be leaving for the fountain with sirens on it. They will be our first target. We will kill everyone who doesn't surrender. There were 5 lights that showed the save points. Niji realized this tribe was a save point on its own. The save point here is actually a blue shining crystal inside Mersha's treasure room. Touching it had saved his progress here, and he could leave the dungeon anytime now. But only 3 hours have passed. He still had 17 hours left. Why leave so soon? He would need to level up too. After all, the UA festival was coming for him. Hope everyone gives their best. The guys too, of course. I don't do discrimination. Now that was fucking lie. Chapter 84, Tower Dungeon, 5. Chapter 84, Tower Dungeon, 5. Niji didn't consider these monsters as actual living people. He instead decided to believe they were computer-generated mobs. Of course, that was highly unlikely after seeing them speak, eat, sleep, and even receive a boob job from one of those monsters. Though, that at least gave him a false sense of humane mind. Then again, how much of it mattered? He should begin with killing monsters with consciousness as a start, knowing what he will have to go through a few months later after leaving UA High. Kurai's purring on his ears caused him to return from his mind palace, and instead focus on the road. He was running towards the lake from before. It would be a bummer to kill beautiful sirens, but he wasn't horny anymore. It was time to do his job properly as a gamer. Oi, Mersha. As planned, you'll help me handle the leader. Niji ordered Mersha, the woman running beside him, who simply nodded. The sirens living in that lake were a bunch of runaways from the underwater kingdom in the endless sea outside of the Great Forest. Niji luckily got his hands on a rough sketch of a map. Upon touching it, the map was absorbed and a mini-world map was added to the corner of his vision. If only this worked in the outside world too. Niji lamented. The map is pretty simple. Even a child could make a more detailed map, but it did the job. 4 kingdoms, each named after a cardinal direction, were bordering around a hexagon-shaped empire, named the Great Empire. These 5 countries formed a circle-shaped continent, almost the size of Asia. Then the circle was again surrounded by the Great Forest in the form of a dense circle, too. Outside the circle was the endless sea, where apparently an equal amount of sentient organisms existed. Image here. Though this begs for a question. Where is the supposedly middle of the forest that the system said? Niji was talking about the 5th floor. System. It's underground, below the kingdoms. Please be patient. Nodding, he sped up. Back to the leader of the sirens, it's apparently a humanoid shark with a blade-like nose. He is very strong too, though Mersha didn't know his level since she didn't have observe. Mersha, just curious, but how many of them are there again? Jumping off a tree branch and landing on another, Niji asked the former ogre chief who was running by the ground. There are at least 60 of them, my liege. But they are only powerful underwater. Niji's team only had 53 people. Niji blasted on the air and leaped forward, Mersha followed suit. She wasn't the speed type, true, her movements were heavy after all, but she could run fast. She was almost like the She-Hulk. Finally, the lake entered Niji's vision, as he tried to use his echolocation again. It didn't work. Some kind of barrier was blocking his power from going inside the water. But he could sense 7 people above ground. With a swift motion, he told the army behind him and Mersha to run forward, and with a battle cry, which caught the fishes off guard, they ran to the lake, standing opposite to the waterfall. It's the ogres. A beautiful light blue-skinned siren hissed from the platform on the other side of the lake, baring her sharp teeth. Niji has already killed 10 of the stronger members of his monster army, but he luckily had more. Level 197, Ogre woman grinned at the siren and kicked the ground, jumping up and thumping on the other platform. She swung her longsword at the siren. The siren tried to block the sudden attack with a barrier of water, but the longsword passed through and mashed her skull in the wall. She died immediately. Oi, make sure to not kill them. Niji yelled from the sky. Break or cut their limbs, but don't kill. These enemies were his EXP, not his minions. He can't let them kill everybody and steal all the EXP. So he changed the words he said before, the top 3 person who killed the most will receive the reward, and said, the top 3 to capture the most enemies alive will receive the reward, and the top 3 with most kills will receive punishments instead. Knowing this, the ogre woman looked horrified and shot a dreadful and apologizing look at Niji. Niji ignored her and observed the other fighters. The other 6 enemies were easily subdued, their arms broken and some even dismembered. They were still alive. Niji just needed to swipe a blade past their throat to get their EXP. He liked that about here. Immediately, a blue light shone from the water, and as if a mirror breaking, space crackled on the water, the barrier that was halting Niji's senses coming off. As the next second passed, dozens of sirens and tritons jumped out of the water, leaping at Niji's army. Niji was in the air the whole time, along with Kurai on his shoulder, so nobody had the leisure to attack him after passing the other monsters. 74 sirens and tritons started to fight his army of 37 orcs and 16 ogres. Even with the water dwellers' larger army, they were losing. Their average level was higher, true, but that was their level underwater. They were much weakened on land since they couldn't harvest water mana as efficiently, causing their water magic to weaken drastically. Just right then, as the ogres and orcs were cutting the limbs of the fishmen, some crying in fright as they accidentally killed their enemies, the water bubbled up and a man larger than Musha stood up from under the water. A large, muscular, light blue-skinned sharkman with a saw-shaped nose stomped out of the lake. The man had long, black hair with a widow's peak reaching down to his shoulder. He had a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and gills located on both the sides of his neck. Arlong, Shark Human, level 280. It was a face and name he was familiar with, but he doubted it was the guy he was thinking it was. Whichever god made this world was clearly inspired by some good stuff. With a battle cry, the man who stood at least 15 feet, swung his long saw blade at an ogre, that, level 198, woman from before. She blocked the attack with her forearms, which started to bleed red, but Arlong attacked again. Niji motioned Musha immediately, who dashed and swung her shining metallic thorny club at Arlong. That weapon was what he gifted her a while ago. It was a weapon which doubled the attack power if poured enough mana. The technique that she used to coat her weapon and fist with crackling white lightning was the most suitable for this. The club shone bright, Arlong turned, and Mersha's weapon hit him in the neck. The fishman didn't even bulge. Standing a few feet taller than Mersha, he swung his saw at her neck. Mersha blocked it with her club, then superheated the club with her lightning magic. With a battle cry, she hit Arlong's chest and this time, he took a step back. Niji leapt down right then. Kurai transformed into her divine beast form and swung her claws at the other enemies, taking their lives. She should level up too, though she was restricted to only 10 kills by Niji. Niji blasted his legs in the air and burst forward in a fast motion, his hand coated his shockwaves this time. Golden rings of shockwaves left his hand and hit Fishman, who grumbled and turned to shoot a look at Niji. Niji would have preferred to wear his armor here, but it was being repaired by Gara after the intense battle in USJ. But he still had some spare armor, even though they are far from the level of his Moon Knight armor. The emerald, armor of the failed knight, materialized on his body, and he struck his spear forward at the fishman's back. Unexpectedly, the weapon didn't penetrate him like tofu, and instead only entered halfway through before Arlong turned and kicked at Niji's face. Niji stumbled from the air, almost falling to the lake where a few fishmen was waiting to devour any unfortunate soul, before blasting off in the air again. Mersha attacked Arlong's lowered guard, her thorny club hitting him between his legs, as he groaned and yelled in pain. Niji almost felt second-hand pain, but he continued attacking. The fish-human was strong, very much so. He doubted if he'd be able to beat him alone, or even with Kurai. The chance was higher with Mersha, but there were concerning things. Mana can be used in many ways in this world, not just magic. A person who has enough level can use the mana to enforce their bodies, such as make their punches stronger, and make their bodies harder. Arlong was most likely doing both. That's why Mersha's each attacks that were enough to take out 700 HP of Niji barely damaged the fish. Mersha stumbled back, Arlong's punch hitting her in the stomach, but Niji took this chance to hit the man in his spine, his tremor-coated blow weakening the density of the bone by extreme vibration, as he took the chance to put a knee on his back. Arlong fell on his knees with a yell, and Mersha's club gleamed red and orange. She swung it at the fish's skull, and Niji kneed him at his neck. With Arlong not enforcing his skull and neck because of the sudden pain, that Niji could see with his EL as multiple choices of attack on his neck and skull had popped up a second ago, Arlong's skull dented and his neck snapped, and his body stiffened. He wasn't dead yet. Niji motioned Mersha to not attack and told her to watch his back instead. Niji immediately struck at Arlong's neck again, this time pouring all his stamina into it. The circle of tremor vibrated so hard that even he felt pain, but he could only see a notification saying his shockwave resistance had leveled up before his first hit Arlong and flung him far in the air with an explosive force. Immediately, multiple notifications popped up in his vision. You have killed an opponent multiple levels higher than you. You have gained 9 billion EXP. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have reached level 104. Niji already got 1 level when he killed the 10 rebelling orcs and ogres a few hours ago, and now 3 more. Though he was a bit sad. He had thought a level 280 would give more than 10 levels, but even Muscular gave him 5 billion EXP. This guy was indeed stronger than Muscular, but so was Niji. With his levels higher than before, he needed more EXP to level up. He also got unnerved. You will level up twice as fast. It was surely applying. Meaning, if not for this, he would have only gained 2 levels. Still. Arlong wasn't the only enemy. He snapped his head back as the other fishmen, even the 2 sirens he had met before, stared at Arlong's body with shocked and rage-filled eyes. They roared, and the few enemies waiting underwater also jumped out. Niji took in a breath and kicked at them. They were all his. This was only one of the 5 save points. After hunting down the other 3, and even the whole southern jungle, he will get many levels. Moreover, he had 9 more levels. This year, he might actually reach level 300. Niji's spear sliced his enemies down, their life force being sucked in by him, making him stronger than ever. He killed the enemies with a cold expression, green and red blood splattering on his cheeks as he did so. It took him 7 minutes, with his army's help to kill them all. And after that, you have reached level 110. He was already level 110. More than 60 enemies, half of them beyond level 100, was enough to push him into level 110. He could feel his muscles tighter than before, as he sighed while leaning against the wall. This tower would help him grow. Grow enough to make sure his plans go smoothly. This would be his grind for the near future. For now, he had to focus on the sports festival. He needed to focus on getting strong companions, too. Chapter 85, Peace. Niji would have liked to finish the entire floor, one in the remaining 12 hours he had left, but he couldn't. While his gamer body helped him with HP and stamina regeneration, that wasn't the case with his monster army. In this tower world, everyone could access a status screen, but nobody had a system. So their HP and stamina regeneration speed was super low. Besides the injuries, from light wounds to severe, there were only 2 casualties from his army, but the monsters barely cared. They were instead happy after a successful hunt. The top 3 monsters with the most kills were punished severely. One of them was a male, who was killed, and the other 2 were girls. Their punishment was different. They were locked in the basement with magical vibrators playing with their cunts, and will be doing so for the next week. On the other hand, the top 3 girls with the most capture were currently receiving their rewards. Surprisingly, the first with the most captures was the level 198 Ogre from before. She was a widow and the mother of 2, and by a thread of fate, her 2 daughters took 2nd and 3rd place on the most captured result. Both girls were above level 150. Currently, this small green-skinned family was between Niji's legs. The older woman had her lips wrapped around Niji's girth, while the 2 girls who were barely older than Niji had each of his balls on their mouths. Niji wanted to just give them their reward and exit the dungeon, but he already blue-balled himself once. Another time would be torture. Moreover, getting a family blowjob was too exciting. He should paint his hair rainbow if he plans to leave after a simple blowjob. So, releasing his load once, he grabbed the mother and pinned her on the bed. Show your daughters how it's done if you will. The woman simply gave him a turned-on look. To exit the dungeon, he, unfortunately, couldn't just use the log-out button like when he usually completes a dungeon. Instead, he needed to use one of the save points. A shining golden orb stuck to a pillar rising from the ground, impossible to move. The save stone. It would save the dungeon's progression to this exact moment when Niji leaves. When he returns, the time will continue like usual. Basically, as long as he isn't inside the dungeon, the time here would be stopped. That was an awesome feature. When will you be back? As Niji stood by the save stone with Kurai on his shoulders, Mersha said from behind him. He turned and gave her a grin, staring at her anxious face, as his hand touched the smooth and round golden orb. It would take an instant. Golden light brightened up the underground room he was in, and in the next instant, he found himself back in the spot behind the school. A smooth breeze brushed past his hair, as Niji took a breath in. He took out his phone after that. He stared. As the phone adjusted the time according to the network, Niji discovered that only an hour had passed. He had spent 10 hours in the dungeon. It was a fruitful journey. He still had 3 more save points to unlock, and that's what he believed will mark floor 1 as cleared. You did good, Kurai. Niji rubbed Kurai's neck softly, to which the cat reacted with a twist of her body. Don't touch my neck, Naya. Kurai's body stiffened as she laid on her back on Niji's shoulders. Niji only chuckled. Now, put the stealth back. She bit him in the ears, making it bleed softly before his HP started to regenerate. She cast the magic with a humph. When stealth was activated, Niji made a run for the front gate. If he came face to face with anyone, stealth wouldn't work, and he would have to explain what he was doing on the back of the building. But, by keeping echolocation active, Niji knew the position of people in a medium range. Being careful to avoid them all, Niji finally reached the front gate. There, Momo stood, her eyes staring at her hand watch. She had an expression that said she was going to wait the entire night. This made Niji smile. Without making any sound, he went behind her and hugged her softly. Making sure to not touch any inappropriate spot because of Kurai. Momo flinched immediately, but as she touched Niji's forearm hugging her stomach, she sighed. You're finally back. Sorry to keep you waiting. He laughed in her ears. Though I didn't expect the Yaoyorozu princess to wait for me for so long. Momo rolled her eyes, leaning onto his chest. Oh, come on. You know I am not like that. Besides, I was planning to wait all night today. Niji had actually forgotten to tell her when he would return. He just assumed she would leave after opening the club. But she actually didn't. Oh, and your club is up. It didn't take time. Midnight Sensei was eager to help when she heard you were the one who came up with the idea, so she took care of it for me. Kurai jumped from Niji's shoulder, bored, and walked towards the parking lot where she knew Kimi was in. Momo was surprised when the black cat jumped down. She thought Niji was alone. Fortunately, she didn't do anything she would have felt embarrassed for. Midnight did. Niji hugged her tighter. That's a surprise. There was barely anyone outside the gate. Neither Momo nor Niji cared about them. They cuddled there, chattering to themselves before starting to walk with their hands around their waist and shoulders. Momo didn't like to, but she had to part ways with Niji after reaching the parking lot. Her maid drove the car away, and Niji jumped inside on his own after waving his hands. Hey! He waved at Kimi, who squinted her eyes over his body, a frown on her face. Other than Momo, 4 more girls? She asked, her nose twitching. Who? Niji's smile froze and he stopped to wonder how Kimi could tell. He did shower after the family pack, but his clothes were still the ones he had worn while cuddling before. Kurai licked her paws from the back seat, as Kimi's frown melted and her face grew red and hot. Why, young master, you must tell me the story after we reach home. Okay. Was she being cheated on by 4 girls she hasn't even met before? Just the thought made her panties damp. Niji deadpanned at her. Chapter 86, Back to School. Chapter 86, Back to School. After coming down from a bowl-shaped UFO, 4 green-skinned alien females tried to capture the young silver-haired boy. Somehow, after calming them down by cuddling with them, the young human managed to drive the aliens away. That's the story Niji told Kimi. She didn't believe, of course, but her belief never mattered in the first place. After staying up for 26 hours, Niji needed a good night's sleep. He went back home and did so. Nijer looked particularly proud and happy seeing him tired, assuming her tricks were working. Niji ignored her and slept the whole night like a baby. Bye, Niji. I will be back at lunch break. Nijer waved her hand at Niji, who waved back and left swiftly. If he didn't, the waving would have continued for another 5 minutes. He unfortunately didn't come across Midnight today, which was a bummer. So he simply went inside the classroom and was surprised to see multiple girls surrounding Momo. Hey, so what's up with the club you created? Mina asked, slipping a hand under Momo's arm. Moreover, only you and your boyfriend are part of it. Suspicious will you two do that inside school, is that why you made a club? The girls beside her poked Mina, asking her to stop with their faces red. Momo simply avoided eye contact. Seeing this, Mina pushed further. I want to join all of a sudden the club I mean. Do you think you can make space for me dash? Interrupting her, Niji slipped past and took his seat. When the girls finally noticed he was sitting behind them, they quickly broke out in a fluster. Hey. Good morning, Niji. Mina stuttered and Niji gave her a smile. Hi, were you talking about me just now? Mina looked the other way, looking at the other girls behind her, Jiro, Setsuna and Kendo. They immediately scattered away, leaving Mina behind. The pink alien's face darkened, and she gave Niji a nervous smile. It's not that. You misheard. No. I have good ears. Niji protested. I rarely mishear, the most recent one was 3 nights ago when Momo for some reason mistook me for her daddy. Mina's cheeks were pink, but they grew pinker. She still tried to maintain her calm. She cleared her throat. Oh. Aha, I would like to hear it sometimes. Niji jerked his head left and right. Why just here? I can let you watch if you want. And from how eager you seem to join the club, you do want to watch, right? Mina's eyes shook and her lips quivered in fluster. She immediately shook her head and stood up. I just remembered, I forgot something in my bag. Sensei will be here soon too, so I will get going. Mina ran to her seat, leaving Niji chuckling. As she left, Momo turned back and gave him a deadpan look. Why are you scaring them away? Because I want alone time with my girl, Niji said jokingly before tilting his head. By the way, you don't mind me teasing other girls? Momo stared at his face for exactly 7 seconds, before turning forward. I do. Just that, you are fine with me wearing revealing clothes, it's only fair I am respectful of your choices too. Just don't start touching other girls in front of me. As a gesture of appreciation, Niji tickled her with telekinesis, and she barely held back from laughing. When he stopped, he felt a finger tapping on his back, from the back seat where Ochako sat. Turning back, his face paled as Ochako Uraraka stared at him with clenched jaws and red wet eyes. So, you treat all girls like that? Oh fuck. It took him a second to realize he had messed up another time. Niji almost panicked before stopping. Ochako wasn't a target, so it's not of immediate emergence to make things calm with her. He will pick a later time. For now, he has a tower and a sports festival to worry about. Right now though, Niji stared at the door of the classroom from his seat, at the crowd outside the door. Look, these kids fought actual villains. The kids outside the door muttered to themselves, pointing at the students inside the classroom. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo stood in front of them. A few hours ago, Niji had lunch with Momo and Nijer, and now, after the bell rang, Class 1A was leaving for home. But just then, the students from other classes stepped up to block the door. Niji was actually wondering why this scene didn't happen yesterday, but he could only blame the butterfly effect. Either way, that didn't matter now. Move away, you cannon fodders. Bakugo growled at the students, who gasped in surprise. Momo sighed from beside Niji. Foo, what do I do with that guy? Niji bit on her ears. They were at the back of the class, everyone was focused on the front so nobody watched them. He said, want me to take care of him, then? Laughing at Momo's horrified expression, he walked forward, slipping amongst the 1A students. Just as he did so, an indigo-haired kid with dark bags under his eyes walked out from in between the other students. He rubbed his neck, staring at Bakugo. It's true we were blocking your door without noticing, but you sure are modest. He gave Bakugo a chilling stare. Are all the Hero Corps students like this? As Bakugo was about to answer, Izuku Midoriya stepped up, clicking his tongue. Yes, they are. Now shut your mouth and clear the path. Bakugo gave Izuku a shocked look before that look turned almost prideful. Like a girlfriend surprised to see her boyfriend standing up for her. Oh my, a troublesome bunch. The indigo-haired body, Hitoshi Shinso, stared at Midoriya. Now, turn around and slap your friend. Who are you ordering dash? Izuku's body stopped midway. Before Bakugo could realize what happened, Izuku turned around, and his palm landed on Bakugo's cheeks. Bakugo's eyes went wide, all that pride vanishing in thin air. Without a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand instinctively to blast Izuku's face into flesh and blood. Before he could do so, his arm was grabbed by Niji's hand. Dude, Niji said. Chill. He already looks so fragile, at this rate you will get yourself in jail for murder. Bakugo's lips twitched while the other classmates held back a laugh. Anyway, Niji turned to the crowd. He is right though, clear the path, please. You know, Hero Corps students don't have as much free time as you guys. So the faster we reach home, the faster we can take rest and train. That way, the more compelling hero we will be in the future. If not, in the future, maybe just because of this single day, we will be your everyday average weakling heroes. Who knows, maybe because of a string of fate, one of you will die because one of us heroes wasn't strong enough to protect you. Give it a thought. The crowd shut their mouths as Niji's words sunk in them. It was a horrifying possibility, but it clearly was exaggerated. A single day of being late won't lead to that future, right? Shinso sighed. You talk a lot. That I do dash, Niji's lips stopped moving. After a second of silence, his smile returned. Mind control. Nice quirk. Incredibly useful too. Shinso froze in his spot, silent. He had clearly used his quirk on the kid. They how? Unfortunately, it can't affect me. Niji then snapped his finger. Immediately, with the force of telekinesis, the student slid on the ground, creating a way for royalty to pass. I am out of your league, kid. Niji then motioned Momo and walked away with hands in his pockets, taking out his phone and starting to type a message. Oi, wait. As Momo ran behind him, the others stayed silent and stared at his back. Especially Shinso, who visibly paled with a frown on his face. That guy. He's dangerous. Chapter 87, Sports Festival, 1. Chapter 87, Sports Festival, 1. The sports festival was confirmed to start 2 weeks later, and those 2 weeks flew by in flashes. I went to the dungeon after confronting Shinso, and it was a disaster. Mersha and everyone else was shocked since I truly appeared just a second after vanishing, just as I had said, but they didn't question a legendary high human. The disaster happened when I led the army of orcs and ogres to fight another faction. There were random monsters all around the southern jungle, but there were only 5 intelligent factions. Each of them had one of the save stones in their hold. I already had 2 of the factions sabotaged, the Ogre Village and the Fishman Lake. My plan was to clear the entire southern part, aka Floor 1, before the sports festival. That's what led me to my demise. In a hurry, immediately after I returned to the dungeon, I led the ogres and orcs for another hunt. They did protest, but I just threw them some stamina potions, I had a lot of those to spare. Mersha then led me to the closest village. A village of Cyclops. I assumed it would be another easy hunt, but it wasn't. Even though my faction won against the 33 Cyclops, we lost 30 of our people, lowering our numbers to 21 people. That was a great loss. Though maybe it was a coincidence or just luck even, now my army only had women. That meant there won't probably be any more challenge for the throne. But the bad thing was, girls are usually weaker than boys, even these monster girls. So, since I now had a lower number who were weak as heck, the next 2 weeks whenever I entered the dungeon, rather than hunting on any of the factions, I made the girls hunt random monsters instead. Their level rose, and they became more obedient to me when they actually leveled up beyond their cap. Mersha was now level 250, her level cap increased after a bit more of drinking. I noticed that unlike me, the monsters level up faster. Which was sad, but I am still stronger. I didn't let Mersha level up much. If she became too stronger than me, she might start getting weird ideas. Instead, I leveled up the other girls. All in all, after 2 weeks of leveling up, I now had a level 250, 9, level 200, and 11, level 150, and beyond. They could honestly just gang up on me and keep me as a breeding slave. But I have shown them some of my items' abilities just to subtly suggest what would happen if they tried such a thing. It worked. I also gained 6 more levels. Now I was level 116, and Kurai was level 90. She is catching up, oh no. I could also feel our synergy getting stronger. As the system said before, to use fusion, we would need very high synergy. We already had it very high, but it seemed it wasn't high enough even now. But we were close. I could feel it. That's all that happened in the past 2 weeks. Niji still had 2 more save stones to grab to clear floor 1. But before that, he needed to come first in the sports festival, because he was looking to win a certain hero's attention. So, Niji, you have to give your all. Okay. Nijer stood with her hands on Niji's shoulders. I wouldn't be able to watch since I have my own festival in the 3rd year quarters, but remember, Wani-chan is always with you. Niji smiled at her. There were 3 areas, each for a year of students. The sports festival happens at the same time in all areas. So Nijer didn't have any way to be there to cheer Niji as he takes the medal, as she believed he would. I will get going then, okay. Or do I stay here for a bit more? Nijer stared at his eyes fondly. Just go, or the both of us will be late. Nijer nodded and turned to leave. Waving at him for another minute, before entering her campus. Niji turned to meet Kimi in the car and gave her a smirk. You have nothing to say. She gave him a blank stare. Not until you tell me about those new scents on your body that appear on you every day after school. Niji laughed, leaned over and kissed her lips softly, before turning and walking away. Kimi's flustered face looked around, making sure nobody was watching before she sighed in relief. Niji's future hero carrier will take a blow if he was seen in a relationship with an ex-hero, who was much older than him. Though Kimi wouldn't have thought such a thing if she knew, Niji never plans to be a hero at all. MT Lady ate meatballs as she observed the crowd, muttering. Wow, the crowd is really huge this time around. Guess that's why they called heroes from all across the country, huh? Kamui Woods nodded at her words. The crowd is larger in the 1st year quarter. Usually, people go to watch the 3rd year students, since it's more fun seeing kids putting their experience into strategies. But this time because of the USJ incident, the 1st years have successfully gathered the nation's attention. Aha. MT Lady continued eating her balls, just when her eyes caught something. Oh, a reporter is causing trouble. From far in the crowd, a female reporter was chasing a silver-haired boy, who shrugged her off every time. She seemed to be asking for pictures. Hey, come on. Didn't you see the response that your picture got last time? Let me take another few pictures, you will be famous. It was the same reporter who had taken Niji's winking picture last time. Niji finally stopped and sighed at her. I am busy, Mississippi. I don't have time for a picture right now. But if you are eager, give me your number, we can meet later. Really? Hey, what's happening? MT Lady walked between them, frowning. You, reporter. Why are you disturbing a student? He has his exam in a few minutes. The reporter was about to say something, but as the hero pressed a button on her hand, a few security guards came running and took her away. Then MT Lady smiled at the strangely hot boy. Oh hey, nice to meet you. You should learn how to deal with reporters sooner than later. Based on that face of yours, I can tell you will need it more than any other heroes. Hi. Niji smiled too. I have my game soon, as you said. So yeah, I guess we will talk later if fate allows us to meet again. Without waiting for a reply, he scurried off to the distance. MT Lady stood there, frozen with meatballs in her mouth. A teenager actually ignored her. What the hell? When Niji entered the Class 1A waiting room, he was met by a worried Momo. Hey. I thought something happened, why are you so late? Only 5 minutes remain. Niji calmed her with a wry smile. Don't worry, I am here now, aren't I? Momo sighed and rubbed her nose. Such a big event, he should have come here a bit early to prepare mentally. Then again, as far as she knew, he was always mentally prepared. Niji. Suddenly, a chilling voice called from the back. Turning around, Niji met the fiery cold gaze of Shoto Todoroki. Oh, hi. Todoroki gave him a challenging stare. I have heard about your feats in USJ, but I was unfortunately too busy with myself and missed the chance to watch it with my own 2 eyes. So I don't believe the rumors, as they are often exaggerated. Huh? Oh, okay. Niji blinked. The point you're making is. I just wanted to say, I will beat you. Niji gave him a stare more blank than his. Look at him. He couldn't care less. Maybe if it was Bakugo, then it would have been a fun challenge. He would have slowly broken his willpower and ground his bones to dust. But Todoroki wasn't that fun. We will see about that. Niji held up a fist. Todoroki stared at it blankly, confused. To not make it awkward, Niji used his telekinesis to raise Shoto's fist in the air and give his knuckles a tap. A fist bump. Good luck. You will need that. Then, before Todoroki could say something, a loud voice called from outside. And now, please welcome the Class 1A. Exchanging glances, every student started walking to their life's biggest opportunity until now. Chapter 88, Sports Festival, 2. Chapter 88, Sports Festival, 2. It's the UA Sports Festival. The one time each year when our fledgling heroes compete in a ruthless grand battle. Present Mix's voice rang out around the entire stadium, and even the entire country via the live cameras recording the scene of UA High. First up, let us greet the miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. Footsteps replaced his voice, and from a tunnel, students started to appear. Welcome, the first years of the hero course. The students of both Class 1A and Class 1B walked out of different tunnels, but the crowd's attention was on 1A. Oh, ooh. It's Class 1A. At this reaction, Kaminari whistled beside me. Whoa, what a crowd. We are expected to put on the best performance in front of such a crowd. Ida started, looking around. I suppose this is merely one more necessary skill if we hope to become heroes. Kirishima decided to nudge closer to me. Ha. They're really giving us too much attention, while you did all the work. Man, talk about stealing credit. I gave him a hearty chuckle. Don't mind it. That just means you need to prove your actual worth to them. Show them, the next time something like that happens, I won't be fighting alone. Kirishima grinned. Right. Then, the Class C, D, and E of the General Studies, and F, G, and H of the Support and Business course also walked in on Present Mix announcements. Soon, we gathered together, in front of the alluring teacher, Midnight, who acted as if I didn't exist there. Yes, that's how a proper teacher should be. OMG, this time's first year's referee is the R-rated hero. Oh, I am feeling something in my pants. From Class 1B, a short kid with purple balls in place of his hair muttered while clutching his pants. Wait, is that Mineta? Keck. Midnight coughed her throat, bringing us back to the present, and then brushed her gaze past all the students with a smile on her face. She was about to say something, but Tokoyami frowned. R-rated hero. Should she really be in a high shoe dash? Midnight's whip hit the platform she was standing on. Shut it. She smiled again, acting as if she was an angel, and said, it's time for the athlete's oath. Your student representative this time is, she looked at me, and licked her lips. Neji Hado. Not very teacher-like. Must be because he came first in the entrance exam. Meh, the hero course entrance exam you mean. Sigh. The students didn't have a good impression of the boy at first, but as he walked up the stage, smiling softly, their jaws dropped. Shining cosmic blue eyes reflected their faces, and they stared at it with wide bewitched eyes. Ah, he doesn't seem like a bad kid. A girl gulped in. True, we shouldn't hate on him just because of his entire class. The girls' faces reddened a bit, and Niji's smile widened. He grabbed the mic from Midnight's hands, giving no glance at her, which made the woman bite her lips and proceeded to talk. A pleasure to be at the top. He said. Entrance exam was a quirk-based test, where I got lucky because of something I never got the chance to decide, a powerful quirk. He watched the surprised reaction of others. I can see why some of you are annoyed, but from the previous sports festivals, it's clear UA doesn't only value power quirks in this festival. Give your all, and I believe you'd be able to catch the eyes of great heroes. That was, surprisingly positive coming from a guy with a solid quirk. The girls were reluctant to hate him before, but now their eyes were heart-shaped. The boys on the other hand just clicked their tongues. Seeing the boys' reactions, Niji continued. How about this then? Niji grinned, and not a humble one. Since some of you still seem skeptical, I will give all of you a heads up on the first game. Only when I see someone is about to finish the game, will I start. Call me arrogant, but I am just trying to prove not every lucky person deserves hate. I am just being humble. All of a sudden, the girls hated him. The hearts in their eyes vanished, and their tongues clicked. Niji's smile widened. Just as he wanted. Overconfident jerk. Some kids grind their teeth. I will show you what overconfidence brings to you. The games wouldn't be fun if he played them like a normal civilized person. He was in UA for the dungeons and to keep up with the plot, but that didn't mean he wasn't allowed to have some fun. Cheeky bastard, don't come running to me when the kids gang up on you. Momo looked at him disapprovingly. Really, I see no reason why you would need to provoke them. Niji shrugged, standing within the crowd of students at the gate of the obstacle course race. I am just bored. Besides that, he also got an interesting quest. Kikek. Then a voice called from behind him. A reptilian-faced kid glared and grinned at Niji. Our school preaches freedom in all things, so as long as you don't go off the course, anything is a fair game. Kikek. Niji was curious why the kid was laughing like that, but right then Midnight pulled the trigger of the revolver, and a bullet flew up towards the sky. With a bang, everyone started running. Everyone ran, but Momo clutched Niji's hand. Niji sighed and pressed her hand too. Don't act like a little girl. Run. With a shake of her head, Momo released her grip and ran. Some kids that were behind Niji tried to push him forward, but Niji's body didn't bulge and the kids fell on their faces instead. Some tried to use their quirks on him even, but they were pushed outside the course with an invisible force. In seconds, Niji was alone, with everyone running wild ahead. My, aren't you a cheeky one? You really plan to start at the end, boy. Midnight walked from behind him, her hips shaking on each step. The obstacle course was round-shaped, just a lap around the stadium. Its finish line was at this same place, even the same gate. Meaning, Midnight didn't have to work for the next 10 minutes or so. Niji didn't mind company. Of course. I am a man of my words, most of the time. Bakugo's hands blasted behind him, and he caught up to Todoroki's pace. You half-and-half bastard, look how I go past you. Todoroki ignored him and instead focused on freezing the robots ahead. The obstacle course was the same as canon. A road filled with obstacles and robots. Giant robots. It wasn't that hard for Todoroki, but there were people who were having a much easier time. Inasa flew in the air many meters ahead. He was giving his all too, and that justified his speed. Todoroki didn't get the chance to observe the kid more just as the broccoli head, Izuka Midoriya slipped in between him and Bakugo. Hey, Kaken. Bakugo growled. How are you so fast? Izuki smiled. Just repelling my feet against the ground. He kicked the ground and leapt meters ahead. But Bakugo and Todoroki caught up before he could jump again. TCH, looks like I won't be able to catch up to that guy. Bakugo growled at this and pursued further, and so did Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki was disappointed with Niji. He was expecting a challenging match, but the latter had just given up. What was he expecting by starting so late? No matter how fast, unless you are Hawks, you won't be able to finish a 1 kilometers run before others who started minutes ago. Todoroki froze another robot and skated forward. Well, that's a bummer. Momo was having a hard time for the first few minutes. Along with the fact that she had clung to Niji before the match, the kids also knew Momo was closely related to Niji because of that day in the cafeteria. Now, kids were ganging up on her. Especially girls. They were venting on her both because of Niji's words, and the fact that she was most likely Niji's girlfriend. They were jealous and angry. This was the best chance to release their jealousy. So, they ganged up on her and tried to push her off the course. Luckily some boys, calling her queen, started to shove the girls away. That stung. Random boys were more helpful than her boyfriend, who was instead the reason for all this. She sighed under her breath and made her way forward. Because of this problem, she was many times slower than she should be at her peak. She was at least behind 20 people. And the game was about to end. Oh, would you look at this? Class 1A's Inasa is just about to finish the game. Let's count, 1, 2, 3. Momo sighed and accepted her defeat. Then she felt a pull on her body. Oh, would you? I guess it's time to go, sensei. Niji shoved Midnight behind a bit. Now. Midnight watched his hand pushing her softly by the shoulders. When someone is already about to win. Hey, good luck, boy. She waved off and started walking towards the platform, preparing to greet Inasa. Niji shook his head, grinning. He then faced his palm behind. Golden light started to shine on his palm, and smoky rings started to plummet from them. With a breath in, Niji released his shockwave at full power. His face blasted against the wind and his hair went upwards. He turned on his eyes of the Lord, he couldn't see without that in the speed of sound. Next, he used his telekinesis to pull Momo from the ground, and in an instant, she rested on his chest. His arms were busy blasting so his telekinesis held Momo. 6, 7, 8. A blanket of telekinesis kept Momo's body safe, just as he pushed further. Niji left a red trail of fire behind him, as he passed Bakugo and Inasa in the air, who stared at him with wide eyes and dropped jaws. The exact second later, he blasted through a tunnel, going beyond the finish line, where Midnight was just walking on the stairs of the platform. His feet touched the ground, and he slid forward, leaving a mark on the ground. Slowly, he put Momo down, whose body was shaking. A long 10 seconds later Inasa popped up behind him. All the spectators, Midnight, and Present Mike were dead silent. Next, from the mic, Aizawa's dry voice flew in. The winner of the first match is both Neji Hado and Momo Yaoyorozu. They finished the game in 8:24 minutes after the start. But for anyone curious about how much time the Silverhead took in reality, that would be 6.7 seconds. So we'll be counting him as first, and the girl as second. Not long after the announcement was made, a huge cheer deafened the stadium, to the point that even other stadiums could hear the cheers towards the silver-haired boy. At the third-year stadium, Mirio huffed while clutching on his knees as he stared at the laughing Nijer. When, Huff, did you get so fast? Chapter 89, Sports Festival, 3. Chapter 89, Sports Festival, 3. But for anyone curious about how much time the Silverhead took in reality, that would be 6.7 seconds. As she watched the sports festival announcement happen on the TV, Ryuko Tatsuma couldn't help but smile softly. I told you, didn't I? He is super strong. She said towards the dark-skinned woman in front of her, her head turned towards the TV, as she took a sip from her coffee. Image here. Rumi Usagiyama, aka Mirko, sat in front of her in casual clothes. Ryuko was also wearing casual clothes, today being a day off for both of them. Rumi turned her head towards her, a soft fire flickering behind her gaze. She lowered the mug from her mouth and swiped a finger around her lips. He is arrogant, she said with a grin. I like him. Ryuko hummed. True. He has a bit of a different view towards society than you and me, so I suppose that's expected. Ryuko has spent a lot of time with Niji talking about hero society and stuff since the first time they met. Now, they were decently familiar with each other's ideals. Rumi gave her a small grin. You seem to like him a lot, Ryuko. Ryuko nodded, her arms crossed in front of her. He is a nice boy, a great future hero. So of course I like him. Rumi's grin widened as her hands reached out for the dragon and one of her fingers crawled out and stroked her chin. I didn't mean it that way. Ryuko sighed. It's not that. You know, he is a high schooler. Rumi withdrew her hand back. So. You always like strong and dominating men, uncaring of age. It's the drawback of having such a fascinating quirk. At this, Ryuko looked embarrassed, as if she was caught red-handed, but she soon sighed and looked at the monitor. Well, he seems to have a girlfriend already. Rumi looked at it too, her face expressionless. That's sad. Anyway, Ryuko shook her head, what do you think of him? Rumi didn't avert her gaze from the monitor, her grin long vanished. My previous opinion still stands true, heroes who join teams are cowards. Rumi knew saying this to Ryuko, a hero who does exactly that, wasn't really what a good friend should do. But she has always been direct. She considered Ryuko a friend, for exactly that reason she knew Ryuko didn't mind it. Rumi continued. I won't invite him to my agency. Not unless he does something truly fascinating in the upcoming matches. Her grin returned, and Ryuko sighed. Ryuko said, well, I was planning to invite him anyway. I doubt he will reject my invitation when his cute sister is also working here. Rumi glanced at her face once, and went back to watch the sports festival while drinking her coffee, before realizing it was already cold. She was forced to order a new one. I hate you. You don't. Niji patted Momo's head as she stared at him with a cute, puppy-like frown. She had to raise her head up to meet his eyes since she was a few inches shorter than him. You. Going silent for a moment, Momo sighed and shook her head. Why are you so lovely sometimes? She leaned over and buried her face into his chest. There she was thinking he was being useless just a minute ago, and here she was standing on the second spot. Momo didn't like his help in school, it felt as if she was sucking him off. But, she knew what he would say if she brought this up. It was my fault you were ganged up. As if reading her mind, Niji said with his hands caressing her hair. You know, if not for that, you would have clearly made it into top 3 yourself. Stop lying. She sighed, her hand clutching on his shirt. I am not that strong. I know my limits. She didn't see, but Niji simply smiled on her shoulder. He had ways to make her strong. But that's for later. Ahem. Midnight cleared her throat, just as Momo drew back her head from his chest and looked at the teacher. The other kids were giving them weird looks, and even some jealous ones. The boys were jealous that a piece of arrogant shit like Niji had such a beautiful girl, who was clearly his girlfriend. While a few girls, especially the ones who were into bad boys, gave Momo death glares. The couple didn't mind it at all. Momo was already an exhibitionist, and Niji was just your everyday shameless motherfucker. He didn't care either. Midnight had licked her lips a few times seeing them hugging each other, but now she was back to her professional tone, if that even be called that. So now, after 10 minutes have passed, 42 contestants have passed the finish line. They will move on to the next round. These wonderful ones are dash, she pointed at the monitor behind her. There, multiple names were flashing. 1. Neji Hado. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Inasa Yarashi. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Izuka Midoriya. 7. Hanta Siro. 8. Tenya Ida. 9. Ochako Uraraka. 10. Mina Ashido. The names continued, but Niji didn't pay attention to it. He instead looked at Midnight, who started to speak again. For the kids who couldn't pass the finish line, don't worry. You will get more chances to show off yourselves later on. She then slammed her whip on the ground. Now, about the next event, I of course know about it, but can any of you guess? She watched the expressions of the students, smiling. No one. All right then. She pointed at the monitor behind her. The next event is dash. The monitor flashed with the words, Cavalry Battle. Cavalry Battle. She then proceeded to explain the rules. In the cavalry battle, one needed to form a team of either 3, 4, or 5 people. Everyone in the team will act like a horse, except for one, who will be a rider, riding above them. The rider will wear a headband on either their neck or above. The game would be to snatch another rider's headband while keeping your own headband safe. It will be a game of 10 minutes, and at the last moment, the team with the highest points will be considered the winner. But there is a catch. Each 42 of the students have been assigned a point value based on their rankings in the last event. The 42nd student has a point value of 5, the 41st has 10 points, the 40th has 15 points, and so on. That way, the second spot has 205 points. Midnight said, and then eyed Niji. But, the first place participant is an exception. He is worth 10 million points. Every eye suddenly turned to Niji, greed and hunger suddenly engulfed their gaze as they glared at Niji with thirst. Instead of cowering away, Niji's grin widened. Seeing his stretched lips, Midnight licked her lips at him. She was fascinated by the boy. He has exceeded her expectations. She couldn't see his fight in the USJ because the cameras were jammed by the villain with an electricity quirk, so she didn't have much to work out on his powers. But now, she was having a feast for her eyes. Tonight would be a great night for her. Her body shuddered, and she cleared her throat, being cautious in case she suddenly moaned out loud. She then said, "You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Your time starts now." Immediately, the students scattered away, everyone avoiding Niji and Momo. "You can join another team if you want, you know," I said towards Momo while stretching my arms. "It would be dangerous to be with me." She pouted at me with her arms crossed. "No, that's not happening. Do you think anyone else will join you? I have to stay by your side, at the very least." "That's sweet." I grabbed her cheeks and pinched them, causing them to grow red. "Then we just need another member." I knew she wouldn't just leave me behind. But it's fun to tease her. Though truthfully, I would have liked to be alone. "You go and look for a person, and I will look for someone too," I said. "If you can't find anyone, don't worry, I will manage somehow." She sighed and nodded. This time she was trusting me because she knew convincing people to take my side was my specialty. As Momo left, I then started to look around for anyone to join me. It wouldn't be hard to convince anyone. My CHA stat mainly represents charisma, not charm. The charm is mostly my genes, which is further boosted by the stat. Silver Tongue, you're a veteran in the ways of persuasion. You'd rarely lose in a game of persuasion. This is the perk I got because of 100 points in CHA. So I can choose anyone I wish to be on my team, but who do I choose? Looking at Uraraka, I shook my head. I guess not anyone. She would be hard to convince after the small misunderstanding. Then who? My eyes fell on the pink-skinned girl, chattering with some others, as a smile bloomed on my face. I walked behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder as she turned behind hurriedly. But just as her eyes met mine, her pink cheeks grew pinker and she stuttered. Oh, hi, Niji. What's up? I smiled at her. I was lacking teammates. So mind filling the gap? In return, I can fill yours, someday. I mean in case you encounter a situation similar to mine. Mina stared at me with hot eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 90, Sports Festival, 4. I was supposed to stop flirting and playing around, but this is undoubtedly fun. Okay, I promise to stop soon, someday. But, I was already about to join these guys, Mina stuttered, scratching her neck as she pointed at the 3 students behind her. 3 girls. Kyoko Jiro, who was blushing hard from my words, Setsuna who smirked, and Tsuyu Azui who avoided eye contact. I smiled at them. Do you mind me borrowing your friend a bit, girls? Jiro shook her head rapidly, while Setsuna nodded and said. Of course, not. Just make sure to deliver her in one piece, okay? I stared at Setsuna for a second. Her serpentine-like pupils that were barely distinguishable from her green irises made me recall Ryuko. I smiled again and nodded. Of course. Then I led the reluctant Mina, who shot pleading glances to her friends, to me and Momo's meeting spot. She wasn't back yet, so I have some time. It's not Mina's personality that I am interested in. Not counting Nijer, I don't really like overly cheerful girls. But her features, her skin color and inhumane eyes, those small horns, these make her hot. I have always had a knack for inhumane girls. That's one of the many reasons I didn't kill Mersha. Let's see how far I can go with Mina, without getting into a real relationship. I already have my plate filled. Shaking my head, I chatted with Mina about random things to help calm her down. I was also checking on my quest another time, to be sure that my next plan is correct. I got this quest the moment I was called on for the student representative speech half an hour ago. Plus or minus. Quest, assert dominance. Description, the UA Sports Festival is the greatest opportunity for the UA students, but not for you. To even make it a decent enough opportunity, you have to play your cards right. Objective, win the entire event, coming first in all games. Bonus Objective 1, show off as much as possible and attract at least 100 heroes' attention. Bonus Objective 2, all of your victories must be overwhelming. Reward, 3 billion EXP, an item, Power Gauntlet. Objective Reward 1, 2 billion EXP, Health Potion 3x, Stamina Potion 10x. Objective Reward 2, 5 billion Eco, S Attention, Health Potion 5x, Stamina Potion 20x, Magic Mango Tree Sapling. Penalty, none. Plus or minus. An average quest, but it's better than nothing. The Mango Tree Sapling seems good though. I wonder what it does exactly. Faster tree growth. 1 ripe mango every 24 hours. I will have to find out. Still, the S Attention is more interesting than that. I can only wonder who that is. Though I have a concrete guess, I might be wrong. Let's wait and see. Oi, Niji. Just then, Momo called from the side. I turned my head and found her running towards me with Kendo. Look who I found. She will be the best horse with her quirk. Kendo can make her hands large as a human body. Momo's right. I greeted Kendo. Hello. Thanks for joining despite the risks, Kendo. Glancing at the flushing Mina, she smiled back. The pleasure is mine. I couldn't possibly leave Momo alone when she is in such a desperate situation. Good. She will truly be a good horse with her quirk, but it's not as if I would even need horses to begin with. I am, after all, going for an overwhelming victory. Katsuki Bakugo smirked as he observed the expressions of the kids in his team. Jiro Kirishima, the redhead. Bakugo didn't know much about the kid in this timeline, but he knew his quirk was a useful one from the previous event. Hantashiro, the tapeman. He was more suited to be at the top because of his versatile quirk, Bakugo knew, but he wasn't going to turn him down as a horse either. And finally, that one gadget girl. Mei Hatsum, her name was. He didn't give her much thought, she was just there to fill the gaps. With his team ready and standing beside him, he glanced at Niji who was chatting with his team of girls. That bastard. Bakugo gritted his teeth. He was flirting around even in this situation, in this event where his future will be decided. It's as if he didn't care about the other teams at all, as if they were too insignificant in his eyes. That would be his demise, Bakugo decided. He will show him what happens when you look down on the future number 1 hero, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's palm widened and small explosions blasted on its center. In the USJ incident, because of that albino's big attack, pieces of broken glasses were flung towards everyone. Bakugo was probably the most unfortunate amongst the surviving people. A shard of glass was so close to his heart that he would have died if Recovery Girl reached him 10 seconds later, as the old woman had quoted herself. Bakugo wanted revenge for that. What type of hero would need a grand attack that puts others in danger, just to defeat 2 mobs? Obviously not Bakugo. That's why he would prove who is stronger in this event. Last time in the battle training, Niji was just lucky. Todoroki and Inasa were in a similar state. Inasa wanted to redeem his previous loss, and Todoroki just wanted to prove to his father, the number 2 hero, that he could beat someone like me with just his left side. That was my guess, as far as I could tell from their personalities. Looking around, I could see every student had formed their horse and rider formation, just like us. In my team, Kendo was in the back. Her hands were enlarged, using which, she made a throne for me to sit on. The other 2 girls guarded the front. The others also made similar formations similarly, in the way they saw to be the most fitting. All of them were shooting glances at my team, muttering to themselves. They all had a plan of their own. Ah, kids. I want to see their reaction when I crush them all at once. Midnight laughed on the mic. Formed your plans. Made your teams. Too bad if you haven't. She raised her hand, holding a flag. Your match starts now. Immediately, along with mine, 12 teams jumped inside the arena. I shot a glance in the riders' headbands, some tightened around their skull, and some hanging from their necks. Those are my targets. As we stepped into the arena, all the eyes fully turned to me, at my headband resting on my neck. However, before they could rush at me, I stood up and started to float in the air, golden shockwaves spiraling from under my feet. I rose in the air, going higher up while the kids stopped moving, shooting questioning gazes towards Midnight who just hummed. That's not a foul. She said, as long as the rider's feet don't touch the ground, it's fine. Hearing this, Bakugo and Inasa exchanged glances and then tried to leap over at me. They were thinking I would camp here, but they were wrong. I never camp. To stop them from coming over, I pushed my telekinesis down on them. Their bodies stiffened, and they stopped in their spots above their horses. They didn't have the strength to move if I gave my all. I showed a smile and spread my palm in front of me. My telekinesis spread around the whole area, clutching on the red headbands. With a grasping motion, I clasped my palm and all the headbands from the students below leapt over at the sky, coming to fall on my hand. What's happening? Everyone gasped out loud. This cost me my telekinesis attention, so Bakugo and Inasa were freed for a single second. They could feel it, and without wasting a second, they leapt at the sky. I could force them down again, but intentionally making someone fall is a foul. So I instead welcomed them. Bakugo's hands created constant explosions and immediately reached me. You albino bastard. Bakugo yelled out loud and I frowned. Only Nijer can call me that. I put all the headbands around my neck, causing the students below me to start causing a scene, just as Bakugo and Inasa reached out their attacks towards me. Inasa, flying with his wind quirk, punched with a force of wind surrounding his fist, and Bakugo through his palms. I ducked down and easily avoided both attacks. I didn't need Eyes of the Lord against kids. Then grabbing Bakugo's collar with my left hand, I struck out in his stomach with my right fist. Upon contact, my hand burst out a wave of shock and his eyes went painfully wide. He would have flown to the other side of the stadium if I wasn't grabbing his collar. Cook. Bakugo's eyes went blank, and Midnight tried to say something. Boy, that's a foul dash. I interrupted her. I didn't attack to make him fall. I said, dodging Inasa as I held the unconscious Bakugo in my hands. Then I simply used telekinesis to drive his body above his team's horses. Midnight muttered something to her earpiece and nodded. All clear. Then I focused on Inasa, who seemed angry because of my constant dodging. I grabbed Inasa's incoming punch, coating my other arm in tremor, a pretty soft one, and then struck it at his abdomen. Inasa's eyes went blank too, this one hurting as much as Bakugo's, even if there was no grand sound of visual effect. Inasa easily went unconscious and I threw him back to his horse as well. He beat both of them so easily. Hearing their frightened voices, I cleared my hand off the dust, smiling down. Anyone else? If not, I will camp here for the next 10 minutes. I said. Anyone is welcome to try, by the way. Wait, I'm supposed to camp. The crowd finally caught on to the fight that ended in less than 10 seconds and cheered out loud. Niji. 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 Let's go. Show them who's the champ. I smiled, basking in glory and observed Midnight who had a frown on her face as she talked to her earpiece. After a few more seconds of cheer, Midnight cleared her throat, this time her voice flowed through the whole stadium via loud mics. Ahem. She looked at me. Because of some unforeseen circumstances, Neji Hado and his team will pass to the next round. A few desperate cries came down from the students below me. Midnight continued. However, we cannot start the next match with only 4 people. That won't be fun, the higher-ups said such. So every other team besides Neji Hado's will go through the same game of cavalry battle another time. This time, the students below cheered aloud, and some simply sighed. Todoroki looked displeased. He could have attacked me with his fire, truth be told. But he was stubborn. Then again, it wouldn't have mattered at all. Midnight looked into my eyes with her own too. Strangely seductive eyes. On a side note, I am impressed. Not everyone dares to pull such a stunt, even if they could. She knew I understood her words. The school was now my enemy. Which, frankly, didn't affect me at all. I didn't give a fuck. I shrugged and floated down, smiling under the blazing glares. Thanks for the praise. I waved at her. My plan wasn't to keep a good relationship with the students. My plan was to attract the attention of a certain hero, a certain heroine to be precise. Did this stunt of mine accomplish it? I don't know, but if this didn't, the next one would. I didn't play fair, true. But I used the cards available to me to their best. If I am not wrong about her personality, she would like a person who gives his all rather than a person who plays fair. I have done what I should have, and I have gotten what I wanted. An overwhelming victory. Neji Hado, Momo Yayorozu, Itsuka Kendo, and Mina Ashido will now move on to the 3rd round. Midnight said. The next round will start an hour after this one is done. It's the lunch break. You 4 can go early and rest. All right. I smiled and walked away, waving my hand off as some kids gave me angry shouts. Would any of them believe me if I said all of this is going according to plan? Probably not. Chapter 91, Sports Festival, 5. Chapter 91, Sports Festival, 5. Cheater. Not true. Niji shrugged at Momo's words. I just played smart. Don't have 10 minutes to waste when I can win in 10 seconds. Walking with a tray of food in the cafeteria, the 4 members of Team Niji went to a table and sat down. Kendo smiled wryly, placing her place on the table. I kinda feel bad winning like this. I didn't even get the chance to do anything. Niji smiled at her. You should have expected that the moment you decided to join my team. Then he took a sip out of his juice. Also, Mina called, her voice much calmer now. You sure you don't want to eat something more? Just a juice would tire you out. Seeing Niji stare at her eyes briefly, just enough for Momo to not notice, Mina looked the other way. Niji laughed and nodded. I would be fine. Soon after, present mix words flew to the cafeteria, announcing the end of the 2nd event. More students started to flood the cafeteria, and soon the hall was filled to the brink. Kids were whispering, gazing at our way, my way, but I didn't give them any heed. We finished eating with 50 minutes still left until the next event. I had nothing to do and Momo was the same. So we asked the 2 other girls to stay here and flew to the 3rd-year stadium. I had to sneak by some guards since we weren't supposed to leave the campus until the end, and finally reached the building where my echolocation said Nijer was. Her hairstyle is really noticeable with echolocation even in this crowd. I knocked on the door of the washroom, and then Nijer opened the door with a towel hanging from her shoulders. Ah. Niji. After her mind caught on the situation, she leapt in and hugged me tightly. Before Momo could react, she brought her into the hug too. She drew her face back after a while. You know, as much as I appreciate your visit, you should be on your campus instead. Even if 40 minutes are left, you should calm your mind before the 3rd event. Every year, that event is student versus student. She brought us inside the surprisingly clean washroom and closed the door. I guess. Also, what event did you go through? After confirming that both the 1st years and 3rd years had the same events, I nodded. What were your results? Her lips stretched from one side to another at this. Oh, you want to hear? She giggled to herself before answering. Guess what, after that magic potion of yours, after my body got stronger, I am now durable enough to leap into my top speed. I came in first, outspeeding even Mirio by a 0.6 second. Oh, how many seconds did it take you? Momo asked, taking a thinking pose. Nijer's smile widened. 6 seconds. She then looked at me. What about Chu? I sighed in sadness, shaking my head. Guess you have surpassed me, finally. It took me 6.7 seconds. Nijer frowned in suspicion. She shot Momo a look, but Momo looked the other way. How? Even Mirio only took 6.6 seconds. She shot me a questioning gaze. Suspicious. She doesn't need to know I carried Momo, which caused me to go at a slower speed than usual, to not accidentally kill her. She will find out about it later on anyway, after watching the recorded clips on the internet. Anyway, what about the second clip? Nijer shook her head off the suspicion and asked. I leaned on the wall, humming. I stole everyone's headband with telekinesis, which forced the school to give me an early victory and retake the game for other students, since apparently, 4 students are too less for the next event. Nijer eyed my earring greedily before looking the other way. I just kept floating in the air with the 10 million point headband. Mirio, Tamaki, who had eaten eagle meat this morning, and some of the flying quirk users tried to snatch it, but I just kept dodging it. Mirio managed to snatch my headband in the end, and I was forced to steal some headbands from others. She sighed. At least I got into the third event. Nijer turned to Momo. Oh, Momo, why don't you tell me about yourself? Nijer's eyes shone, and Momo smiled wryly. Nijer laughed like crazy when she heard about the story. She was laughing more when Momo kept saying how she didn't like winning like this, her face as red as a tomato. After getting warned by his older sister about the third event, about how he shouldn't take that as a joke too, Niji and Momo returned from the third-year campus. They sneaked around the corner, bypassing the guards, and reached their own campus. Niji searched for Mina and Kendo, finding their presence in a waiting room, and went there. Oh, you two are back. We were getting worried. Kendo said, sighing. Really? We know you are dating, but you should hold back in school at least. Momo's face, which was now back to normal, again turned as red as a tomato. Why you guys are misunderstanding. Luckily there was barely anyone in the waiting room, and the ones who were there, pretended as if they were blind or deaf. For the next few minutes, Niji poked fun out of Momo a bit more, who glared at him with wet eyes. Finally, Present Mike called. Everyone. The break ends now, and all of you who have passed the second event are asked to gather in the stadium. Niji and his former team did so. They will now go against each other, and thus the team was disbanded. In 2 minutes, all 16 students who had proceeded to the third event gathered on the open field in front of Midnight. Righty. Midnight slammed her whip on the ground. This year around, the students will have to fight 1v1, head-on, with their quirks. This will be in a tournament style, and your opponents will be decided by drawing lots. She smacked the box kept on the table beside her. Now, one by one, come here. Some students looked distressed, hoping to not match against the wrong opponent. Slowly, one by one, all of us drew lots and returned back to our previous spot, and Midnight cleared her throat. Now, the monitor behind me will now show who your matches are. Immediately after, 16 names flashed on the monitor behind Midnight. Image here. Niji observed the names as a wry smile formed on his lips. First of all, it seems Shinso will get an easy win since Hatsum will try to talk a lot to show off her gadgets. This meant, she wouldn't get the same level of recognition she got in canon. Then again, Niji didn't even know the girl on a personal level to care enough. Mina was against Inesa, so she would lose as well. That was actually sad. At least Mina wouldn't feel as bad, since Inesa is known to be one of the strongest in the class. Momo was against Tokoyami, which should be a win for the girl. Momo was far smarter than she was in canon because of the potion, so she should, by herself, figure out Dark Shadow's weakness and use it to her advantage. The problem came down to Niji's own match. He was up against Kendo. He turned to Kendo and gave her an apologetic smile. The girl, on the other hand, sighed softly. Present Mix's voice flowed in the air for one last time. Now, let's set aside the tournament for the time being and get on with the thrill-a-minute festivities. It was a small fun game for the kids who wouldn't get into the third event. Kendo stayed away from Niji in the waiting room. The others prepared their mind by relaxing in their own ways. This time around the girls weren't dancing in cheerleading dresses, sadly, so Niji had nothing else to do than chat with Kimi on the phone. When the first match began, we sat in the audience seats and watched it. It was a short match. The contestants, Hatsum and Shinso, had a talk beforehand. Hatsum made a deal with Shinso to let her speak for a bit in the arena. In that time, she will show off her gadgets and walk out by herself when the time comes. Shinso agreed easily, and Hatsum was more than grateful. But when the match actually started, the guy didn't keep his promise. The moment Hatsum started talking, he used his quirk to make her walk out of the arena. He won, but everyone was more curious about the guy's quirk, that was soon explained by Present Mike, though he kept out the limits and conditions. Shinso used underhanded tactics and won. Anyone who knew about Hatsum and Shinso's deal would have been angry, moreover when the girl started crying afterwards. Likewise, Niji, who had heard their conversation by chance with his enhanced hearing, did feel bad. But there was no anger present. Shinso just did what needed to be done to achieve his goal. There was no need to trust a stranger girl's words. After a short break, was the match between Hantashiro and Shoto Todoroki. It was an outstanding show of power from Todoroki's side. After getting talked to by his father during the lunch break, Todoroki was more pumped to prove Endeavor wrong. He didn't need his left side. He proved that to the crowd, indeed. But Endeavor's words still lingered in his mind. That, you will be able to prove in your time in the school. But in the outside world, without that side of yours, you will soon reach your limits. That's why, Todoroki couldn't help but look grumpy even after winning majestically. Next was the match between Niji and Kendo. Niji walked onto the arena, opposite Kendo who had a blank expression. She had avoided talking to him since their matching was decided. Alrighty. Midnight raised her hand, holding a flag, in the air. Your match starts now. The announcement ended, but Niji didn't move. He knew what's going to happen. Slowly, with a relevant face, Kendo raised her left hand in the air just as a sigh escaped her. I would like to surrender. Kendo knew better than anyone how strong Niji was. She was, after all, present to see Niji fight both Nomus with her own two eyes. It would need her to be high on drugs before the thought of winning against a monster like Niji crossed her mind. With that, Niji won. Chapter 92, Sports Festival, 6. Chapter 92, Sports Festival, 6. Ida was in the arena right now. He stared ahead at his opponent, his gaze sharp with his thoughts accelerating fast in his mind. His opponent, Izuku Midoriya, had a very strong quirk but Ida had no idea how the guy used it in battle. The only times he had seen Izuku use his quirk all out was in the fight in battle training. But Izuku was up against Niji, so, that didn't count. Anything against that guy couldn't be judged by normal means. So, Ida decided to play safe. He will speed up, run behind Izuku at a blinding speed, grab Izuku's shoulders and then use the full burst of his engines to push Izuku out of the ring. A simple strategy. No need to complicate it. As he nodded, looking at his opponent, Midnight waved the red flag and hand down in the air. Your match starts now. Ida moved immediately. As planned, he kicked the ground and appeared behind Izuku in an instant. He spread his arms and tried to grab Izuku's shoulders, he would then just push him out. However, his hands couldn't touch Izuku's shoulder at all. His hand was slipping in the air from the kid's body as if the latter wore an invisible armor. Realization hit Ida immediately. Izuku was reflecting the air around him, causing the air to act as armor. Ida knew it shouldn't be that durable. He just needs to push harder, faster. However, by the time he reached that conclusion, it was too late. Izuku turned around, his palm spread as he softly placed it on Ida's chest. Ida didn't get the chance to react, as Izuku's lips moved. Astral push. A wave of invisible astral force repelled out of Izuku's hand, a mixture of both his quirks, just as Ida's consciousness blew out of his body like a candle against a gust of wind. He didn't enter a state of astral awareness, since he had no such quirk, and instead was just knocked unconscious. Izuku smiled, his teeth shining. My. Did Midoriya just push the consciousness out of Ida's body? A deadly quirk, indeed. Present Mike said, who had by now already explained Izuku's quirk, attraction repulsion, to the crowd. Izuku found that funny. UA was giving the information of their students out to the whole world, and yet they expect the villains to sit still. That's lame. With this, the fourth round goes to Izuku Midoriya. Niji observed the match with a calm gaze, calculating in his mind. So Izuku could do that, huh? That would be a pain in the ass in a real fight against the kid, but Niji could manage. This only meant Izuku's quirk would be more useful than he initially thought after he would rob it. Next was Mina's match, another boring one. Mina was up against Inasa, the whirlwind quirk user. Unlike Todoroki, Inasa didn't attack first. Neither did Mina surrender like Kendo. Mina attacked immediately after the match started. She clasped her hands together and widened the gap between the front of her palms, throwing a spray of acid at her opponent. Inasa easily blocked the attack by forming a barrier of wind. Mina knew she didn't have a chance, but seeing this she couldn't help but feel despair. Then with a gust of strong wind, Inasa threw Mina out of the arena and won. These matches felt dry to Niji. There wasn't that feeling of adrenaline one would expect from fights, though that might only be him since the audience was busy cheering their throats dry. However, the next match was something Niji was waiting for more than his own. Momo versus Tokoyami. You sure you don't need any help? I can give you a plan that will guarantee your win 100%, you know. Niji sat on the table in front of Momo, who was sitting on a chair by his left side. I don't need it. Momo said, looking grumpy. Niji was only teasing her, but she didn't know that. She met his eyes. I don't want to rely on you too much. Oh, and that is because. Niji asked with his eyebrows raised. Are you worried that you'll get too dependent on me, and thus lose all likelihood to leave me in a scenario where I do something you hate the most? Hey, I won't leave you either way. Momo's expression softened, and she stood up worriedly. Just as Niji gave her a short smirk, her face went pink, and then red from anger. Get out. I need my mind in peace. Chuckling, Niji left Momo on her own. If she said she had a plan, she probably did. Minutes later, Momo stood in the arena opposite the boy with the head of a crow. Momo didn't have much idea of the kid's quirk until Present Mike started to describe it. Fumikid's quirk allowed him to manifest a sentient shadow monster from his body that he could materialize and contract freely. That's all the men said. He didn't reveal any weakness or strength about the quirk itself. Momo's quirk was also explained, and it got gasps from all around the stadium. Tokoyami frowned when he heard her quirk's explanation. He decided he would attack and finish the match immediately, or who knows what the girl would create. Momo could guess his thoughts. Alrighty. Midnight raised her hand in the air, holding a red flag. Your match starts now, kids. She swung the flag downwards, and the sound of bell ringing sounded from the speakers. Tokoyami rushed at Momo. In response, Momo created 2 aluminium rods with stun guns attached to their heads. As planned, Tokoyami rushed at her with Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow flung its head at her, wishing to push her off the arena, but Momo swung both her rods forward, slamming on the Shadow's neck. As both the rods came in contact with each other on the Shadow's head, it made a bright flash of white. Immediately, Dark Shadow growled and ran back to Tokoyami. Momo smiled and took a better stance. Back in the obstacle course, she had seen Dark Shadow act strangely when one of Kaminari's lightning bolts hit it accidentally. Was the Shadow affected by lightning? Momo didn't think so. Because if that was the case, the lightning would have traveled through the Shadow and affected Tokoyami too since their bodies were connected. Of course, she was still skeptical. Quirks were always weird. But with this attack, she confirmed her suspicion. The stun guns on the rods she created were far stronger than any used by the police, and for reference, the ones police carry these days were very deadly because of the variety of quirks many criminals had. So the shock it made was as strong as, if not stronger than, the attack Kaminari used. That's where she confirmed her suspicion. Even while Dark Shadow flinched, fell back even, Tokoyami was unharmed. That meant the thing that hurt Dark Shadow wasn't the electricity, if it was it would have flowed to Tokoyami too. Instead, it was the light created from the electricity. What are the odds that a Shadow quirk's weakness is light? Momo smiled and decided to proceed with Plan C. From Momo's forehead, a pair of sunglasses popped up and fell over her nose bridge, and then multiple flashbangs started to fall from all over her body. Before Tokoyami could react, dozens of flashbangs activated and flashed brightly. In an instant, Dark Shadow screamed in pain, and so did Tokoyami. The audience covered their eyes because of the light too bright for their sight. By the time they opened them, Tokoyami was out of the arena, laying on the ground with his eyes closed, Dark Shadows nowhere to be seen. Midnight rubbed her eyes painfully for a while before opening them wide. She stared at the arena for 3 seconds before announcing the result. Round 5's victory goes to Momo Yaoyorozu. As the crowd broke out in another cheer, a giggle left her as she licked her lips at Momo. Momo simply took a deep breath in while smiling wide. Chapter 93, Sports Festival, 7. Chapter 93, Sports Festival, 7. You actually won, wow. Niji whistled seeing Momo walking over to the area where Class 1A was sitting. What do you mean by wow? She suppressed a smile and kept a moody expression before taking a seat to Niji's right, who was sitting at the leftmost row. The moment she sat down, the other students turned their attention to her. That was awesome, Momo. Kendo said, cheering for Momo. She didn't look so sad anymore after Niji chatted with her in the time Momo was gone. Momo smiled at her, I just got lucky. Not at all. It was just your quick thinking, instead. Mina said, throwing her fist in the air. Niji shrugged as the girls started to surround Momo. Kendo, Mina, Setsuna, Tsuyu all gave her compliments while the others also slipped in sometimes. Even Ochako congratulated her, but the short-haired girl didn't look so good. She looked worse than she did in canon, in fact. She was against Bakugo, someone who could blast a hole through a building with his explosions, after all. Uraraka didn't have any choice to surrender like Kendo, either. She must win. Her parents were watching this, she can't let them down. So, with her fingers interlocked, Ochako's chin rested on her hand and she stared down on the empty arena, visualizing her strategy with a big frown on her face. From his seat, Niji stared at the side of her face worriedly before shaking his head. Instead of consoling her now, he had a better idea. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems we got our winner. Present Mike shouted, narrating the match happening below. It was the longest match until now, as it was the match between Tetsu and Kirishima. The winner, this time around, was Tetsu. They just exchanged punches, blows, and kicks for half an hour with no winner. So, in the end, Midnight just had them do an arm wrestling match. Maybe it was luck. Or maybe Tetsu was just stronger because of the butterfly effect, but he was the winner this time. Kirishima didn't seem offended at all. He was, instead, more than proud to lose to such a manly guy like Tetsu. Then after a little break, it was Uraraka's match. Uraraka was waiting in the waiting room when the door opened and Niji walked in. He gave her a small smile as he leaned his shoulder against the doorframe. "You look nervous." Uraraka did not want to talk to him, but words did leave her mouth. "I am." She sighed. Her brows were furrowed as she stared at the table in front of her with cold sweat gathering in her head. "I can see why." Niji nodded. "Bakugo is strong." That didn't do Uraraka's self-esteem any better, so she could only sigh. "I have a plan, wanna hear?" "If you don't mind, of course." Uraraka finally raised her head to meet Niji with a slight surprise painted on her face. She was about to part her lips and say yes, but she shut her lips tight and shook her head. "No need. It's okay, I will find a way." At this, Niji stared into her brown eyes for a while before smiling again. "I am sure you will." Then the mic rang like a bell, and Uraraka's name was called by present mic. "You are the floaty one, right, round face?" Uraraka clenched her jaws tight in front of the question. She just nodded as she met Bakugo's sharp gaze. "If you are going to back down, do it now." Uraraka didn't move and waited for midnight to start the match instead. "If not." Bakugo left the words hanging in the air as midnight finally broke the silence. "All right, kids, the match begins now." As midnight announced so, Uraraka dashed forward and reached out her palm for Bakugo. But the blonde boy raised his right arm in the air and swung it down. Uraraka had expected that much, as she was familiar with Bakugo's pattern from old fights. He uses his right hand to land the first blow. She just needed to dodge that blow and then. Bakugo's hands exploded before she could step away, hitting directly onto her face as clouds of dust surrounded her. Present Mike announced the brutal attack while the audience jeered on Bakugo for going all out on a girl. But, as the dust cleared out, Bakugo frowned seeing Uraraka's charred uniform floating in front of him instead. It was clear that the shirt had taken the blow in Uraraka's stead. He turned around, his hand going for another blow, just as a smoky-faced Uraraka moved from his left and her palm touched his chest. In an instant, Bakugo felt his foothold slip and his body start to float. His attack slipped by Uraraka's face by an inch, as the girl's fist came crashing into Bakugo's midsection, sending him flying in the air, towards the end of the arena. Huff. Uraraka breathed heavily with a clenched smile on her face. Everything was going according to plan. She just had to make him float, which she did, and now he wouldn't be able to move properly. All the students who had gone to hero middle schools got a bit of physical training, but Uraraka volunteered to train in martial arts too. So she was quite more agile with the use of her quirk this timeline around. Immediately after, unlike how she hoped, Bakugo didn't land on the ground outside the arena. Instead, he came crashing from there with multiple blasts of his hands. Moreover, he was faster than usual. With his weight barely there, his speed was blinding. In an instant, Bakugo's right leg was in front of her face. Bam. Crunch. Just like that, Bakugo's leg came crashing into her jaws and Uraraka was sent out of the arena. She tried to make herself float, but she needed to hold her breath to do so, which she couldn't do in this situation. So, her back hit the wall at the very end of the stadium and her head started to cool. The last thing she saw was Bakugo blasting in the air uncomfortably, unable to utilize his sudden change in weight, but still managing to land on the arena nonetheless. Then she blacked out, the jeering of the crowd deafening her ears. When Uraraka woke up in Recovery Girl's chamber again, she exchanged some words and left after Recovery Girl commended her devotion, though she still warned her to not take such risks against opponents like Bakugo. All that only worked to make her feel bitter. She was so close. But she lost since she had overlooked some major things. Just sending Bakugo flying out of the ring wouldn't have worked, she should have known. His feet needed to touch the ground outside, but it never did since he could by himself fly too. She was this close to winning, so close to making her parents proud. So close to getting recognized by a famous pro. That's the reason she broke down when her father's voice flowed out from her phone. I was so close. Her voice quivered as she sniffled into the phone. If only I was able to dodge the last attack, if only I was able to step to the left at the right moment. Ochako, baby, it's fine. Her father's caring voice came from the other side of the phone. But Dad, I failed you dash. You did not. His firm voice said. You have made me proud with your resolution. Don't focus only on the result, Ochako, appreciate the process too. You have come a long way, but you have a long way to go, too. Don't rush anything. Moreover, nobody is born equal. Considering the boy's quirk, you did great. Don't let this hinder your growth. Uraraka went silent. It was soothing, his words. But her low self-esteem didn't help her at all. Instead, she feared something bigger. What if I keep failing? Her father said she has a long way to go, but what if she keeps failing even after spending 3 years in UA? I don't know. Uraraka wanted to help her family. Her father's construction business went bankrupt when she was 3 years old. Back then, they were quite rich. But now, they can barely eat 3 times a day. Uraraka wanted to become a hero for money, to help her parents with that money. This event was a big chance towards that. She could have attracted a famous hero's attention if she got a bit ahead in the tournament. But with this result, there was no way she would catch the eye of someone big. Seeing her silent, her father's sigh came flowing as he spoke. Anyway, baby, don't worry too much. I think the next match is starting soon, you should watch that and try to calm your mind. With that, as Uraraka sat on the dusty floor, the call was cut. Her hand then hung limp holding the phone as she sighed deeply. Then the door opened again and Niji walked in. Uraraka frowned softly. Was he eavesdropping? This wasn't time for her to handle someone else. I was just passing by. Niji scratched his chin with an uneasy smile. She could tell he was lying but she didn't have the mental strength to protest. Then Niji walked forward and gave her a hand. Reluctantly, she took it and stood up as he spoke. Really unfair. He said. The matchup I mean. If you were against someone else, then you'd have been able to go far. Then again, you didn't do bad, not at all. He said as he dusted off her back. Your strategy was solid, but your body is plenty weak. You saw his attacks coming, but couldn't dodge in time. Each of his words started to sting her. She knew that. If she was a bit stronger, if she wasn't a frail girl, then she would have won. He then placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair softly, his eyes gazing into her own, before he slowly brought her to a hug. Her immediate reaction would have been to push him away. Both being flustered, and also the fact that she knew Niji was just a playboy. But she didn't move, letting him speak. Not to sound entitled but, if you want someone to talk to, I am here. With her body slowly starting to tremble, Uraraka's eyes watered and her vision clouded as her arms wrapped around him gradually. I don't like losing. I want to grow stronger. At her words, he didn't say anything. Instead, his hand slowly moved and patted the back of her head. I can relate to that. Chapter 94, Sports Festival, 8. Chapter 94, Sports Festival, 8. Washroom took you too long, the match ended already. Momo said to Niji while pointing her finger at the arena where Todoroki had frozen Shinso's body entirely except for his face. Niji sat down beside her and sighed exaggeratedly. Hi-ya, that's sad. Momo gave him a dead stare before turning her head to the arena again. He is super strong, and he even challenged you before the start. Seems like in the next match, if you win against Midoriya, you'd be against him. She turned to Niji and stared at his eyes curiously. What would you do, I wonder? Niji gave her a small grin but said nothing. As Momo shook her head and looked the other way, Niji gave Uraraka a glance from the corner of his eyes. After talking to her for a few minutes, he told her to return first and then waited a few more minutes before returning himself. This way, nobody would be suspicious. Nobody except Todoroki. Looking at the half-hot half-cold boy walking back to the tunnel he came through, Niji hummed softly. The room Niji and Ochako were in minutes ago was the student waiting room. Anyone from Class 1A who had their match next would go there to wait for their call. Todoroki did so too and was about to enter the room that Niji and Uraraka were in when they were hugging, but he didn't enter upon hearing Uraraka's sobs. That was commendable, even if he wasn't being considerate and was just trying to avoid any hassle. In Niji's view, Todoroki was probably the most chill dude here. The only problem was his angst, which wasn't really a problem. Niji planned to make Todoroki use his left side from the moment he got the quest. That's one way he'd be able to truly get the overwhelming victory that the quest required him of. In the process, if Todoroki loses a bit of his angst, that's not a bad deal either. Well, Momo turned to Niji again, smiling. Guess it's your match, Mr. Charming. Go break a leg. Izuku Midoriya cut the call as his mother's voice stopped flowing out of the phone. He clenched the phone in his right hand while his left hand trembled along with a crazy grin on his face. Izuku Midoriya was sure Niji saw him in his astral form in the USJ incident. But his master said otherwise. Firstly, only All For One could see Izuku's astral body, but that's because All For One didn't use his eyes to see, as he didn't even have eyes. Instead, he used one of his quirks. Meaning, to see Izuku's astral body, Niji needed an eye-related quirk too, which if he truly had would have been registered in the school's document about him. But from the copy of the documents that the school spy delivered, that didn't seem to be the case. Secondly, assuming Niji could somehow see him, then why is he not telling the teachers about him? Izuku was clearly acting suspicious in his astral body, and unless Niji was blind, he should have seen through it. Then why? All this convinced All For One to believe Niji didn't see Izuku, but the latter had different thoughts. Izuku would bet his soul against a rat's tail that his eyes met Niji's. And maybe there was indeed something special about his blue eyes. When their eyes met, there was a red tinge in his blue eyes, but Izuku had dismissed it as blood from the fight since they were too far from each other. But if it really was because of a quirk. And now, coming through the left entrance is Izuku Midoriya. He stopped his thoughts and walked outside the dark tunnel. Immediately cheers surrounded him and Izuku gave a half-hearted smile. When he stepped into the arena, he found Niji already standing opposite to him. He had his hands in his pockets and his smile was as wide as the sky and as bright as the sun itself. Izuku smiled too and cracked his fingers. Good luck on the match, he said to his opponent who gave a graceful nod. I believe you should be the one in need of luck, though. Izuku chuckled under his breath and waited for midnight to start the match. Izuku couldn't use his astral repulsion technique without coming in contact with the target's body, so he planned to get closer to Niji and just touch him somehow, which will draw the end of the match. Izuku all of a sudden regretted showing the technique in the last match, but Ida was an opponent who needed to be finished ASAP if he wanted to win, so he didn't have any other choice. Because of that, Niji would be prepared, but that didn't mean Izuku would lose. Alright, kids, Midnight said. The match begins. Immediately, Izuku ran towards Niji at a fast pace. He reached out his widened palm at him and then clasped it at a fast motion. As if something clicked in space, Izuku got hold of Niji's aura. He then yanked his hand back and Niji flung towards him in a fast motion. Niji flew towards him as Izuku prepared to shove a palm on his midsection. That palm will decide the game. If it comes in contact with his body, Niji's consciousness will be cast out. If not, Niji's body reached Izuku's range in less than a second, and that's why no wonder Niji hadn't reacted yet. Because he couldn't. Izuku's palm flung upwards, going at Niji's abdomen, but shockingly, it stopped midair. An invisible force had caught his arm. Niji still flew at him at a terrible speed, but midway, he simply blasted his leg once to get a hold of his poise as his feet touched Izuku's forehead. Fury filled Izuku in an instant as Niji looked down on his face with his cold but bright blue eyes. Then his lips moved. Boom. A terrible force, as if being punched by All Might himself, hit Izuku in the forehead as his body flung and flew back meter behind, out of the arena, as his back hit the wall at the far end. Midnight was about to announce the winner, but Izuku kicked the air and dashed back to the arena before his feet could land on the ground. Frowning, Midnight exchanged some words in her earpiece and nodded to the two students as they continued. Izuku took the defensive this time and waited for Niji to move instead. Seeing this, Niji crouched down in his spot and placed his palm on the ground as a white half-transparent sphere appeared around his palm. He pushed his palm on the ground once, and with a deafening crack, the ground split and broke into multiple pieces. Izuku lost his foothold for a second and before he could regain it, Niji's fingers started to dance in the air. The pieces of the shattered ground lifted from the ground as if controlled by an outer force, and just as Niji shoved his fingers in Izuku's direction, they all leapt forward and hit Izuku who had yet to regain his composure in the chest. With a loud impact, Izuku simply flew out of the arena and landed on his back. This time, fully eliminated. Midnight gave Niji a smile, which he ignored, and announced, with that, the winner is Neji Hado. A loud cheer covered the stadium as Niji gave them a small smile. Who taught you to show off like that? Momo asked Niji in the waiting room, as her match was up next. Oh, why? Are you impressed? Did you get goosebumps? Maybe. Niji pulled her by the waist as she wrapped her hands around his neck. You know, Inasa is a strong opponent. At his words, Momo scowled. Why are you trying to scare me? Niji shrugged. I am not. He was just trying to prepare her mind for the inevitable loss coming in minutes. Momo didn't have the weak mindset like Uraraka, but it was good to make her realize her limits. She'd win if this wasn't bound by the tournament rules, though. Her quirk was limited by those rules a lot. If not for the rules, she could just make a TNT and then launch it at Inasa via cannon, which would guarantee her a win. Then again, Momo had a hero complex, so maybe it couldn't be helped even in that scenario. Good luck with the match, Niji said and placed his lips on her mouth and moved his tongue inside her. She moaned softly but said nothing to protest. Alright. After the kiss ended, Momo wiped the saliva from her lips and turned around to leave. See you soon. With that, she went to her inevitable defeat. Midnight swung her arm downwards. Start. Immediately as the match started, Inasa simply floated up in the air, leaving Momo with the option of long-range attacks only. Meaning guns. Momo could indeed create actual revolvers, something that would piece people's skulls at a shot. But she couldn't create such a thing here since that would be dangerous for Inasa. Her training with shooting was pretty basic, and since Inasa had strong wind swirling around him like a vortex, there was no way the bullet she would fire would hit the place she wanted it to. She feared that if she targeted his shoulders, the bullet would hit his head instead. Momo didn't want to hurt people, let alone kill them. So she dismissed the idea of actual bullets, and instead, she formed rubber bullets. She observed the tornado of wind surrounding Inesa as she targeted his head with her hands firm, and then shot her gun. Bang. The bullets hit Inesa, but not where she aimed, as she had expected. It hit his chest. Bang. 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 She kept shooting in fast succession and soon her muzzles ran empty. Barely scratched, Inesa simply looked down at her from the sky with his arms crossed. None of his vitals was hurt, and so he was fine even after a barrage of her attacks. Sighing, Momo decided to make a cannon. She unchained her shirt, revealing her black sports bra, as a huge cannon head started to peek out of her abdomen. Frowning, Inesa finally made his first move. With a swing of his arm, a strong gust of wind came crashing into Momo. It attempted to push Momo away, but Momo's feet were pinned on the ground via spikes coming out of her shoes. With a grunt, she held on against the wind as the cannon finally came out of her body, exhausting her quite a lot. But after she had taken the tear potion from Niji, the ratio of her calorie in creation has changed. She can now create more things with a lot fewer calories. So she was still good enough to make a lighter and light the cannon, pointing at the flying Inesa. With a loud bang, the cannonball left the beak of the cannon. Inesa hesitated for a second before deciding to take the ball head-on. The ball, reaching Inesa, hit him in the chest, pushing him back in the air as he held it back with his arms while Momo went below him with an AK-47 in her hand. It was loaded with rubber bullets. As she pointed the gun at Inesa, she thinned her lips. Momo could tell why Inesa didn't just finish her off with a single push from the get-go. If he did that, nobody would have been impressed, as the wind wasn't as flashy as Todoroki's ice, unless he made a tornado. So he was allowing Momo to attack first, showing the heroes up there his defensive capacities, but Momo was able to successfully exploit that. Now, she just needed to fire him down. With a nod to herself, from below Inesa, Momo started to fire her gun. The recoil should have been too much for her frail body, but she had made this gun not for killing but for merely injuring an opponent, so it wasn't as bad as the real deal. The bullets hit Inesa all over his body, and even as he was successfully able to push the cannonball away, the bullets made him unable to move. Inesa grunted in pain just as Momo was getting excited. She might actually win. That dream soon came crashing into her as her bullets ended and she started to reload. Inesa roared in the sky and the wind around the arena went ballistic. Momo easily lost her footing this time, since she had moved from her previous spot by absorbing the spikes into calories again, and forgot to make them again. With a big dusty tornado, Momo was flung out of the arena, landing on her back softly. The gun dropped to the ground and she breathed heavily. Well. She took a deep breath. At least I was able to showcase my powers a bit. She sighed and closed her eyes as the crowd cheered aloud. Chapter 95, Sports Festival, 9. Chapter 95, Sports Festival, 9. The match after the next match was between Niji and Todoroki, and so Momo didn't return to the seats of Class 1A and instead headed back to the waiting room where she found Niji. Oh, hey, if it isn't my favorite snowflake. Niji waved his hand from his seat while Momo sighed under her breath. Niji just shrugged his shoulders seeing her sigh. Hey, I am joking. It was a good match, you did better than I thought you would. Momo walked to him and crawled on top of his lap, pointing her finger at her forehead. You know, I am quite smarter than before, right? I knew I would lose without you telling me, so yeah, I expected it all. Niji leaned back on the chair with Momo on his lap. I guess. It's basically hive mind, isn't it? So even if your previous intelligence hasn't suddenly expanded, you are certainly better at reaching conclusions and creating theories. It's as if dozens of Momos are inside one, huh? Yees. Momo exclaimed in relief. I tried to explain it to Mom, but she just wouldn't get it. Niji frowned immediately. Wait, you told your mother about your quirk growth? Instantly Momo flinched and looked the other way. That. After a while, she grumbled while biting down on her lower lip. I am sorry. I was lost in thoughts when she suddenly asked what's wrong. She is really good at pursuing me, so I was forced to say that my quirk grew after minutes of talking. Niji deadpanned. You didn't tell her about the potion, right? She rapidly shook her head. No, I didn't. You told me not to. I can hold on to that at least. Well, I told you not to tell anyone about the quirk growth either. Niji thought in his mind, sighing. Only Nijir's changes are what would be visible to the naked eye, as she now had a somewhat super strength and more durable body. But Momo's wasn't something that anyone would be able to guess unless she blatantly said so herself. If news goes out that the people around Niji are suddenly growing stronger than most heroes even, then someone like Principal Nizu would surely get suspicious. He would be certain Niji has more of those magical potions. Looking at her guilty face, Niji sighed deeply. Girl, you'd someday get me into big trouble, you know. You better learn to hide things from your mother, or we would someday get fucked. She nodded swiftly with an apologetic look on her face. I will think of something, don't worry. Niji stared at her for another few seconds before patting her head softly. Why does someone like her have such low common sense? It never failed to astonish Niji. The next match was between Tetsu and Bakugo. Niji and Momo didn't go there in person and just saw the fight happen in the monitor in the waiting room. It was an interesting fight as Bakugo could quite literally melt Tetsu's body if he gets the chance to land enough blows, but at the same time, Tetsu would win the moment he gets a hold of Bakugo. So it was a cat-and-mouse game, but in the end, Bakugo won as expected. Then, at last, the battle between the top four started. There was a 10 minutes break for everyone, and after that Niji finally left the waiting room for the arena when Present Mike called his and Todoroki's name. On his way, a certain someone stepped out from an alley. Hey! Number 2 pro hero, Endeavor, said, stepping in front of Niji like a mountain. There you are. Endeavor, standing at 195 centimeters, easily towered Niji's 183 centimeters build. Tier 6, Enji Todoroki. As Niji stared at the huge man, Endeavor crossed his arms and looked down on Niji with his eyes flaming red. An amazing quirk you have there. I can tell that you haven't even used your full power from your last matches. He said as fire danced in his face. You are clearly the strongest in your year. But his face suddenly burned hotter. My boy Shoto has a duty to surpass All Might, and so shall he surpass you. His match against you will provide a valuable lesson. For that reason. His eyes locked on Niji and burned as if he was glaring. Give your all, hold nothing back, and show him he is nothing without his left side. His last words brought silence in the hallway as Niji simply stared at the older man before a soft grin formed on his face. Why should I go out of my way to give my all and reveal my cards for the whole world to see? Niji said. I don't get what UA is doing. Trying to intimidate the lower rank villains by showing off their students, maybe. But do they not realize that the actual big shots are getting more than enough information on us future heroes? Making counter-strategies against us would be a piece of cake for villains in the future. Niji let the words settle as he continued. Moreover, not like Todoroki would be able to take even the current power I showed. Then tell me, why should I go out of my way to use my full power? Endeavor's story reminded Niji of his past life's mother, which caused complicated feelings to rise in him. But Niji was, in the end, just provoking him. He already planned to make Todoroki use his left side. Provoking the men gave him a slight satisfaction. Though his mother would have called him a pushover for this. After glaring at Niji for a few seconds, Endeavor was about to speak again, but Niji opened his mouth first. You know what? Okay, fine. I will make him use his left side. Niji slipped his hand in his pocket and took out his phone. This phone was in his inventory, of course, as he had put his actual one in the waiting room because of the upcoming match. He then smiled broadly at Endeavor. In exchange, let me take some selfies, all right? Oh, you must smile at the pictures. I am actually a really big fan. It was not entirely a lie. Cheering for the underdog was sometimes a good feeling. Though he would always like All Might more, that dude was anything but unlikable. Endeavor was a shitty parent, but so were many people in the multiverse. Goku was a trash parent, but nobody gave him hate for that. Niji ignored both his and Endeavor's personal life, none of that concerned the current him. After all, it was also true that as a hero, Endeavor was not any less badass than All Might. I mean, just look at his costume. He smiled as Endeavor stared at him with widened eyes, before grumbling. Niji walked up the arena a bit later than Todoroki, who stood on the other side of the arena. But that could be ignored because of the stunning pictures he got. Boy, you are late. Midnight said, her right hand on her waist. Another 30 seconds and the other boy would have ended up winning by default. Niji turned his head at her and winked softly. Oh. And you would have let that happen? Do you not care about your favorite student's results? Midnight blinked twice at him before smiling seductively. I am still a teacher, you know I can't actively break the rules, can I now? Todoroki blankly stared at the two conversing from the sidelines as Midnight cleared her throat at the realization. Anyway kids, your match starts now. Saying so, she jumped backwards, taking a very safe distance and starting to observe the fight. Immediately, Todoroki swiped his right hand from down to up, as in front of him spikes of ice formed and rushed towards Niji, forging a mountain in its path. The mountain approached Niji, who raised his palm in the air slowly. Golden rings of unrestrained shockwaves burst out of his palm, crashing right into the ice and shattering it into pieces. At impact, the mountain of ice crashed and broke down with the sound of glass shattering. Todoroki didn't stop and continued the same technique for the next 5 breaths just as Niji continued defending casually. But by then, his body had started to tremble, which was only visible to Niji, as the shivering was too light. You would catch a cold at this rate, why not use your left, Niji said with his hands in his pockets. Your dad came to me when I was walking here, therefore why I was late. Todoroki's eyes widened as Niji continued. I don't know what problem you are facing in your family, but you can't win with just your ice. Not like he'd be able to win even with his fire side, but that's beyond the point. Niji shrugged, your right side is cool. White hair and everything, but if you believe you can surpass your father, let alone All Might, then you are dreaming dash. Niji's speech was interrupted by a shout from Todoroki as another barrage of ice rushed at him. This time Niji let the ice come closer to his face, and when it was his arm's range he simply slapped it with the back of his hand. The slap was soft, but the impact was strengthened hundreds of times using his shockwave. The ice blasted away like dust as a cold wind blew in the arena. Niji sighed. I am not good at motivational speeches, so I guess that's it. People won't like the match being dragged like this when the winner is clear, so I will end it here. Though I expected more from you after that bold challenge, but whatever. Niji raised his palm in the air as Todoroki's eyes followed, before widening. Above their head, above the arena, golden shockwave energy was flowing like a river. The massive mass spun, twisted, and whirled like a vortex. That has been gathering above them whilst Niji was talking. Todoroki didn't pay attention. The crowd, seeing Niji raise his palm in the air, cheered, as Todoroki clenched his jaws. From the size of that vortex, there was no way to avoid it other than jumping out of the arena. But that would disqualify him. Niji, seeing him contemplate, nodded. This has the weight of an earthquake and the power of a tornado. Against this attack even your flame wouldn't do any good, but you would be able to survive with an igloo of ice, probably. Hey, guess your ice isn't so bad after all. His eyes locked with Shoto's as he grinned. Good luck. Then his arm descended. Gold Dragon's Dance. That's what I call it. In a massive force of destruction energy, the swirling vortex came crashing down on the arena, engulfing both Niji and Todoroki, who had by then hidden inside an igloo made of ice. But Niji could control the tide of the wave to not touch his own skin, and even then, he had the passive skill, shockwave resistance, level 80. He would be more than fine. But Todoroki. As if a giant dragon had roared, the sky shook and the arena crumbled down. The whole stadium trembled against the massive force while Present Mix's voice came out muffled. The entire crowd still managed to cheer and shout as the gold dragon's dance continued. It was truly as if a dragon was dancing, crumbling everything below its feet and destroying wherever it stepped. The dance didn't last long since it drained a lot of Niji's power and he had to make sure to not spend all right here, but the few seconds it lasted, it had already crushed the arena into dust. Now the arena that was raised a few feet higher from the ground, was dissolved against the ground except for Niji who stood on a small round platform made from the remaining arena. The dust cleared gradually while Niji stood with his hands in his pockets, waiting for either midnight to announce the winner or, for Todoroki to stand up. The latter is what happened. From the debris of dust-covered ice, Todoroki stood up, bleeding. Ice was penetrating many parts of his body, but none of them hit any of his vitals. His skin was cut here and there, his shirt torn off, and his body covered in white ice. He wasn't dead, but from his freezing body, he was about to. That attack was one of the strongest attacks that Niji had developed only recently, in the past 2 weeks. If Niji put enough power, it could seriously injure someone like Ryukyu who specialized in defense. But Todoroki survived. Both because Niji didn't put in enough power, and also because he didn't want the kid to be buried under ice, so he controlled the tide to not focus on the ice too much. Now, from under the debris, as Todoroki stood up with his back hunched, his skin pale like a dead body, and his bare chest was out in the open, something started to change around him. Instead of giving up the fight, as Niji had expected, Todoroki finally used his left side. There was no need for any deep motivational speech this time, yet slowly from Todoroki's pale skin, hot orange flames started to spark up. You are giving your all, he said in a ragged voice. I will honor that with my own full power. His left hand blasted as he swiped it upwards at Niji. The crowd cheered. Niji stood in his spot, his hands in his pockets still just as a small smile slowly crept upon his face. Good heavens, that's hot. The fire crashed into him, but a wall of shockwave burst out from in front of him. The wave of hot flame hit the wall, going either side of it, as Niji stood behind it like a man beholding a shield. The cheer of the crowd grew louder. Niji's shockwave was becoming easier and easier to control now. He wasn't limited to just shooting them out anymore, and in fact, could apply it to many more things after awakening. This was one of them. Now, the shockwave acted like an energy of its own, as it was from the beginning, except for the fact that he could actually manipulate it freely now. It was like bending water. Niji believed after using the quirk evolution card, he'd finally unlock his energy manipulation power. That's when things would truly go wild, but for now, this was more than enough. Niji raised both his arms horizontally in the air as the pillar of fire passing beside him started to chill out bit by bit. Around his raised palms, golden shockwaves started to dance. Unlike usual, when golden rings left his palms, this time golden shockwave concentrated in front of his palms into a bright shining ball, a ball that enlarged and took the size of a football. This was Gold Dragon's Breath. The second technique of his Gold Dragon attack set that he made in the last 2 weeks. The moment Todoroki's fire calmed down, the wall in front of Niji dropped as he pushed power into the ball. The ball shone and expanded, and from it, a beam of golden shockwave dashed out. Niji controlled the beam to enlarge, since if it stays so narrow it would simply penetrate and kill Todoroki. Instead, as the beam approached the half-cold half-hot boy, the beam expanded, bigger than his body, and engulfed him in the next instant. Pain, extreme pain, shot out from every inch of Todoroki's body as the shockwave raged above his skin and vibrated even his cells. A loud cry of pain left Todoroki as he was unable to attack with anything else. The storm of golden breath ended, sparks slowly dimmed out, and Todoroki's body simply fell to the ground, limp and unconscious. Niji's breathing came a bit ragged, the 2 new types of attacks were mentally a bit straining. He then looked at Midnight, who stared at the destroyed arena in awe. Noticing Niji's gaze, she blushed softly, unlike her usual self, and cleared her throat. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Neji Hado takes another win. There was silence this time from the crowd, but as Niji raised his fist in the air, everyone broke in a magnificent cheer. They yelled Niji's name out loud, applauding his victory while Niji smiled broadly. There wasn't even a single scratch on his body. But that was to be expected, as Todoroki was but a tier 3. Niji walked back inside the dark tunnel, the joy of victory spreading through his body, even though he knew it was childish to feel like this from a victory against a weaker opponent. Chapter 96, Sports Festival, 10. Things were clearly going great for Niji, but that didn't just last within the circle of the stadium. Gold Dragon's Dance. Rumi muttered softly with her arms around the couch. My, Ryukyu. I didn't know you two were this close. At her words, the receiver, Ryukyu, only gave a soft laugh as she watched the monitor where Niji walked towards the exit tunnel. You are misunderstanding. Ryukyu said, biting on a stick of French fry. There are no such things between us, unlike how you are suspecting. I doubt he made the technique based on me. Though if he did, that's sweet of him. Seeing her smiling softly, Rumi raised an amused eyebrow. Ryukyu, are you certain you don't have feelings for the boy? At the rabbit's question, a tinge of crimson formed on Ryukyu's cheeks. Well. As I said, our age difference is too much. So you are not denying? Rumi giggled and shook her head at this. Though I recall you telling me he didn't use his quirk much in his battle against Muscular. You said he only defeated him with only his physical strength. Rumi said, to which Ryukyu nodded. I have seen it with my own 2 eyes, there is no doubt. It just seems his quirk is as great as his physique. Rumi turned her head to the monitor at this. Oh. Then I hope he shows a bit of his physical powers in the final round. I have seen enough of his quirk. Ryukyu raised an eyebrow at her, but Rumi didn't meet her gaze. Has he finally got your interest? Rumi simply smiled as she watched the screen replay the fight, her eyes narrowed on the part where the arena was obliterated under the golden vortex. Perhaps. Perhaps he did. When Niji returned to the gathering of Class 1, he was surrounded by many awe-filled compliments. Phew. Guess it was the luckiest decision of my life to have surrendered, huh? Kendo said while releasing an exaggerated sigh. Congratulations. That was an outstanding show. Ochako said, smiling lightly. Her eyes were still a bit red from crying too much, but her smile was genuine. Dude, you really went all out. But I guess you had to do that when he came to challenge you by himself. It was Kirishima who rubbed his knuckles together. Man, I wonder if I will be able to take on that dragon's dance thing. Niji only gave them a slight smile while from the corner of his eyes he saw Bakugo walk to the waiting room with a dissatisfied grunt. The next match was his and Inasa's, but Inasa had already gone to the waiting room at left, whilst Bakugo was going to the right one. Anyway guys, focus on the next match. Niji waved them off as Momo finally sighed from beside him at the, relatively, peaceful silence. At this rate, you'll get your own fan club, Momo said as Niji sat beside her. Guess your attention whore side would love it a lot, huh? TCH, such harsh words even though I just came back from a life and death battle. Niji looked at her blankly. You are not even going to compliment me. What an ideal girlfriend. Momo maintained her gaze at the arena as her cheeks flushed just slightly. The others already gave you enough compliments, you want your girlfriend to do something so generic too. She let the suggestion hang in the air before continuing. My compliment will be special. Niji smiled and wrapped his left arm around her shoulders as she simply leaned at him. The silence between them stretched while the others in the class gave them side looks before getting hit by Kendo on the heads. Then, at last, when Niji almost thought the silence would last until the start of the next match, she turned her head to his and smiled. "I am so glad you are on the path to being a hero." Niji's smile disappeared just as felt a tinge of guilt in his heart before he quickly pushed it down. Soon after, the destroyed arena was repaired by Cementos and the waiting time had ended. So one by one, Inasa from the left and Bakugo from the right walked out of the entrances in the arena. They took positions opposite each other and waited for midnight to start the match. "Are you ready, kids?" she asked as both combatants nodded. "Then begin." With a soft kick, she retreated far from the arena just as Bakugo and Inasa charged towards themselves. Last time, Inasa was holding back against Momo to not finish the match too much. He did that so that he could let the pros see what he was capable of. But that plan had instead backfired on him. So this time, he didn't hold back and rushed at Bakugo immediately. Bakugo on the other hand was simply too impatient to beat Niji up, so he was going to finish this match ASAP. So he also dashed forward. When they were only 20 meters away, Inasa drew back his right arm as a gust of grey wind started to swirl around it. Then with a thrust of his arm, he threw the attack at Bakugo. Air Cannon. A pillar of wind rushed at Bakugo's face, but with a very swift motion, he blasted around the pillar in a circle, his palms exploding brightly, which also worked to stunt Inasa briefly. Inasa used his other hand to call down a gust of wind to shove Bakugo to the ground, which almost worked. Almost, because Bakugo's explosion had enough power to propel him back to the air before he could fall face first. Bakugo had his arms pointed backwards as he fired explosions behind him, rushing at Inasa with a speed that was almost unfollowed by the crowd. Inasa's brows furrowed as he stopped his previous techniques and started to conjure new ones for the approaching Bakugo. Seeing Bakugo being only meters ahead of him, and knowing how good the shorter kid was in hand-to-hand combat, Inasa immediately decided to increase distance first. He first released a simple wave of wind at Bakugo. It was simple, but it was strong. Yet, using the force of his explosions, Bakugo withstood the wave and only seconds later continued to surge forward. However, Inasa had immediately started conjuring another technique with his other hand when he saw Bakugo not being pushed off. Bakugo reached above Inasa, enough to touch his head with his hand, as he tried to do exactly that. He threw his right hand ahead as his palm exploded brilliantly. But the explosion didn't touch Inasa. No, it couldn't touch him. Before Bakugo's palm could explode, Inasa threw the technique he was brewing into Bakugo. It was a human-sized ball of swirling wind. The shape was round and stable, but its inside was chaotic. As the ball hit Bakugo, he was thrown back from the air and even his explosions couldn't push through its force. But his explosions at least helped him to barely cling to the end of the arena as the ball vanished in thin air. Half of Bakugo's foot was outside the arena that was repaired by Cementos minutes ago. He was just about to get disqualified. Inasa clearly noticed it too as he threw another wave of wind. This was an attack that took the least out of him, so he could spam it non-stop. But instead of doing that, he made a strong wave by putting more power into it, which caused him to tire out faster. However, Bakugo blasted his hands and leapt at the sky just before the wave could touch his body. Then from the sky, as he noticed Inasa panting, he rushed down in a fast motion. "Die, you bastard!" Bakugo yelled as he brought his palms closer to each other, sparks starting to form at the part where the palms connected. Then, just as he was close enough, his hand exploded as a barrage of explosions left his palms at once, bigger than his normal ones and continuous as well. Boom 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 boom. Wait. Seconds later, as the explosions ended and dust covered the arena, Present Mick's baffled voice immediately cut to the crowd's chattering. That was exactly like student Niji's dragon's breath. Did student Bakugo make this technique amidst the 5 minutes he got in the waiting room by taking Niji as an inspiration? What a terrifying talent. As his words ended, Bakugo had his jaws clenched. That was basically a broader, non-concentrated version of his AP shot, but it was fundamentally inspired from Niji's last technique, which is why he didn't need his battle gear to use his technique. Bakugo certainly didn't like copying others, but it was true that Niji's technique could help him too. So he didn't see why he shouldn't use it out of petty pride. In fact, Bakugo believed his one was more powerful since it had not only the shockwave of explosion, it also had heat, like that of an actual dragon's breath, whilst Niji's didn't. Though that didn't mean he would call this dragon's breath or something, that was too insignificant of a name for his technique. The dust slowly cleared as Bakugo backed off at a safe distance. Just as he expected, another few attacks made of wind came from under the slowly clearing dust, but he dodged them all. Inasa came out of the dust, clearly not defeated at that attack. But Bakugo's merely observed the young man with no apparent surprise. He knew a direct hit of his new technique, corrosive explosion, could kill any civilian. But Inasa's quirk was great to its own right. Bakugo could imagine several ways Inasa could defend against that. But Bakugo wouldn't have done an empty attack that cost him that much energy just to show off, either. As he watched Inasa huff, blood dripping down his charred forehead, his right arm hanging limp, clearly to have blocked the explosion, Bakugo grinned. The next blow will kill you for sure. He rushed to Inasa again. Wow, he copied your boyfriend's technique. Is there no copyright in this hero society? There are laws forbidding you from naming your attacks the same as another hero. But concerning copying others' moves, there is no law against that. Instead, heroes taking inspirations from their fellow pros would only make them stronger so that they can serve humanity better. In some parts of the world, it's even encouraging. Niji sighed as he listened to Mina, Kendo, and Momo chatter. He truly didn't care himself. If he had to be angry at someone, it would be Yue's oh-so-great idea of showing off the students' quirks to the whole world. Niji truly couldn't bother to mind as he watched Bakugo beat Inasa pretty savagely, with the taller kid somehow managing the same. The winner will be healed by Recovery Girl before the next match, so it wasn't anything too bad. Then the winning technique happened as Bakugo was able to use his copy of Dragon's Breath again, which caught Inasa off guard. Cementos had to, in the end, intervene by forming a wall between the explosion and Inasa, which saved Inasa from a deadly blow. At last, Midnight sighed and announced, with that, Bakugo Katsuki passes to the finals. Niji couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as Bakugo turned his head at the audience, at him, before walking away in the entrance exam with a small smirk. What's there to be so proud of after winning with a blatant copied technique? Niji couldn't help but chuckle while he could already hear some people debating whose breath was stronger. With that foul mouth of his, I bet his breath is much stronger, heh. Niji just might beat some sense into the kid. Perhaps. Chapter 97, Sports Festival, 11. Chapter 97, Sports Festival, 11. The next match had a 30 minutes break. Both Bakugo and Niji were taken to Recovery Girl one after another. After Bakugo was healed of the small bruises he had, Niji was led to the room by a nurse who then left him alone with Recovery Girl. You don't have to heal me, please, Niji said with a raised arm. He didn't like being kissed by an old granny. That quirk of yours should have some toll on you as well. As you can see, I am not even scratched, so no need to exert yourself out. Recovery Girl smiled as her eyes formed crescents. It's been quite a while since someone worried about me, but... Her eyes opened. No, hey. After washing his face with a good face wash that he had in his inventory, Niji went to the waiting room. This time, Momo wasn't there since he told her he would prefer some alone time, instead. The alone time was spent, scrolling through YouTube feed. Sometimes watching the third-year sports festival live streaming. Nijer was doing fine, too. She was at the finals, against Mirio. Guess second place isn't so bad either. The 3-0 minutes passed in a blink and soon Niji's name was called by Present Mike. He walked out of the entrance tunnel as the crowd's cheer vibrated his eardrums. His smile eternal, Niji walked onto the stage. This time he wasn't the last one to reach, and only seconds later did Bakugo walk into the arena. Bakugo didn't say anything and neither did Niji. At their silence, the crowd also went silent, causing the arena to enter an eerie silence. Midnight cleared her throat after slamming her whip down on the platform. Be careful, both of you. Remember, you are not trying to kill one another, you are just here to make an impression and only then get the victory. I hope Semestos wouldn't need to intervene like last time. She said the entire thing whilst looking at Bakugo. She then turned to Niji. Remember, even if you believe you have good control over your quirks, both of your quirks can kill any normal person. No need to be too flashy. We have seen our part. Niji nodded nonchalantly while Bakugo did so while frowning. Why did the words directed towards Niji sound soft whilst the ones directed at him sounded harsh? This wasn't fair. Who the fuck did this woman think she was? Guess being a pretty boy gets you whore's attention. He scoffed under his breath. I will see how that pretty face does against a full-blown explosion. Are you ready, kids? Midnight asked as both of them nodded. Then begin. Midnight jumped away like usual, while Bakugo thought for a moment. From what he had seen, Niji was very dependent on his quirk. The only time he used his physical strength was when Bakugo and Inasa leapt into the sky in the second round. Niji punched both of them, which made them go unconscious. But Niji had obviously boosted the impact of his punch with his shock waves at that moment. Niji's strength and durability wasn't anything that different from a normal teenager. He should just have a bit stronger arms as side effects, just like Bakugo, whose arms were very durable and strong after having been used to his explosions. Meaning, Bakugo just had to get closer to Niji and start blasting his face whilst dodging his boosted punches. It would be relatively easy to dodge since even if the impact is boosted, the speed of his punch shouldn't be much different than normal. All this thought happened in a second, and by the time Bakugo finished thinking, he was already above Niji. Bakugo's face formed a grin as his hand sparkled up, going to catch Niji's face. Die, you albino dash. He tried to finish, but he couldn't as Niji's hand slipped in the air and struck Bakugo's abdomen. Bakugo's mouth went agape as saliva spat out, which Niji dodged with a tilt of his head. As I said before, nobody calls me that other than my sister. He had actually never said so before, he just thought it in his mind. But not that Niji truly cared. Bakugo, without even regaining his composure, blasted his hands and flung backwards. He dropped to the ground unsteadily as he felt his head dizzy. His vision saw multiple Niji standing, which caused him to shake his head rapidly to throw the feeling away. What was that? He didn't even see the punch coming, and nor did Niji boost the punch's speed with his quirk since there was no shock wave present. Is he that strong even without his quirk? Bakugo's jaws clenched. Impossible. Bakugo kicked the ground, blasting at Niji again. This time his eyes were firm as cautious. He circled around Niji instead of attacking outright. Niji didn't follow his movements and simply stood in his spot with his head straight. This time around, he didn't have his hands in his pockets unlike in his match against Todoroki. That gave Bakugo a strange pleasure of contentment. At least he knows who's actually dangerous and who's not. This gave a boost to Bakugo's courage as he kicked and rushed at Niji's back. His hand went to grab Niji's neck, sparkling with fire. Die. His hand blasted, but it hadn't grabbed Niji's neck. Niji simply stepped to the right like taking a stroll in the garden, evading the attack. Bakugo didn't seem discouraged and swung his arm horizontally at Niji's face. However, Niji again stepped beside soft and casually, dodging the attack in the process. Guess I was thinking too highly of you, Niji said, putting his hands in his pockets. You bastard. Bakugo's head rang in anger as he roared and blasted at Niji. His hand lit up, flashed, and exploded again and again, again and again. Each time, Niji stepped at the right moment to evade the attacks. It looked as if a man was walking under a raining sky, successfully dodging all the droplets of rain by stepping away. This was happening because of the intuition sub-skill of his Eyes of the Lord. He didn't need to have the quirk turned on to have access to this. Stop dodging. Face me like a real man. Niji dodged another one of his attacks. That sounds gay as hell, bro. I would rather not. You. Bakugo's eyes were practically crimson at that moment. He decided to use his corrosive explosion before changing his mind. That would take a lot out of him, and if Niji dodges that too, then it would be a loss. So, he instead decided to use another of his techniques. Bakugo jumped back to a distance first before he pointed his right palm at his left side and his left palm at his right. Then, he blasted them both one after another, which created a spinning motion that propelled him into the air. Dark smoke surrounded him as Bakugo spun fast, creating a tornado of black smoke a few meters above the arena. This tornado built up oxygen that would fuel the incoming explosion. After colliding with the target, Bakugo would release the explosion, which would be as lethal as an actual missile. Then he blasted down from the sky at Niji. This time, Niji didn't seem to want to dodge as he simply raised an eyebrow. Bakugo grinned at that and reached out his hand for Niji's head. Guess he wants to show off. That would be his death. Then his hand touched Niji's skull. Howitzer impact. Immediately, a huge explosion left his hand in a brilliant light. The explosion was awfully big, strengthened by the oxygen in the tornado. It made dozens of mushroom clouds that engulfed half of the arena in a brilliant yellowish red. Niji vanished within the fire as Bakugo dropped to the ground. Bakugo didn't show any sign of joy and instead prepared to attack again. He placed his palms side by side and started to concentrate on the meeting point of his plans. Small sparks started to dance on that spot before multiple explosions left his hands at a successive motion. If an explosion reached a meter far, at the end another started. Like that, as if an energy beam from the comic books, a pillar of explosive fire flared into the other explosion. Bakugo gave almost his all into the beam as he moved it across the arena since he wasn't sure of Niji's location. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Cementos almost moving, but Midnight told him something with a grim expression that stopped him. Bakugo's beam finally ended 10 seconds later. That would have killed dozens of people at once if they were placed on the front of it. But Bakugo knew Niji didn't die. That would be pathetic, but he knew Niji must have been greatly injured and therefore defeated even. The explosion ended and smoke slowly cleared up as Bakugo waited with a grin while breathing heavier than he ever did in this festival. Slowly, his grin dropped as Bakugo's mouth and eyes widened. From under the smoke, Niji's figure came out enshrouded in a flaring cloak of golden shockwave. Because of the sparkling golden energy surrounding him, his body wasn't clearly visible, but Bakugo could tell. Niji was scratchless. What the fuck is that? He asked amidst breathing heavily. Niji took his hand out of his pocket to brush off the dust from his shirt as the gold cloak simply flickered out of existence. Gold Dragon's Dance was my third technique of the skill tree, and the Dragon's Breath was second. This is the first technique of the skill tree. I call this Gold Dragon's Cloak dash. Shut up with that gold dragon bullshit. Bakugo interrupted with a frustrated yell. D. He used his stun grenade technique to stun Niji before propelling him forward by blasting his hands behind him. He reached above Niji and then stretched out one of his hands while using his other to form a circle on the palm of his outstretched hand. With a grit of his teeth, Bakugo then fired an explosion through the circle, which created a concentrated blast beam to rush at Niji. This was AP shot. It was similar to his corrosive explosion technique, but on a much concentrated scale, as this was more like a thin laser beam if anything. Bakugo was pushing his body's limits with this technique. This would have permanently injured his hands, normally. But he knew Recovery Girl would heal him anyway. So this could be his winning technique if it landed on Niji, as this was armor-piercing shot. So even that bullshit armor technique won't help Niji. Then it happened. Maybe Bakugo had mistaken it, but Niji's blue eyes flashed red for a millisecond before returning to normal. Niji's head slowly and gracefully moved as the AP shot flared just beside his ear. Bakugo couldn't muster enough strength to move his hands and redirect the attack before it ended because of the lack of energy. From the air, Bakugo started to fall with his eyes sharp and angry, but his hands were in pain. But he couldn't fall as Niji simply tapped on his chest from below, causing his body to lunge back into the air a few meters above. Then, Niji put his hands back in his pockets before grinning. This was his first grin in this festival. All the previous smiles were gracious and small, but this was majestically evil. "Let me show you the difference between original and copy," Niji said, and then parted his mouth wide. "This is the gold dragon's breath, the original." His mouth widened further as a small ball concentrated on top of it. Bakugo's body started to fall down from the air, as the ball shone goldenly. Then the beam of destruction leapt ahead. In a brilliant golden light, devoid of any heat, the gold dragon's breath engulfed Bakugo immediately. There was no burning sensation that one would expect from a so-called dragon's breath, but the pain and damage it did were more than any fire or explosion could ever think of. Inside the golden pillar of extreme shockwave, Bakugo felt even his cells shake. His brain thumped inside his skull and his heart beat faster than it should be possible. He felt his body would burst open, entirely. From the bit he could see out of the golden energy, Niji wasn't even trying. If he pushed just a bit further, Bakugo would be dead with his body mashed into goo. A large shriek of pain, something he's been trying to hold for 3 seconds, left his lips as Present Mic's muffled voice came from all the mics around. Cementos couldn't build a wall in the air, so Midnight had to run to stop Niji. But she didn't have to go too far as Niji closed his mouth, ending the technique, just as Bakugo's limp and unconscious body, shaking and trembling even then, fell to the ground softly. Midnight drew back the leg she had risen on the arena platform and sighed. With that, Neji Hado wins the sports festival. The crowd's cheers, as always, were deafening even though her announcement was filled with tiredness. Niji's name was being yelled around like a politician by his followers. The kids who had taken Niji's speech as an insult and decided to gang up on him looked genuinely scared and gulped, while a minority only got angrier. Going back to her platform, Midnight rubbed her temples in annoyance. And here she thought the kid was merciful, but he didn't hold back at all. But then again, nor did Bakugo hold back. Cementos would have barged in when Bakugo was doing his flashy attack if not for Nizu's sudden call. Nizu was in the third-year stadium, acting as a referee, so his being here meant the winner there has been decided. The mouse had then come here to observe the first year and told Midnight to let the match continue. Of course, she couldn't refuse the principal knowing he was rarely wrong and didn't want the students bad. That's why that kid had won. If not, Niji would have lost if Cementos had intervened. Maybe I should invite him to my agency. Midnight thought as she looked at Niji, who rubbed his neck and apologized to Cementos, who was giving him a speech. Then again, who will want to go to that dead place? Chapter 98, Rewards, 1. Chapter 98, Rewards, 1. As you have all seen, by knocking out Katsuki Bakugo, Neji Hado has claimed victory. Present Mic's words rang in Niji's ears. With that, the first-year winner of UA Sports Festival is Neji Hado of Class 1A. Niji stood on the high platform, in the middle of Bakugo and Todoroki and Inasa, with the former being second place and the latter two being 3 RDS. Next, Katsuki Bakugo takes second place, with both Shoto Todoroki and Inasa Yurashi being the third. Woohoo, it seems the top 3 are all from the same class. The villain attack did do them good. Niji felt all the eyes in the stadium lock on him and the 3 kids beside him. Todoroki stood relatively straight. He looked happier than usual, though his face was as neutral as ever. Beside him, on the same platform, Inasa stood 1 head taller than Todoroki. He had his arms crossed as he tried to chat with the latter, to no avail. Bakugo on the other hand stood on the platform on Niji's right. He had his head lowered, gazing to the ground. Unlike the canon timeline, he didn't need any physical restraints this time around, he was already half broken on the inside to act aggressively. Whilst Niji simply stood on his spot with a small smile and his hands in his pockets. Then, clearing her throat in the speakers, Midnight replaced Present Mic. Midnight coughed. Now, moving on to the medals. Presenting them this year is, you know who. She posed her arms beside her. Immediately, a spinning figure came crashing down from the sky. He landed on crouched legs and then raised his face in the air. I am. His eternal grin widened. Here with the medals. Midnight's voice rang again. Yes, it's everyone's hero, All Might. Niji could hear the public's awe at All Might's arrival. All Might should have been in the third-year ground since that's where his successor, Midoriya, was. His being here meant the medal distribution was already finished there. All Might then cleared his throat, which looked to be a polite sign from the outside, but Niji could see the bit of desperation in that cough. He couldn't even last long enough to distribute the medals. That's how weak he was now. Sad days are coming. Niji grimaced. All Might's career was more or less done for. Though Niji didn't worry too much. With Midoriya and himself present, All for One wouldn't be able to grow into a threat again. All Might grabbed one medal and walked closer to Inasa and to Todoroki. Niji didn't pay much attention to it, but he seemed to be talking about how quirks don't define life to Todoroki. While Inasa's speech on the other hand was generic, as he probably didn't have any protagonist-like background. Then, All Might took both of them in a soft hug which seemed to surprise both of them. Before they could react, All Might moved on to Bakugo. Young Bakugo, All Might said with a hand on Bakugo's shoulders. This tournament isn't setting your life at stone. The seat of the winner is constantly changing, so don't let this small defeat, as you put it, stop you from improving yourself. Keep going forward, for you shall become a great hero. All Might smiled. He held back from saying, as long as you can fix that personality of yours, since there was already a great hero with a similar personality, someone All Might was very familiar with. But it was true. If Bakugo didn't fix that mindset of his, he wouldn't last long as a hero, considering he lasts long enough to even become one at all. Then he brought Bakugo for a hug too. Bakugo clenched his jaws but didn't seem to protest the hug. Finally, All Might stepped onto the tallest platform where Niji smiled at him. All Might's own grin widened. Unlike others, he immediately went for a hug. It's been a while, young man. All Might whispered in Niji's ears. I was worried about you, but it seems you have taken my words from 6 years ago to heart. Niji made a surprised yelp. Oh. Didn't think you remembered. All Might gave a chuckle and withdrew his hug back, his hands on Niji's shoulders. Well, not always do you meet such a wistful young man flying in the sky. Niji laughed too, as All Might continued. I don't think I have much to say to you, just that, your quirk is really versatile and strong, which also makes it dangerous. It can kill people. But I am sure you are well aware. Without perfect control over it. He glanced at Bakugo. Things wouldn't be as fine. So you know better than me on what you're doing. Am I correct? Niji nodded. Good to know someone understands. Heh, All Might gave another hug. Guess being the #1 hero for decades does give one some insights. He inhaled a deep breath in. Good job, young Niji. The hug lasted a few more seconds, this time in silence. After that, All Might cancelled the hug again, his voice growing louder again. Well, that's all, ha. Oh, also, I think you'd want to hurry to the nurse's office. Huh. Niji's tone was confused. He wasn't injured though. Then why? Your sister went a bit too far in her last match. The next part was just All Might giving a speech to every student present about how they all were the winners of this tournament, how they all would be great heroes in the future, and how they all should strive towards that goal to cleanse society of evil. Niji's ears weren't listening. The moment everything ended, he immediately rushed off to the nurse's office while giving Momo a hurried goodbye. All the years go to Recovery Girl for healing, so the nurse office was in the middle of the entire campus to be accessible from all years easily. It took a few seconds with his quirk to fly there and then he burst through the door with a frown. Inside, he saw her. Nijer was lying on the bed with her left leg hanging in the air, plastered. Her cheeks were crammed with one-time bandages that stuck around her face. There were bandages around her arms, and probably under her shirt too from the uneven surfaces. She wore a neck brace, too. Oh. It was Recovery Girl who noticed Niji first as she smiled. Are you here for another kiss? Niji smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No. I am here for my sister. She blinked and then turned her head to Nijer. Oh, yeah. You two are siblings. She nodded. Go ahead, talk to her. I tried my best, but she is still quite hurt. Kids these days. At her shake of the head, Niji simply nodded. Nijer was this hurt even with Recovery Girl's healing. How hurt was she otherwise? Niji walked to the bed as he stared at Nijer's smiling face. Hey, Niji, I heard the announcement. Congrats on coming first. She didn't sound hurt and was as cheery as ever. Unfortunately I couldn't claim my reward in person. Niji sighed and sat on the stool beside the bed. How hurt was she to not even be able to collect her reward on time? You know, I wouldn't go too far in a battle I know I would lose, Niji said to her. This girl in my year for example was up against me, and she just surrendered. His eyes observed her injuries. I am not asking you to surrender, but I doubt Midoriya would have done this much damage if you didn't act so stubborn. Nijer pouted, which looked strange because of the bandages on her face. Hey, don't assume I am the one in wrong every time. Midoriya's quirk acted up, that black whip thingy I talked about before came out again. He didn't want to, but it kept attacking me out of control. She strained her neck from the bed for magnification. It's been 2 weeks since Midoriya unlocked Black Whip, so he wasn't in top control yet. But from the fact that the referee didn't intervene, it meant Midoriya wasn't that much out of control either. In other words, she was just using excuses. Niji frowned and continued scolding her. That's exactly why you should have stopped. Imagine how you'd feel if I got injured by going against an unbeatable opponent just for the sake of it. Nijer turned her head to the other side, not meeting his eyes. In the end, Niji sighed and shrugged. Anyway, congratulations on your second place. At his words, Nijer turned her head at him again with a pretentious innocent smile. Let me get you discharged. Chapter 99, Rewards, 2. Chapter 99, Rewards, 2. Whilst getting Nijer discharged, Niji got notified by Nizu himself, via his phone, about the 2 days school holiday. Niji gladly accepted it and then led Nijer to the car while making her walk with no help. What a scum of a younger brother, not even helping his older sister in need, She almost stumbled, but Niji did nothing to help. That's what you get for trying to act out of your strength. Clicking her tongue while breathing heavily, Nijer regained her composure and continued walking on one of her legs by leaning on a stick. While walking, since it was a slow journey to the parking lot, Niji replied to Momo's barrage of messages. She was worried about where he had left so abruptly. He told her not to worry and everything was fine. He even sent her a selfie to reassure her. When that was done, Niji and Nijer reached the car where Kimi immediately leapt out seeing Nijer. You know, that was very stupid of you. Unlike how Niji expected Kimi to act, worried and gentle, she started scolding. I was watching the fight on the big screens, and I saw all your reckless tries. He was giving you a chance to surrender, but you weren't taking any. That kid looked greatly bothered seeing you hurting yourself like that. Very stupid. Niji glanced at Nijer with a frown while she looked the other way again. I will see myself when the 4K Ultra HD recap comes out tomorrow. Deciding that, Niji then pushed both of his lovers into the car before getting in it himself. Kimi and Nijer were closer than before. And they acted more like an older sister and younger sister than a maid and young mistress. Niji was happy with the development. So, while enjoying their conversation, which was just a one-sided scolding, he was finally checking his quest rewards. Quest has been completed. Quest, assert dominance. Description: the UA Sports Festival is the greatest opportunity for the UA students, but not for you. To even make it a decent enough opportunity, you have to play your cards right. Objective: win the entire event, coming first in all games. Bonus Objective 1, show off as much as possible and attract at least 100 heroes' attention. Bonus Objective 2, all of your victories must be overwhelming. Reward: 3 billion EXP, an item, Power Gauntlet. Objective Reward 1, 2 billion EXP, Health Potion 3x, Stamina Potion 10x. Objective Reward 2, 5 billion Eco, S Attention, Health Potion 5x, Stamina Potion 20x, Magic Mango Tree Sapling. Penalty: none. Objective met. Bonus Objective 1 met. Bonus Objective 2 met. Calculating rewards. Rewards are being distributed. You have gained 3 billion EXP. You have gained 2 billion EXP. You have gained 5 billion EXP. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have reached level 120. 20 free stat points have been distributed. This made me quite iffy. 10 billion EXP, but only 4 levels. That was sad. Nonetheless, I continued reading the next messages. You have obtained Health Potion 3x. You have obtained Health Potion 5x. You have obtained Stamina Potion 10x. You have obtained Stamina Potion 20x. You have obtained a Magic Mango Tree Sapling. Magic Mango Tree Sapling, a magical mango tree sapling that grows 100 times faster than normal. It's optional if the owner wants the tree to grow big or not. Growing fruits, leaves, and everything else would happen in a 100 times faster motion. Essentially, the tree would have a single ripe mango growing on it every morning. The mango is by no means ordinary. Eating one mango from this tree for a month would give the consumer the strength of an adult man, on top of their original strength. Note, the magical effect doesn't work on gamers. Not bad, good for my harem, but the last part irks me greatly. Why can't gamers get the magical effect? Who the fuck made this? It is a product made by the director of the last act, Master. That guy again. Does he hate gamers or something? First tier potions and now this. What a bastard. Anyway, even then, mango is pretty good stuff, I like it. I remember my previous life's father being a big devotee of mango and mango juice. That's one memory I have of him. While I am not addicted, I do like it a lot too. Anyway, here comes the main parts of the reward. You have obtained an item, Power Gauntlet. Power Gauntlet, unique. It's a growth item bound to the user. Once bound, the user can store his or someone willing's power inside for later use. The amount of power stored inside is based on the rank of the item. The rank will be increased as the user levels up, as it is bound to him. That's a great one, I wouldn't lie. I can already see multiple uses for this. For example, I can ask Kurai to store mana inside it for me to use later on. This way, I wouldn't have to worry about ghosts as much. Oh, also, Izuku might not be that same level of threat he is to me right now. I doubt I would be able to do complex spells with the mana inside, but I am sure I can manage special things. Also. Say, system, can you make the skills work with this mana? Unfortunately no, master. I wouldn't be able to use outside mana to run the skills. If not, I would have already done it using the mana present in the air, even if it is as thin as it is in this world. I nodded helplessly. I nodded in understanding. That's good enough. I don't really need immediate boosts. This is all for endgame battles. Anyway, let's continue with the rewards. Of course, master. You have attracted S attention. S identity is being revealed. You have attracted all for one's attention. I thought it would be Rumi. What the heck? What a bummer. Ugh. I sighed softly. I worked so hard to show off, and all it did was get the eyes of the ball sackman. Such a disappointment. I want a refund. Good as new. Nijer flexed her biceps, though there were hardly any muscles. Her body was just a ball of super soft flesh, after all. After Niji and Nijer returned home, he gave her a simple health potion. Tomorrow and the day after were off because of the festival, and with the boost in recovery she got from Recovery Girl, it wouldn't be suspicious for her to go healed 2 days later. Nijer sat on the edge of the bed whilst Niji was crouching in front of her, his eyes looking at hers as he slowly undid his socks. You know, that health potion stuff is very rare. Please don't take risks just because you know it exists. For all you know, I wouldn't have any of those left on me in a life-threatening situation, therefore just fucking die. Niji said in a neutral tone, which made his words seem serious. But he was just half joking. However, Niji frowned deeply as an unexpected guilty expression formed on her face. I didn't know. She said, I am sorry, I would keep that in mind. Niji smiled awkwardly, stopping midway while taking off his socks. I didn't mean so seriously, you know. Niji rubbed his nose. What is mine is yours. Well, most of them. Suddenly, Nijer looked at his earring. As I said, most of them. Not all. Nijer sighed in exaggeration, her previous guilty fave vanishing. Such a selfish little brother I have, huh? Niji deadpanned at her and then stood up. Anyway, I will be going to my room now that you have nothing else you need. He turned around, but his arm was pulled from the back and he was pushed to the bed with Nijer's face above his. Are you sure there is nothing else I need? Niji kept his innocent act. Are you not tired? I am. He was not tired. He knew Nijer could tell. We would just cuddle. His dear sister suggested. She would not just cuddle. She knew Niji could tell. Then let's invite Kimi. She must be lonely. Niji said, hiding a smirk. Cuddling in a group should be better than two. Nijer's eyes narrowed to slits. You really take yourself as a harem protagonist, huh? What do you mean? Niji tilted his head, containing his innocent act. It's just cuddling, right? Right. In the end, her face flushed and she drew her head back. I would also like to try a threesome, but I am not ready for it yet. She said, looking the other way. But if you are so interested. Well, call her here. Niji's teasing smile froze. Wait, what? Niji wasn't expecting her to actually agree. Then his smile widened into a grin. Chapter 100, Rewards, 3, ***. Chapter 100, Rewards, 3, ***. Kimi was reading a manga after putting Kurai to sleep when her phone rang. She was surprised to see Niji calling her. Calling inside the house, talk about being a young master. She giggled to herself before accepting his call. Yeah, come to my room real quick. She dusted off her maid dresses and went to his room. When she entered through the door, her eyes landed on the duo in the room. She closed the door behind her and observed the atmosphere just as a small frown formed on her face. Niji was sitting on the corner of the bed beside Nijer, who was fidgeting around, avoiding Niji's eyes. Young master. Kimi gave a slight bow. Anything wrong? Niji eyed Nijer, who turned her head around entirely. Kimi sighed softly. Is it about her match? Is the recap out already? Did he get mad seeing what she did? But the recap should only be out tomorrow. Not that. Niji shrugged his shoulders. Wani-sama was suggesting a threesome. Kimi's eyes went slightly wide as she turned to look at Nijer. Hey, it was your idea. Nijer protested immediately, her face flustered. Don't put all the blame on me. Niji raised his hand in defense. Whoa. I was suggesting cuddle, I never spelt out threesome, that's on you. The situation clicked in Kimi's mind with an ah. So Niji was just doing his usual wordsplay and got Nijer into this mess. Even as a blush of her own appeared on Kimi's face, she smiled. Well, I don't really mind. I haven't done it in the presence of another girl yet, but it seems fun. That's actually what she's been waiting to see for years. To see her young master fucking someone who wasn't herself, while she waited on the sidelines like a side chick. Just that thought was so hot. Nijer on the other hand seemed to release a relieved sigh at her words. So nobody here has experience at a threesome. Kimi side glanced at Niji, who smiled that one innocent smile that caused her to sigh again. Yeah, we are all newbies here. No need to feel so tense, young Mistress Nijer. Kimi said as Nijer frowned even with a blush. Kimi, don't call me young mistress. I told you Befari. Kimi covered her mouth with her hand and giggled gracefully. Oh, I thought you'd like it. Your brother likes being called sir, master, young master while we are in the bed. Nijer's eyes turned to Niji with a judging look, but he just shrugged. Since you don't like it, I will continue calling you Nijer then. Nijer nodded as the silence stretched in the room. Kimi stood smiling while Nijer kept fidgeting. Niji waited for Nijer to say something. So. After a minute or two, Nijer said. How do we do it? Niji clasped his hands. Glad you asked. First, let's take a shower. I am a bit sweaty from the sports festival, and so are you. Kimi inclined her head. I agree. I have already taken a shower with Kurai just half an hour ago, so I am fine. But you two really stink. She made a yak sound. And so, Niji went to his older sister's bathroom, while Nijer went to her younger brother's. Niji returned to his room 10 minutes later and stopped on his spot. Why the sudden change? He asked, to which Kimi smiled. Kimi's hair was bright orange when they first met more than a decade ago. But that hair slowly turned blonde by the time they left for the Japan trip, something she said to be another side effect of her quirk. Then, even that blonde turned into light, ash blonde, later on after consuming 2 tear potions. She almost looked like a different person now, with her maturely developed body. But that wasn't the change Niji was talking about. It was her clothes. She had changed from her maid dress in the 10 minutes he was gone. Kimi wore black gloves and a white shirt from where a tie hung, for the top. On her bottom, she wore a short black skirt with compact black tights under it. Her large chest threatened to tear the buttons of her shirt. That's where Niji's eyes locked on for a moment. Kimi noticed him looking and touched her fingers together below her chest. She feigned confusion. Do you not like it? Niji shook his head. I never said I didn't. Just curious. Kimi trailed off. Well, I was reading this one manga just when you called. In there was this one blonde sadistic girl who works in an office but is actually an assassin in reality, trying to kill the boss of the aforementioned office. Thought it'd be good to get into the role. Niji gasped immediately. Oh no, is that foreshadowing? Don't tell me you have always been an assassin, Kimi. Are you looking for a perfect opportunity to kill me off? Kimi blinked before almost smiling again, but before she could, Niji closed the distance and put a hand under her chin. Their height matched and Niji stared right into her eyes. Then again, you are not really a sadist, I wonder how you can play the role. Niji's thumb slowly parted her lips and pushed inside her mouth as Kimi's eyes widened. Look at that face, from graceful to masochistic pleasure. It took you a second. Kimi's hardly maintained facade crumbled down as her face reddened. I do not know what you are talking about, Target-kun. Her voice was muffled because of the finger. Target-kun. So you admit. What a weird assassin. Niji said, well, why not show me your sadist side tonight, assassin-san? Maybe to Nijer, she would be dash. Ahem. Suddenly a cough came from behind as they turned to Nijer standing outside the bathroom door wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around her body, it starting at her chest and ending barely below her butt. The white towel tightly held on her chest and gave a delicious view of her thighs. The towel worked to boast her figure more than normal and she looked like a living hourglass. Why were you two starting without me? She said, hiding her blush as both Niji and Kimi observed her body with surprised looks on their faces. Her own eyes landed on Kimi whose chest was barely being held by her shirt. She almost felt inferior to the mature woman before getting creeped out as a soft blush appeared on Kimi's face too. Aha. Kimi bit on her lips, sizing her up with her eyes. Tonight's going to be heavy. Then Niji looked down at his casual purple shirt and short white pants. Am I the only one looking casual? Kimi cleared her throat. Well, if you don't want to look so casual, just take your clothes off. That's the best way for someone with that body shape to look breathtaking, you know. Niji took off his shirt immediately. He was about to do the same with his pants, but Nijer stuttered. Wait. Isn't it too fast? Niji stopped at her words. You are shyer than usual. Where is the daring Nijer at? Nijer's blush grew at this, but she still frowned. Hey. It's my first time doing something like this. At this, Kimi gracefully moved towards Nijer. Then allow me to guide you, Nijer. After a second of thought, Nijer nodded reluctantly as they walked closer to Niji. Kimi put her gloved hand on Niji's chest. Target-kun, why don't you lay down for a bit? Chapter 101, Hero Name, 1. Chapter 101, Hero Name, 1. Niji, Kimi, and Nijer had slept really late last night. But it wasn't a problem since the next 2 days were off. Niji had decided to spend the 2 days chilling, instead of training as usual. But he couldn't do so. His mind got agitated every time he recalled Nightai's vision. He just couldn't rest even though he was pretty drained mentally. So he spent the afternoon lazing around, playing some online games with Momo and Nijer, playing with Kurai with a ball, and making sure Kimi didn't slack on her job. The last part was a joke if anything. There were more maids in the huge mansion, and with Kimi's actual job being a bodyguard along with the fact that she was the head maid, Kimi rarely had to even do simple chores. But Niji found it amusing when she couldn't read her manga. She would gladly say, this was a punishment that she didn't enjoy. When evening came, Niji went to the huge training ground. With both Nijer and Niji studying to be future heroes, their parents had spent some bucks preparing things for them. This huge training ground was one of them. Niji couldn't train his strong techniques here, of course. It would destroy the place in seconds, so he instead trained his control here. He was currently focusing on 2 things, Way of the Gold Dragon, and Way of the White Tiger. Both were based on 2 of the 4 ruler monsters of the Great Forest inside the Tower Dungeon. Those beasts were really feisty in that region, so the intelligent monsters in the monster camps knew a bit about their techniques. When Mersha, the ogre woman, had shown him some paintings from the old time, Niji got ideas to create 2 skill sets. Way of the Gold Dragon is basically a long-ranged set of techniques specializing in speed. Way of the White Tiger, however, was a set with techniques made for close-ranged absolute destruction. He was yet to get used to the latter, so his opponents might have died if he used it in the sports festival. That's why he didn't do that. He planned to only use this against truly dangerous opponents. Either way, he couldn't use those techniques here as that would destroy this training hall into bits. Meaning, he was left unable to use his quirk. So, he had to work on something else. Are you sure? Kimi asked as she rubbed her right arm with her left hand while her tail danced around meekly behind her. Today, Niji planned to train his physical fighting style, his reflexes, and his instinct as a whole. Without using Eyes of the Lord. Niji wore a simple black shirt and pants comfortable for a fight. Kimi wasn't in her typical maid dress, either. She wore a black sports bra and shorts and she had her hair tied in a ponytail. You saw me at the sports festival already, Niji said. Kids are not my match, and I can't get any fighting experience from them. It's time for you to use your super form, miss. That way, I would get my training and you wouldn't become too rusty. Kimi hesitated still. But as she recalled how strong Niji was in the sports festival, she sighed and nodded. I guess. She said with a deep sigh. But, I will stop if things get too serious, for any of us. I still don't like blood, as you can tell. She said, confirming she still had her fear of blood even now. Just don't bleed, and I will continue training with you. Niji nodded casually as Kimi took a deep breath in. Then her body started to change. Her cat ears and tail twitched, quivering, and first of all her nails started to enlarge in a pointy shape. Then her humane skin started to change in color. In a stretched circular shape, The skin around her whole torso, from her collarbone to her lower abdomen went pale, very pale, while outside the circle her skin turned light yellowish golden. There was no fur on those parts, her skin simply changed color. A bit of fur was only present on the side of her forearms, her spine, and the back of her leg. The fur was sharp and needly, and as they were placed straight beside each other, they worked like blades. 2 thick whiskers appeared on each side of her cheeks. Kimi had those whiskers before even in her human form, but when she drank her first tear potion, those whiskers had vanished, giving her a more humane look. Niji only hoped her cat ears and tail wouldn't disappear too when she reached a high tier level, that would be a bummer. The white of Kimi's eyes were now light yellow and her blue irises were now shining white. Oh, I can see some changes since last time. Those 2 tear potions did you well, huh? Niji whistled. It's my second time seeing this, but you look smoking hot as always. Maybe we should do it in this form once in a while. Kimi had her normal human nose and mouth. Only her lips were curled up in a omega shape to try and imitate a cat's maw. With those lips, she smiled. I'm physically stronger than before in this form. Her voice had a more cat-like twist to it. And my heat state is far hornier too. You can try to fuck me like this, but I don't think I would want to be bottom in this form. Niji blinked at her. So the masochist had an actual sadistic form. How unexpected. Anyhow, you have any idea how we would do this? Kimi asked, crossing her arm as her tail danced in the air behind her, no meekness this time. Oh well. Niji just rubbed his neck. Just rush at me, let us see our limits. Kimi nodded, sure, and then disappeared in a whoosh. Niji only had a moment to turn on his eyes of the Lord. He caught Kimi's movement with that before turning the quirk off immediately. He recalled he had restricted himself to not use EL. But those movements. From the second he had turned his quirk on, he saw Kimi's movements clearly. She was jumping around the hall, vanishing and reappearing all around. She was showcasing what Niji was going to face to not catch him too off guard. Incredible. Niji was impressed. He couldn't see her movement with bare eyes and could only see her body when she stopped on one spot. Shockingly, she was only tier 5, yet she was faster than anyone he had seen until now. Maybe except for Prime All Might. Niji's thoughts stopped momentarily as his eyes locked on the text hovering above Kimi. Kimi Sugihara, Cat Human, Tier 5. It said Tier 5, but it was flickering. Tier 6, Tier 5, Tier 6, Tier 5. She was at the peak of Tier 5. So close that she was on the verge of rising in rank. Niji suddenly felt a cold sweat form on his forehead as Kimi vanished from his eyes again whilst danger spiked in his mind. Immediately, Niji raised his arms on his left in a defending pose just as Kimi's fist came hitting on his forearms. It made a loud impact noise and Niji even slid back a few inches, but he still held on. He was grinning. Oh ho, the hell's up with that speed? Kimi only blinked her shining eyes as she drew back her fist. You have a great reaction speed yourself. Only a moment later she vanished again and came from the opposite side. Niji blocked it again with a similar pose on his right side, as she nodded to him. Yeah, really fast reaction speed. Then Niji's body hair stood up in a series of goosebumps just as his danger sense broke the ceiling. While Kimi was on his right, from the other side where she was standing a second ago another Kimi popped up. Afterimage. That was all Niji could think of, just as the Kimi at left's knuckles crashed into his left ribs. Niji tried to react in time and moved his hands from his right side, but it only gave the Kimi on his right a chance to throw her fist into his right side. Niji's eyes went wide as he experienced 2 attacks from either side in a succession. The Kimi from the right then vanished into essence while another one came from in front of him. She can only maintain 2 after images at the same time. But I am still not sure who the real one is. Thinking so, Niji crossed his arm to block the one in front, giving the one on his side another chance to attack his ribs. For a moment his arms shook and his guts tightened. The notification of his END going up by 1 was the only soothing feeling before the Kimi at his front slipped her hand under his crossed arms and stuck on his abdomen. There was a loud boom as wind stirred and as if hit by a cannonball of air, Niji was flown far in the hall and hit the wall before falling face first. He only stayed like that for 3 seconds before Kimi ran to him with a worried cry. Kimi, having redone her transformation, ran to Niji's body. She sat down beside him and raised his head on her thighs. Are you all right, why young master? Niji huffed heavily but still nodded. Well, cough, he coughed saliva on the floor before wiping his lips. You put all your points in agility, it seems. He said, casually in between some rough breaths. The punches weren't that strong except for the last one which carried the force of wind. So first, we have to train your strength. And his own reflex and agility. But he can't say that to her. That'd be embarrassing. He has become too dependent on his quirk, it seems. That was a bad thing since while his quirk allowed him exceptional flight speed, it didn't provide any boost in normal reflex and movements. Niji could also understand something else here. Kimmy's weapon wasn't her strength, it was her slash attacks using her blade-like fur. If this was a real fight, without EL, Niji would have been long dead, sliced up into dozens of pieces. But she won't cut anyone because of her hemophobia. Guess that's another thing I gotta fix for her. Niji took some slow breaths and to steady his nerves and his usual calmness returned. From her lap pillow, he looked at her blue eyes. Also, congrats, you are on the verge of your quirk awakening. Kimmy's worried eyes gained a confused light in them. Author's notes, Dom Kimmy does exist flushed face.